everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Warhammer 40k, starting with the power of Minecraft. Novel summary. MC plus Warhammer 40k plus Primarch plus Mechanicus plus Warhammer Weapon Wholesaler plus Mass Production. Luoya traveled through time. However, the problem is that he arrived in Warhammer, and what's even more terrifying is why his birthplace is in turmoil with greenskins. Just when he was feeling desperate, he discovered that he was bound to a Minecraft template. I've turned into a blocky person. By relying on the MC law, Roya discovered that his strength was comparable to or even surpassed that of the Primarch. Minecraft has also changed. The crafting table can now create power swords, power armor, and later even knights and warships. Redstone technology is immune to warp interference, and even Sench himself could not hack into it. When chaos begins to invade the real world, Roya's bucket of milk instantly saves the people who are being corrupted. The state religion, Roja must be a living saint. Call, members of the cult of machines, Roya must be the god of machines. Gilliman, Roya must be my brother whom I have never met. Roya, if you have anything to say, go talk to my 9,000 Glory Queen-class battleships and hundreds of billions of Astartes. P.S. I've read a lot of Warhammer fanfiction, but I can't find anything I like anymore, so I'm trying to write my own. I forgot the beginning, I forgot the middle, I forgot the end, but anyway, let the Milky Way burn. Chapter 1 to 50, Dying and Living, Living and Dying Again. 715.m41. Ultima Segmentum, Hephaestus Hive World. In the dim, cramped under-hive ruins reeking of engine oil and blood, an extremely bizarre slaughter was unfolding. Whack! Cries. Accompanied by a deafening battle cry, a group of muscular orc boys brandishing big chop paw surged like a tidal wave toward the center of the battlefield. Standing there was a naked muscular man, Roya. Facing these frenzied Xenos, Roya did not retreat. He abruptly twisted his waist and delivered an unadorned straight punch squarely into the chest of the foremost orc. Bang! A muffled loud bang exploded, and that several hundred-pound orc boys was sent flying backward with both feet off the ground as if struck head-on by a battering ram, knocking over two companions along the way. The surrounding orcs swarmed up like a tidal wave. Crude yet deadly big chop-paw hacked and slashed at Roya's body. Without any suspense, two fists being no match for four hands, Roya quickly fell to the ground under a flurry of blades. However, a bizarre scene occurred. Roya's corpse did not grow cold in the pool of blood, instead, the moment it fell, it turned into a glimmer of light and directly dissipated into thin air. The next second, in an open space not far from the place of death, accompanied by a brief void distortion, a naked Roya appeared out of thin air. That is right, he respawned on the spot. Still completely naked, but his entire person was completely intact and undamaged. The resurrected Roya violently shook his head. Looking at the group of orc boys not far away whose eyes turned red again upon spotting him, and who were charging over howling, he could not help but curse, "Son of a bitch, I'm not going to keep repeating this forever, am I?" This was already his countless resurrection, having lost count of how many times it had been. Cursing aside, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Roya's eyes as he countercharged straight into the orc tide. Go die. Roya punched out, the terrifying force directly blasting the foremost orc boys into shattered bones and flying flesh. Following closely, he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Amidst the whistling wind of his fists, he successively knocked 7 or 8 orc boys flying by sheer force. But under the frenzied hacking of countless chop paw, Roya let out another muffled grunt, fell to the ground, and dissipated. Whack! That Humi has fallen again. The orcs excitedly raised their chop paw and shouted. At this time, an orc boy whose size was obviously a circle larger than the surrounding companions rudely pushed away its peers. Brandishing a huge blood-stained axe in its hand, it threw its head back and roared, "It was me. It was me who hacked that Humi to death. I am bigger and stronger." Whack! Under this fanatical roar, the whack field emitted by the surrounding orcs instantly converged onto it. Accompanied by a teeth-aching sound of bone cracking, this orc boys, who was originally only 2.3 or 4 meters tall, began to expand crazily like an inflated balloon. Muscles tore and reorganized, and within a few short seconds, it directly evolved into an orc warboss standing a full 3 meters tall. Just as this newly minted orc warboss was showing off its might, a glimmer of light flashed on the open space not far away, and Roya respawned once more. The surrounding orc boys immediately widened their eyes, pointed at Roya, and shouted, "Whack! Boss, that Humi has respawned again. I can hack him to death once, and I can hack him to death a second time." The massively bloated orc warboss roared and charged toward Roya like a fleshy tank. Roya's gaze turned sharp. Without avoiding or dodging, he likewise brandished his fists and rushed up. Whoosh! The heavy power axe in the orc warboss's hand carried a shrill whistle of wind and chopped fiercely onto Roya's arm. However, the expected scene of the arm being severed at the root and blood spraying wildly did not appear. Not a single drop of blood flowed from Roya's arm, but in the subjective field of view in the corner of his retina that he hadn't noticed, he clearly saw a health bar composed of 10 red hearts instantly vanish a full 7 stars out of thin air. This heavy blow did not interrupt Roya's movement. He did not even feel that paralyzing excruciating pain. Taking advantage of the gap where the opponent's old strength had just faded and the new strength had not yet been born, Roya's right fist smashed out like a cannonball leaving its chamber. Bang! Squish! This punch solidly slammed into the center of the orc warboss's face. That large, hard green head, under Roya's unreasonable freakish strength, exploded instantly like a watermelon struck by an iron hammer, splashing red and white filth all over the ground. The huge headless corpse wobbled and collapsed with a crash. Roya took a deep breath, staring at the remaining 3 red hearts, muscles tense, having already prepared to die in battle and respawn once more. But after waiting for a few seconds, the anticipated encirclement did not arrive. He looked up and found that the orcs in front of him were completely off. Having lost the boss who had just been promoted and was at the peak of fanaticism, the morale of this group of orcs instantly collapsed. Some orcs looked around in confusion, and then actually started infighting directly with their companions over trampling and snatching weapons. And more orcs shrieked, dropped the chop paw in their hands, and turned to run for their lives deep into the ruins. Roya stared blankly for a moment, knowledge about these Xenos flashing through his mind. This indeed perfectly matched the traits of orcs. Once the boss died, the whack field would rupture, and the mob underneath would fall into chaos and rout. He lowered his head to glance at the headless corpse of the orc warboss at his feet, and a weird smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Bro, thanks a lot." Before the words fell, Roya darted out like a leopard, showing no mercy as he punched and smashed the heads of several orc boys who were infighting and hadn't reacted yet. These thunderous methods became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The remaining orcs on the battlefield completely collapsed, screaming as they vanished into the shadows of the underhive. The crisis was lifted and Roya's tense nerves finally relaxed. He slumped down heavily onto the metal floor covered in blood and engine oil, panting heavily, taking a deep breath of the turbid air here, and cursing in exclamation, "What the fuck, this is so thrilling." He looked around. Severed limbs and broken arms, green blood, and minced meat covered the ground. As a modern person who grew up under the red flag since childhood, facing such a hellish carnage field, he should have been so scared that he vomited his bile, but at this moment he found that he had completely immunized himself against this bloodshed, and his heart was surprisingly calm. Having experienced who knows how many deaths, he was already used to the bloody scene before him. At the same time, Roya finally noticed the abnormality in his line of sight. He steadied his mind and concentrated his gaze. Right at the bottom edge of his perspective, 2 rows of icons clearly emerged. On the left was a row of red heart icons, currently only 3 remaining, and on the right was a row of chicken leg icons resembling him meat hunger level. Roya's pupils shook and he slapped his thigh fiercely. "What the fuck, isn't this the Minecraft UI interface?" At this instant, all the doubts connected together in his mind. Why could he punch out with freakish strength without any upper limit? Why did he fight without exhaustion? Why did getting chopped not result in bleeding or severed hands, but rather losing a health bar? Why did his corpse directly dissipate after dying in battle, and why could he respawn at full health at the spawn point, except that all his belongings dropped completely? This wasn't any genetic mutation at all, but rather transmigrating with a golden finger. In this desperate Warhammer 40k universe, he actually mastered the unreasonable ability laws of Minecraft. Chapter 2 allows you to turn people from the Warhammer world into villagers. Chapter 2, you can convert people of the Warhammer world into villager. Roya slumped onto the blood-stained metal floor, panting heavily. Below his field of vision, not only were there 3 remaining red hearts and a full hunger bar, but in the middle of the 2 status bars, there was also an eye-catching green number 4. This was the experience level. Having experienced death in battle and resurrection once, his level not only did not reset to 0, but instead rose to level 4 after killing the orc warboss just now. The keep inventory rule has been enabled. Roya stared at that number, quickly making a judgment. But he looked down at his bare body. Roya stood up and walked over to the headless corpse of the orc warboss. He reached out and tore off a few pieces of rough leather and rags from the orc's body, wrapping them simply and crudely around his waist and body. A strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils, and he expressionlessly tied the knot tightly. The moment he turned around, the corner of his eye caught an abnormality. Above the corpses of several orc boys, a few slowly rotating miniature models were suspended. This scene was extremely incongruous, yet incomparably familiar. Roya strode over. Pop! A crisp sound effect rang out in his mind. The suspended items instantly disappeared, slipping directly into the hidden inventory in the bottom right corner of his vision. Roya moved his mind and pulled up the inventory interface. 2 brand new icons lay quietly in the slots. The first slot was a meat icon with green spots, marked with the text below, Orc Spore Meat. The second slot was a white yarn ball icon, marked with the text, Orc String. Focusing his sight on the icons, lines of descriptions emerged. The orc spore meat could be roasted through a furnace and eaten to restore hunger. As for the properties and functions of the orc string, they were completely equivalent to string in the Minecraft world, which could be used to craft bows, fishing rods, or weave wool. The biological laws of Warhammer have been forcibly assimilated by the Minecraft system. A sneer curved the corner of Roya's mouth. With crafting materials, the next step was to acquire tools. Roya looked up and glanced around. This ruin used to be a massive industrial processing area, with many decaying logs and damaged wooden crates used to support tunnels scattered in the corners. He walked up to a thick log support pillar, clenched his right hand into a fist, aimed at the surface of the wood, and smashed straight into it. The first punch fell. A black network of cracks appeared out of thin air on the surface of the log. The cracks spread around, centered on the point of impact. Roya punched continuously. Bang! 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 With the final heavy blow, black cracks covered the entire surface of the wood block. Pop! The half-meter square wood block shattered directly out of thin air, turning into a miniature wood block model that dropped to the ground. Roya stepped forward and collected it into his inventory. Where the support pillar originally stood, there was now an absolutely flat square gap, completely ignoring gravity and the supporting structures of physical mechanics. Following the same pattern, he quickly mined more than a dozen logs. With a thought, he clicked open the crafting interface. The logs were converted into planks, and 4 planks were placed in a 2x2 grid. Click! A workbench with tool attachments and a 3x3 grid appeared in his hand. Then he used the orc string to make wool, and then made a bed to carry with him, to be used later when he needed to reset his spawn point. Roya then used planks to craft sticks, and combining them with planks, a square wooden pickaxe took shape and fell into his hand. Holding the wooden pickaxe, Roya turned and walked toward a concrete wall on the side of the ruins. The wall was mixed with a large amount of stone. The wooden pickaxe swung and heavily chiseled against the wall. Black cracks appeared once more, spreading and shattering. Pop! A square cobblestone dropped. Roya swung the wooden pickaxe with increasing frequency. Stones dropped one after another. Returning to the workbench, the wooden pickaxe was discarded, and a brand new stone pickaxe was crafted. Upgrading from scrap to treasures. With the stone pickaxe, Roya's gaze locked onto those thick abandoned metal pipes in the center of the ruins. These pipes were covered in rust, but the material was solid metal. The stone pickaxe smashed against the metal pipe, producing a dull blacksmithing sound. The speed at which the cracks spread was a bit slower than mining stone, but still steady. A dozen seconds later. Pop! The pipe broke to reveal a square gap, and a piece of raw iron dropped. Roya used materials close at hand and crafted a furnace using cobblestone. He tore off a few waste planks as fuel, stuffed them into the bottom of the furnace, and placed the raw iron into the top. A miniature flame immediately ignited on the front of the furnace. A few minutes later, pieces of iron ingot shimmering with a silvery white metallic luster were freshly produced. Using these iron ingots, Roya quickly crafted them on the workbench. An iron pickaxe, an iron sword, and the most crucial container, the iron bucket. In less than half an hour, he completed the industrial leap from bare hands to the Iron Age. Carrying the iron bucket, Roya walked to a sewage outlet at the edge of the ruins. There, highly toxic wastewater exuding a foul stench and fluorescent green color was flowing. He extended the iron bucket into it. The moment he scooped the water, the iron bucket was filled with a bucket of water that was crystal clear without the slightest impurity. The Minecraft system's judgment directly erased the toxins of the Warhammer world, extracting the purest water source. He walked over to a crack in the lower deck again, where high-temperature slag discarded by the factory was flowing. With a scoop of the iron bucket, a bucket of bubbling, pure lava was collected into his inventory. With weapons, a water source, and lava, Roya's confidence was completely bolstered. Just as he was preparing to leave this area, a strange sound came from the shadows deep within the ruins. Ugh! Accompanied by a low, hoarse roar, there was also the click sound of bones colliding with each other. Roya immediately drew his iron sword, keeping his gaze locked on the shadows. Two figures slowly walked out. Roya was stunned. Walking in front was a square human figure with pale green skin, wearing tattered blue clothes and purple pants, with both hands raised straight in front of its chest. Following behind it was a skeleton composed entirely of white square bones, holding a square bow and arrow in its hands. These were the zombie and skeleton from Minecraft. A short, skinny figure suddenly darted out from a pile of garbage on the other side of the ruins. That was a Gretchen of the Warhammer world, a subspecies of the orc, extremely small in size, cowardly and cunning. This Gretchen was currently searching for useful things. The zombie and skeleton were close at hand. Just when Roya thought the zombie and skeleton were going to attack the Gretchen, an extremely bizarre scene occurred. The Gretchen's lean and skinny body crashed straight into the zombie, blocking the middle of the road. There was no collision, no biting. The Gretchen's body actually passed straight through the zombie's square torso, just like passing through a layer of holographic projection. As for that zombie and the skeleton behind it, they completely turned a blind eye to the Gretchen passing through their bodies. Their square heads turned in unison, locking dead onto Roya not far away. They cannot see each other, nor can they touch each other. Roya understood in an instant. The creatures of the Minecraft dimension and the creatures of the Warhammer dimension were on two parallel layers. Except for Roya, who possessed the system, the creatures of these two worlds could not produce any interaction. At this moment, the zombie let out a roar, and with stiff strides, rushed toward Roya. The skeleton also raised the bow and arrow in its hands, beginning to charge its strength. At the same time, the Gretchen that had passed through the zombie's body also stopped in its tracks. It saw Roya, a ferocious expression appeared on its ugly face, and pulling out a rusted rasp from its hand, it shrieked and pounced over. From the Gretchen's perspective, Roya was just standing alone in the open space, dazing off. Seeking death. Roya's gaze turned cold. Facing enemies from three directions, he took the initiative to attack. The skeleton's arrow shot out. Roya leaped into the air, dodging the arrow. The iron sword in his hand slashed a silver streak through the air, fiercely hacking down onto the top of the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie's body flashed with red light, stepping back a step. Roya landed, ignoring the zombie, and instead smoothly flew out with a kick, accurately landing it on the face of the rushing Gretchen. Crack! The Gretchen's fragile cervical spine snapped directly, its small and skinny body flying out like a rag sack, slamming heavily against the metal wall, sliding down with a pool of blood. Having resolved the trouble in the physical world, Roya turned around and swung his iron sword 3 times in succession. Bang! 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 The zombie flashed with red light, its body violently falling backward and turning into a puff of white smoke that dissipated. In its place dropped a piece of rotten flesh and several experience balls glowing with a yellowish-green light. The skeleton behind drew its bow once more. Roya switched out a few cobblestone blocks from his inventory at the speed of light, building up a stone wall in front of him with 2 swoosh sounds. The arrow nailed into the stone wall. Roya bypassed the stone wall, slashing continuously with his iron sword to hack the skeleton to pieces. A bone and 2 arrows dropped to the ground. He stepped forward and absorbed all the loot and experience balls completely. Accompanied by a crisp and ethereal sound effect, the experience value number at the bottom of Roya's perspective jumped from 4 to 5. Level 5 achieved. The moment his level increased, a huge golden prompt box popped up on Roya's retina. System unlocked, new permission, villager conversion. Description: consuming experience points and specific resources, humanoid carbon-based life forms of the current universe can be forcibly bound to the Minecraft system interface. The bound person will obtain the villager template, being endowed with corresponding professions and trading UI. After binding, the target will absolutely obey system instructions and conduct resource production and trade under system rules. Roya stared fixedly at these words, his heartbeat beginning to accelerate. In the mad universe of Warhammer 40k, human lives were the most worthless consumables. Whether it was the scavengers at the bottom of the Hive City, or the fanatics of the ecclesiarchy, their numbers were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. And now he could directly convert these people into villager. Blacksmith, priest, librarian, farmer. As long as he established a sufficient trading pipeline, he could conjure up enchanted books, diamond equipment, infinite food out of thin air, and even convert the technological creations of the Warhammer world into tradable modular commodities through system rules. I need to find a few living people to verify this mechanism. Roya said softly. Chapter 3, turning Titus, who was still a rookie, into a villager. On the other side of the Hephaestus Hive ruins, gunfire roared. Corpses of the Astra Militarum and orc boys piled up. Energy beams from laser rifles intertwined in the dim underground space. Karn wielded his chain's word. The roaring serrated teeth tore open the chest of an orc boy's, and dark green blood splattered onto the blue power armor. The Ultramarines veteran kicked away the remains and turned to look at the flank of the defense line. There were too many orc boys. Wherever the eye could see, there were rampaging orc boys. Wielding crude firearms and rough choppers, they converged into an unstoppable green tide, frantically assaulting the temporary position formed by broken bunkers. New blood. Left flank. Karn roared over the radio. A figure leaped out from behind the bunker. Titus, the rookie who had not yet completed all organ modification surgeries, tightly gripped his monomolecular combat knife at this moment and crashed forward to meet 3 charging orc boys. He sidestepped to avoid the hacking heavy axe, pressed his bolt pistol against the jaw of the first orc boys with his left hand, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bolt shell exploded inside the orc boy's skull. His right-hand combat knife naturally swept upward, slitting the throat of the second orc boy's. Taking the opportunity, the third orc boy's closed its arms. Instead of retreating, Titus advanced, using his momentum to knee the orc boy's heavily in the abdomen, and thrust his backhand blade straight through the back of its head. This wave of attack was checked. The last few orc boys dropped their corpses and retreated back into the shadows. The defense line welcomed a brief dead silence, accompanied only by the heavy gasps of the Astra Militarum soldiers and the hissing of cooling weapons. Karn carried his chain's word and walked over to Titus. There were 3 deep bone-visible slash marks on the veteran's chest armor, and the buzzing of the servomotors was harsh. "Sergeant." Titus lowered his head in salute, his carapace armor stained with flesh and blood fragments. Karn nodded, his gaze solemn as he looked up at the dome above. The distress signal was sent out 3 standard hours ago. There is no response. Despair showed in the eyes of the surrounding Astra Militarum soldiers. Without fleet support, in this underhive submerged by orc boys, they were doomed to die in battle. Titus did not speak, silently replacing the magazine for his bolt pistol. In less than 2 hours, howling once again tore through the silence of the ruins. Whack! The battle cry was extremely violent. The metal decks of the entire underhive trembled violently under the sound wave. Titus stood up, his gaze piercing through the smoke and dust of the ruins, locking onto the rear of the orc boys' army as a massive figure approached. That was a monster close to 3.5 meters tall. Its muscles bulged high, wearing armor cobbled together from fragments of power armor, dragging a huge blood axe upside down in its hand. The orc boys along the way retreated one after another, emitting fanatical cheers. "Sergeant." Titus gripped his combat knife tightly. An orc warboss has appeared. Karn's expression sank completely. The strength of this orc warboss was undoubtedly formidable. "Hold the line." Karn pushed Titus away, his chain's word erupted with a wild roar, leaped out of the bunker, and charged straight at the orc warboss. "Humi. Die." The orc warboss roared, swinging its blood axe, stirring up a bloody wind as it hacked down vertically. Karn raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal collision exploded. Amidst flying sparks, Karn's body sank, the metal mesh floor beneath his feet let out a wail, and his power armor servomotors burst into extreme protest, yet he was still forcibly pushed back 3 steps by this monstrous strength. "Sergeant." Titus wanted to support him, but several burly orc boys had already blocked his path. "There's a Humi here. Chop him." The orc boys waved scrap metal, entangling Titus tightly as he fell into a bitter fight. The battle situation deteriorated. Karn retreated step by step under the violent offensive of the orc warboss. The blood axe smashed into the power armor again and again, the shattering sound of the plasteel armor being teeth-grittingly harsh. Crack! The blood axe of the orc warboss shattered Karn's left shoulder guard, embedding itself into his flesh. Karn let out a muffled grunt, dropping to one knee as the rotation speed of his chain's word suddenly jammed. Big. Humi. Smash. The orc warboss split its huge mouth full of tusks, and raised the blood axe high. "No." Titus roared. He hard endured the slash of an orc boy's, his back carapace armor tearing open, dripping with fresh blood. Utilizing the pain, he burst forth with all his strength, breaking through the encirclement and lunging toward Karn's direction. He shoved away the half-kneeling Karn, and turned to face the whistling huge blood axe coming down. Without the protection of power armor, this blow was enough to be fatal, but Titus clenched his teeth. Pop! At the 0.01 second of life and death. On the adamantium armor floor beneath Titus's feet, a patch of black grid-like cracks miraculously emerged out of thin air, spreading instantly before a half-meter square, absolutely flat square floor directly vanished. A pitch-black square-shaped large hole abruptly appeared between Titus and the orc warboss. A figure abruptly leaped out from the square opening. That was a man wearing an extremely incongruous, square-shaped armor glowing with a silver-white metallic luster. In his hand, he held a pixel-style iron sword. The moment he leaped out of the hole, he met the descending blood axe. He did not dodge, leaping midair, and the iron sword slashed down from top to bottom without any fancy tricks. There was no collision sound of gold and iron. Under this system's monstrous strength that completely ignored Warhammer's physical laws, the orc warboss's hard, Huge head instantly burst into a sky-filling red and green blood mist under the absolute damage judgment of a critical hit. The massive body collapsed with a crash, shaking the ground into a tremor. The battlefield fell into a dead silence. The orc boys stopped in their tracks, blankly looking at the headless corpse on the ground. The once haughty orc warboss had its head smashed in a single strike by someone using a crude square-shaped iron piece. The whack field collapsed instantly. The fanaticism in the eyes of the orc boys was replaced by instinctive fear. The boss is dead. The Humi is too terrifying. A few orc boys let out shrieks, dropped their weapons and turned to flee. The rout spread rapidly. In a mere half a minute, the orc boys' army fled completely clean. The Astra Militarum soldiers opened their mouths wide, forgetting to fire their guns. Pressing his bleeding shoulder, Karn struggled to stand up, his helmet's ocular lenses staring dead at the mysterious person who suddenly appeared before him. Roya shook the iron sword and stored it into his inventory. He looked over him, his gaze sweeping across the other's facial contours. Titus. Roya raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying surprise. Titus froze, tightening his grip on his combat knife and vigilantly looking at the man wearing strange armor. You know me. Sort of. Roya patted the dust off his armor with his empty hands and chuckled slightly. You're in luck. If I hadn't just happened to mine right through here, you'd have met your end here today. Looking at the blocky armor on Roya's chest that did not conform to imperial ergonomics, and his trick of making the iron sword vanish out of thin air, Titus raised his vigilance to the maximum. Who are you? Roya did not reply. His line of sight focused on the system UI in the bottom right corner, where the golden prompt box flickered with a faint light. Target, Titus humanoid carbon-based organism/space marine rookie. Conditions for conversion met. Consume level 5 experience points to forcibly bind as a villager. Roya's lips curled into a smile. He issued the command in his mind without hesitation. Yes. Ding. A crisp sound effect exploded in his mind, and below his field of vision, the green experience value number 5 was cleared to 0. Immediately afterward, above Titus's head, a slowly rotating block-shaped icon floated out of thin air, a grass block. Conversion successful. Target bound. Acquired new villager, Titus. Profession, none. Titus felt an irresistible force sweep across his entire body. Looking at Roya before him, his originally vigilant gaze underwent a subtle change within a few seconds. What did you just do to me? Titus frowned, this feeling making him extremely uneasy. For Chapter 4, Fragments of the Mk7 Skyhawk Power Armor. Chapter 4, Mk7 Aquila Power Armor Fragment. Bang. Khan leveled the bolter in his hands, its thick muzzle pointing straight between Roya's eyebrows. The surviving Astra Militarum soldiers around them raised their laser rifles, a dense web of red targeting beams crisscrossing over Roya's blocky iron armor. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Right at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Without any warning, an extremely dazzling golden radiance burst from within Roya. This light was not a normal physical light source, it carried a soul-shivering pressure, warm, domineering, and inviolably sacred. The dim and cramped underhive ruins were instantly illuminated as bright as day. Under the golden light, the filthy blood of the orcs emitted a hissing sound and quickly evaporated into ashes. Faintly, the grand and solemn chanting of hymns drifted through the air. The eyes beneath Khan's helmet suddenly constricted, and his hand holding the gun violently trembled. This aura, this absolute wavelength of power, was engraved deep within the genes of every space marine. This was the power of the Master of Terra. The Emperor. Khan's voice trembled. Without hesitation, he put away his bolter, and with a thud, dropped heavily onto one knee on the pockmarked metal floor. This action felt like some kind of signal. The tens of thousands of Astra Militarum soldiers around them collapsed to their knees in unison like toppled dominoes. Tears filled the eyes of the desperate soldiers, they dropped their weapons, crossed their hands over their chests, and devoutly kowtowed toward the figure in the golden light. Roya stood at the center of the light, his facial expression dignified and solemn, while inwardly cursing, Huang Pizzi has finally noticed me. This high-profile psychic radiance could only come from the one sitting upon the golden throne. Clearly, the emperor had noticed his existence, going with the flow to give him a divine certification, or perhaps conducting some kind of warning and probing. Regardless, this pass was extremely useful. The golden light lasted for just over a dozen seconds before receding like a tide back into Roya's body. The ruins returned to dimness. But everyone's gaze toward Roya completely changed. It was a burning intensity mixed with fanaticism, awe and absolute obedience. "My lord." Khan raised his head, his voice like a booming bell, devoid of any trace of doubt in his tone. "Ultramarines Chapter, 9th Company Khan, reporting to you." Titus beside him also immediately dropped to one knee, heavily striking his right chest. "Recruit Titus, awaiting your command." Roya nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the kneeling soldiers, cutting straight to the point. "Rise." "What is the current situation here?" Khan stood up and quickly reported the situation. "The defense line has completely collapsed. Currently, only 12,000 Astra Militarum remnants remain in this area. In the underground bunker behind us, there is a civilian shelter with a population of 5 million. The communication array was destroyed by the orcs, and we have lost all contact with the orbital fleet. Ammunition is running out, there are no medical supplies and no reinforcements. 10,000 remnant soldiers guarding 5 million civilians, outside being an unknown number of frenzied and bloodthirsty orc tides." Roya rubbed his chin, his tone calm without a single ripple. "Then now we can only rely on ourselves." As soon as his voice fell, Roya's peripheral vision glanced toward the headless corpse of the orc war boss. Above the corpse, 2 square fragments exuding a dark blue metallic luster were floating. They slowly rotated, emitting an alluring purple shimmer. Roya stepped forward and walked over. At the same time, Titus's gaze also locked onto that position. A trace of astonishment and surprise instantly flashed through his deep eyes. "You see it too?" Roya stopped his footsteps and looked back at Titus. "Yes, my lord." Titus walked to the side of the corpse and pointed at midair. "Those 2 floating metal fragments, what are they?" This was the privilege of the villager. After being transformed, Titus's sensory layer had been integrated by the system, and he could also see the drop models that only players could see. Roya reached out and grabbed. Pop! A crisp sound effect rang out. The 2 fragments disappeared out of thin air, entering Roya's hidden inventory. With a thought, Roya brought up the interface, his gaze sweeping over the newly appeared icon. Damaged Mk7 Aquila Power Armor Fragment. Description: an extremely rare technological remnant. Collect 3 such fragments to synthesize into Mk7 Aquila Power Armor Manufacturing Blueprint. After unlocking the blueprint, you can use a workbench to craft power armor. Roya's eyes suddenly lit up. "Good stuff." Roya grinned, his smile somewhat brilliant. "As long as we find one more piece, we can synthesize a complete power armor production template." Template. Titus keenly captured the core vocabulary, immediately turning his head to stare burning brightly at Khan standing nearby. To be precise, he stared at the scar-ridden, heavily damaged blue power armor on Khan's body. "Lord Roya." Titus lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of utilitarianism that only players and NPCs would understand. "The power armor on the sergeant's body should be able to make up 1 fragment, right?" Khan stood in place, completely baffled. He couldn't see the drops, nor could he understand what the fragments and templates that suddenly popped out of these 2 people's mouths meant. But being looked at by a recruit with such a gaze, as if looking at a pile of scrap metal materials, made the veteran's pride knit his brows. "New blood, what are you looking at?" Khan asked in a deep voice. "Khan." Roya interrupted him, raising a hand to point at the armor on his body. "Can you take off the power armor on your body and give it to me?" Khan froze. A Space Marine's power armor was not just a piece of equipment. It was an Astartes monk's second life, a symbol of glory. Take off the power armor and hand it over. This request was simply even more absurd than asking him to go solo a greater demon. My lord, this. Khan's expression was extremely ugly. Roya explained at this moment, I need your set of power armor as the last material. As long as you contribute it, I can reverse engineer it into a manufacturing template similar to an STC. STC. Khan's voice instantly rose by an octave, like a sandworm whose tail had been stepped on. In the Imperium, these 3 letters represented absolute technological miracles, the supreme treasures that the Adeptus Mechanicus of Mars dreamed of digging up from underground. Not only that. Roya looked at Khan's gully-filled, shocked face, throwing out the final bombshell. As long as the blueprint synthesis succeeds, in the future, power armor of this model can be mass-produced directly on an assembly line. When that time comes, let alone this tattered set, I'll replace it with a brand new set for you every day. Khan's Adam's apple rolled violently, swallowing a mouthful of blood-mixed saliva. Replace it with a brand new set of power armor every day. Chapter 5 Which Tower, Equipping Armor. Titus stepped forward, reaching out to unlock the latches of Karn's power armor. The servomotors emitted a harsh screech of friction. Karn let out a muffled grunt, cooperating with Titus to remove the pauldrons, breastplate, and greaves. The heavy ceramite armor crashed onto the metal floor. Only the black carapace implants remained on Karn's body, which were the neural interfaces used by a space marine to connect to power armor. The veteran glanced at the equipment on the ground and turned his head away. This was the glory that had accompanied him through a century of campaigns, yet now it was about to be destroyed. Roya flipped his wrist and switched out an iron pickaxe. He walked over to the wreckage of the power armor, aimed right at the center of the breastplate, and swung his pickaxe down. Bang! The sound of metal colliding burst out, and a patch of black grid cracks spread across the ceramite surface. Hearing the commotion, Karn's mouth twitched. Bang! Bang! Roya swung the iron pickaxe repeatedly. Pop! A crisp sound effect rang out. The piles of broken power armor vanished into thin air. A miniature model shimmering with a faint purple glow appeared in its place. Roya reached out and grabbed it. A prompt box popped up. Obtained, damaged Mk7 Aquila pattern power armor fragment. Inside the inventory, the 3 fragments automatically arranged themselves. With a flash of light, the fragments fused into a parchment icon marked with blue patterns. Obtained, Mk7 Aquila pattern power armor crafting blueprint. Roya clicked on the blueprint to check the recipe. The interface showed, requires 28 iron ingots and 1 redstone block. 24 iron ingots are arranged in a 3x3 grid to craft the helmet, chest plate, leggings, and boots, completely identical to the placement method for an iron armor set. The remaining 4 iron ingots combine with 1 redstone block to craft the power backpack on the back. Iron ingots were easy to handle. They had smelted quite a lot earlier by mining metal pipes, and scrap metal was everywhere in the ruins. However, the redstone block was a problem. My lord. Karn turned his head, looking at the empty floor, his eyelids twitching wildly. Not even crumbs were left of his century-old battle armor. Suppressing his heartbreak, he asked, "Can we craft brand new power armor now?" Yes, Roya nodded. Karn's eyes lit up. But I'm currently missing a critical resource, Roya said in a calm tone. Is there any swamp area nearby? To get a large amount of redstone, the fastest method was to find a witch hut and build a mob grinder. Karn was stunned. This was something he didn't know about. Standing among the nearby Astra Militarum troops, an officer wearing a greatcoat and a peaked cap raised his hand. That was Political Commissar Silas of the 318th Astra Militarum Regiment. Lord Roya. Silas stepped out of formation, executed an Aquila salute, and said, 5 kilometers to the rear, near the lower waste fluid disposal area, there is a vast toxic swamp. That is an area formed by the accumulation of industrial wastewater over thousands of years, and it is extremely dangerous. Lead the way, Roya commanded. The detachment advanced rapidly through the dark passages of the underhive. Everyone successfully arrived at the target location. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Before them lay a viscous mud pit churning with green bubbles. Decaying support pillars jutted obliquely into the mire. Silas ordered the soldiers to establish a cordon outside a safe distance. Roya walked to the edge of the swamp and swept his gaze across it. Deep within the swamp, a crooked shack built from aged wooden planks stood quietly. The roof was covered in eerie fungi. Titus looked along Roya's line of sight. He clearly saw that extremely jarring square structure. Karn stood nearby, looking in the direction of their gaze, but saw only a patch of empty toxic water and a few scrap iron pipes. He rubbed the neural interface on the back of his head, looking completely puzzled. Roya summoned the workbench through his thoughts and crafted an iron axe using the previous logs and iron ingots. He handed the iron axe to Titus. "Hold on to this," Roya said. "Come with me to dismantle the wood and build a processing device." Titus took the blocky iron axe. He felt the solid tactile sensation coming from the handle of the axe. The two leaped to the edge of the swamp. Roya used cobblestone as stepping stones, rapidly paving a stone bridge straight to the shack. Upon reaching the shack, Roya used cobblestone to build a platform above it. Titus swung the iron axe, chopping down the surrounding trees and vines in a few strokes. "Titus, pay attention to my structure," Roya said while placing blocks and arranging the water flow. The water converges toward the center, a 22-block deep shaft is dug underneath, and a hopper is placed at the bottom connected to a chest. When the monsters fall down, they die directly from fall damage, and the dropped items are automatically collected. Titus's villager template gave him an astonishing level of acceptance toward these rules that defied common sense. As a Space Marine recruit, his tactical mind was exceptionally well developed. After watching the water flow direction once, he instantly understood the logic of this automated execution device. Holding his tools, he quickly helped Roya pave the stone walls. The two cooperated seamlessly, and within just over 10 minutes, a makeshift witch mob grinder took shape. A 1-block-high collection opening was left at the bottom of the tower. The two returned to the ground in front of the collection opening. A strange murmuring sound drifted down from above the mob grinder. "They're here," Roya looked up. "Heh heh heh." Accompanied by a bizarre laugh, a creature wearing purple robes with a huge nose and a square head tumbled down from the water flow. Bang! The witch crashed heavily onto the cobblestone at the bottom of the pit, a red flash flickering across its body. It didn't die. Instantly pulling out a glass bottle, it prepared to drink a healing potion. Chaos heretic. Titus's eyes widened in fury. "Don't worry. This isn't chaos." Roya drew his iron sword and slashed it across the witch's leg through the opening. "This is merely one of my powers." Bang! Bang! 2 sword strikes fell, and the witch let out a miserable scream before dissolving into white smoke. Pop! Several piles of red powder dropped onto the hopper and slid down the pipe into the wooden chest behind. Titus looked at the redstone dust in the chest and put away his combat knife. His awe for Roya deepened by another layer. The mob grinder's efficiency was extremely high. Within a few minutes, 4 or 5 witches fell down in succession. Roya stood below and swung his sword. Soon, 9 piles of redstone dust had accumulated in the chest. Roya reached out and grabbed the redstone dust, filling the 3x3 grid in his inventory. Obtained, redstone block. He called up the smelted iron ingots from his backpack and placed down the workbench. The 28 iron ingots and 1 redstone block were ready. Then crafting began. Ding! Soon, 5 brand new icons appeared in the inventory. A blue-painted helmet, breastplate, greaves, boots, and a power backpack bearing a golden double-headed eagle insignia. Roya exited the interface and threw the 5 pieces of equipment directly in front of Karn. The heavy metal crashed onto the ground. Karn stared at the equipment on the ground, his breathing instantly halting. That was a flawless set of Mk7 power armor. The dark blue ceramite surface was as smooth as a mirror, without a single scratch left from battle. Karn picked up the breastplate with trembling hands. He walked over to the side and, with Titus's help, secured this brand new power armor onto his black carapace. As the power backpack was connected, hum! The servomotors emitted an extremely smooth hum. The tactical lenses of the helmet lit up with a crimson glow. Karn clenched his fists. The output and feedback of this power armor were even more formidable than his century-old battle armor that he had broken in. Emperor, protect us. Karn dropped to one knee, his voice carrying fanatical devotion. This is absolute divine might of the Emperor. My lord, you have displayed a miracle. In the distance, Silas and the Astra Militarum soldiers saw this scene, and once again burst into suppressed cheers. Roya paid no attention to Karn's praise. He turned around and glanced at the mob grinder, witches were still falling continuously. Iron ingots and redstone were plentiful enough. Roya stood before the workbench, his fingers operating rapidly. 2 more sets of brand new power armor were crafted once again. He threw one set to Titus, and held the other set in his own hands. Put it on, Roya said to Titus. Titus caught the heavy armor, a rare look of hesitation appearing on his face. My lord, I haven't completed the black carapace implantation surgery yet. I cannot connect to the neural interface, and this suit of armor will crush me to death. Under my rules, there are no such restrictions, Roya said in a firm tone. He took the lead by pressing the power armor components against his body. An eerie scene occurred. There were no complex mechanical latches, no neural connections. The moment the power armor components touched Roya's body, they directly transformed into a stream of light, encasing him seamlessly. Blue armor, a golden Aquila. Roya's body at that moment also transformed to be just like a space marine's. Roya moved his shoulders, there was no sense of weight or oppression, and within his subjective field of vision, his armor bar was instantly maxed out. Seeing this, Titus hesitated no longer and pressed the armor against himself. With a flash of light, Titus similarly donned a complete set of power armor. He stared in shock at his own hands, throwing a casual punch that caused the air to erupt with the sharp screech of tearing airflow. Without surgery, without interfaces, he had attained the full combat power of a space marine. Karn abruptly stood up. The eyes beneath his helmet widened to the maximum, staring fixedly at the 2 people in front of him. One was a recruit who hadn't completed the surgery. The other was a mortal who had never undergone genetic modification at all. They had actually perfectly operated the exclusive equipment of the Astartes battle brothers. Karn felt that his worldview had been completely shattered at this moment. Chapter 6 A Tiger Among Sheep. Chapter 6 Tiger Among Sheep. Karn's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared fixedly at the brand new power armor worn by Roya and Titus. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice sounding somewhat tight. My lord, can mortals wear this set of armor? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding air fell silent for an instant. Political Commissar Silas, standing in the rear, abruptly raised his head, and the exhausted Astra Militarum soldiers around him also cast their gazes over one after another. A light of extreme longing instantly burst forth within their eyes. The Astra Militarum were consumable assets used to fill trenches with flesh and blood. If mortals could also wear space marine power armor, they could survive the tide of orc boys and even push back this group of Xenos. Roya glanced briefly at these remnants of soldiers. He knew very well what they were thinking. Not right now. Roya's tone was flat, directly cutting off their unrealistic fantasies. To let mortals wear this set of armor, an extremely harsh prerequisite must be met. Current resources cannot achieve it. Villager conversion required consuming experience points. Converting Titus just now had spent all his savings, and now the experience bar was pitifully stuck at level 0. A trace of disappointment flashed through Karn's eyes, but it quickly subsided. Silas also tactfully shut his mouth, not continuing to pursue the question. Secrets involving divine miracles like this were not something they were qualified to probe into. Roya no longer paid attention to the crowd, turning his head to look at Titus. "You stay here, my lord." Titus was puzzled. This collection device has operating range limitations. Roya pointed at the witch mob grinder ahead. Someone must be within a range of 128 meters around it for those targets to continuously appear. This was the underlying logic of the MC system. The mob grinder required a player, or a bound villager, to load the chunks around it. "As you command." Titus had no objections at all, holding an iron sword and standing beside the collection chest. Roya walked over, brought up the workbench, and pulled wooden planks and iron ingots out of his inventory. Right in front of Titus, he quickly laid out the crafting recipe. "Look closely." Roya crafted a few spare iron swords and iron pickaxes, shoving them into Titus's hands. "This is how the workbench is used. Put the materials in the right positions, and you can produce tools. If the tools break, make them yourself." Titus's villager template instantly made him understand this manufacturing logic that defied common sense. He nodded solemnly, his gaze revealing fanatical execution capabilities. Time passed. Witches continuously fell from the top of the tower, plummeting to their deaths at the bottom of the pit. Redstone dust and experience orbs surged out along the water currents and hoppers. Roya stood aside, absorbing the experience orbs. Crisp system sound effects rang out consecutively in his mind. His experience level slowly climbed from 0, finally jumping to the number 3. Right at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the shadows in the distance of the passage. An Astra Militarum courier covered in blood and filth scrambled out of the passage, heavily crashing down at Silas's feet. He couldn't care about catching his breath, shouting hoarsely, "Sir! The front line has collapsed. The main force of the orc boys is attacking. 3. There are 3 orc war bosses." Silas's expression changed drastically. Khan instantly gripped the chain's word at his waist, his tactical visor glowing fiercely with red light. "Let's go." Roya immediately stopped absorbing experience, flipped his hand to put away the workbench, and turned to stride toward the passage. Titus closely followed behind. The group passed through the gloomy underhive passage, and returned to the ruined front line. The scene ahead was suffocating. Tens of thousands of orc boys resembled a green ocean, filling every line of sight. Wielding crude guns and big chop paw, stepping on the corpses of their companions, they crazily assaulted the Astra Militarum's final broken steel defense line. Behind the wave of orc boys, 3 orc warbosses exceeding 3 meters in height were exceptionally conspicuous. Draped in heavy scrap armor and brandishing massive power claws, and heavy chains words, every roar they let out plunged the surrounding orc boys into deeper madness. The Astra Militarum on the defense line were being slaughtered. The firepower of Lost guns was completely unable to stop a charge of this scale. Roya stopped in his tracks, not rushing to charge forward. With a thought, 2 block beds crafted from wooden planks, and wool appeared in his hands. Bang! Roya slapped a red bed directly onto the blood-stained metal floor. Khan and Silas were stunned. On this battlefield ablaze with artillery fire, where they could be torn to pieces by Xenos at any second, this lord had actually pulled out a bed. Roya did not explain, directly lying down on the bed and closing his eyes. 1 second later, he rolled off the bed. A system prompt box flashed across the edge of his retina, respawn point set. "Titus, lie down on it." Roya pointed at another bed that had just been placed beside them. Titus didn't hesitate at all. Wearing the heavy power armor, he lay down stiffly on the soft wool bed. Then he quickly stood back up. Villager Titus bound respawn point. Done. Roya drew his iron sword and loosened his neck a bit. "Let's get to work." Before his voice faded, Roya's legs suddenly exerted force. The power armor produced no servo motor noise whatsoever, as his entire body transformed into a blue stream of light, crashing straight into the orc boys' wave ahead. Titus pulled out his iron sword and followed closely behind. "For the Emperor." For the 500 worlds. Titus erupted with a deafening battle cry, plunging single-handedly straight into the Xenos formation. A sturdily built orc boy howled and raised its choppa, hacking straight down toward Titus. Titus neither dodged nor evaded, the iron sword in his right hand sweeping horizontally outward without any fancy tricks. The moment the pixel-like iron sword contacted the orc's body, there was no tactile sensation of tearing flesh and blood. Bang! Accompanied by a dull, unusual sound, a bizarre red light flashed across the orc boy's body. Immediately afterward, its tough physique, which was sturdy enough to withstand several loss-gun blasts, flew directly backward. One-hit kill with a sword. Titus's movements did not stop, resembling a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep. As his iron sword swung continuously and sword shadows swept past, orc boys fell down in patches. Khan, standing in the rear, was completely dumbfounded. He knew Titus's background very well. A neophyte who hadn't even completed his augmentation surgery shouldn't possess this level of destructive power, even when wearing power armor. That blocky iron sword, which looked crudely made, was actually even more lethal than his chain's word. Lord Sergeant. Silas held his lost pistol and walked to Khan's side. Looking at Roya ahead, who was moving through the orc boy's wave as if entering an empty realm, his voice trembled slightly. Lord Roya's identity is definitely extraordinary. The power he uses is too terrifying. This is a good thing. Khan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. As long as this power is used to slay Xenos, he is the Emperor's blade. In the center of the battlefield, Roya had already punched through the front-line cannon fodder of the orc boys, heading straight for those three swaggering orc warbosses. Whack! The leading orc warboss spotted this highly threatening blue humi. It let out a roar, its massive physique erupting with terrifying speed, as the heavy power claw on its right hand carried a shrieking sound that tore the air, grabbing straight for the top of Roya's head. Roya's gaze was cold and stern, advancing instead of retreating. He raised his left arm, and the vambrace of the power armor accurately jammed the joint of the power claw. Monstrous strength collided, the adamantium floor beneath their feet instantly caved inward, and massive cracks spread all around. First move. Roya let out a cold snort, the iron sword in his right hand fiercely sweeping upward from bottom to top. Bang! The iron sword smashed heavily onto the orc warboss's chin. Red light exploded brilliantly. The orc warboss's huge body was knocked flying upward, exposing its completely undefended chest. Roya twisted his waist and leaped up using the momentum, his iron sword carrying the sound of rushing wind as it smashed heavily against the orc warboss's chest. The crisp bone-cracking sound was overwritten by the system's damage judgment sound effect. The orc warboss retreated repeatedly, spitting dark green fresh blood from its mouth, the fanaticism in its eyes finally replaced by a trace of fear. Die. The instant he landed, Roya's legs exerted force once more, his figure shooting forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The iron sword drew a straight line without any arc in the air, striking the orc warboss's neck with absolute precision. Bang! The third sword. The orc warboss's body froze in place, followed by a violent flashing of red light. Under the panicked gazes of the surrounding orc boys, this massive, arrogant orc warboss directly collapsed right then and there. Chapter 7, Bountiful Harvest, the Lamenter's chapter arrives. As the first orc warboss fell, its massive body kicked up a pool of blood on the ground. Roya did not pause at all. Exerting force through his legs, his power armor suddenly propelled him forward, charging straight at the second orc warboss on the right. Seeing this, that orc warboss swung its roaring heavy chain's word, slashing straight down at Roya's chest. Roya didn't dodge at all. The sawteeth of the chain's word frantically cut into the deep blue ceramite chest plate, sending sparks flying everywhere. The hearts in Roya's subjective field of vision flickered once, dropping by one grid. He grinned, ignoring the sparks on his chest, and stabbed 3 times in succession at the abdomen of this warboss with the iron sword in his hand. Bang! 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 The orc warboss's body shook violently, red light flashed repeatedly, and before it could even let out a scream, it turned into a sky full of blood mist and fell to the ground. "Well done, my lord." Karn in the rear aimed his bolter for frantic rapid fire, roaring loudly. Just at this moment, an extremely piercing wind pressure sound came from behind Roya. The third orc warboss was extremely cunning. Instead of taking a head-on approach, it stepped on a pile of orc corpses, and leaped high into the air, its giant power claw carrying dazzling field arcs as it fiercely slashed toward Roya's back. Karn and Titus's eyes constricted sharply, and they shouted in unison, "My lord, watch out." It was too late. The power claw struck Roya's back solidly. Bang! An extremely dull, loud noise rang out. The 10 hearts at the bottom of Roya's vision were instantly cleared. He didn't let out any screams. The moment he was hit, his body turned directly into a puff of white smoke, dissipating without a trace in the air. Not even a single drop of blood was left behind. A second of dead silence descended upon the entire battlefield. Karn froze in place, his face beneath his helmet distorted by extreme shock. Not even dust was left. Reduced to ashes. Whack! The Yumi is dead. The Yumi got smashed to pieces by me. The third orc warboss held its power claw high, emitting a howl of ecstatic joy. Tens of thousands of orcs around fell into a frenzy, roaring along with it. Political Commissar Silas turned pale, his hand holding the laser pistol trembling violently. Just at the moment when the Astra Militarum's morale was about to collapse. "So noisy." A somewhat impatient voice suddenly came from the position in the rear. Karn turned his head abruptly. There, right beside that incongruous red wool bed on the open ground where they had just set up their defense line, Roya stood completely unharmed. He was still wearing that deep blue power armor, without even a single scratch on his body. Karn's mouth opened slightly, his Adam's apple rolling violently, completely losing the ability to speak. Resurrection from the dead. And instantly respawned with full health. This phenomenon, which shattered the underlying logic of the material universe, dealt a devastating blow to the century-old worldview of the Space Marine. The damage from Warhammer monsters is truly outrageous. Roya rubbed his neck and casually pulled a brand new iron sword out of his inventory. He looked up at the orc warboss still reveling in the center of the battlefield, slightly bending his knees. Bang! The metal plate beneath his feet caved in. Roya transformed into a blue flash of lightning, instantly killing his way back to the battlefield. The orc warboss's laughter stopped abruptly. It widened its eyes, looking at Roya who had returned, its crude brain core directly crashing. First move. Roya spoke coldly, his iron sword thrusting upward from bottom to top, directly severing the warboss's right arm holding the power claw. Second move. The blade swept horizontally, smashing into its knee, and the massive body crashed to its knees. Third move. The iron sword slashed down. The orc warboss's huge head rolled to the ground, and its corpse flickered violently before turning into points of light. All 3 warbosses were completely wiped out. The Wyack field collapsed instantly. The tide of orcs that had been howling and yelling the previous second turned directly into a group of headless flies this second. Screams rose from all around, the Xenos dropped their weapons and fled frantically toward the depths of the ruins. A large number of orcs even began to hack and slash at each other directly in order to fight for escape routes. All forces attack. Leave none alive. Political Commissar Silas acutely seized the opportunity, raising his gun and shouting. The morale-boosted remnant forces of the Astra Militarum were like starved wolves out of their cages, pulling their triggers toward the routed orcs. Titus and Karn charged even deeper into the enemy formations, unleashing a one-sided slaughter. Roya stood in place, watching the experience points jumping at the bottom of his vision. Accompanied by continuous kills, the experience bar was finally full. The number jumped to 5. He lowered his head to look at the ground. Several clusters of purple shimmering light were floating right where the orc warboss's corpse had been. Roya reached out and grabbed them. Obtained, damaged bolter fragment *2. Description: collect 2 fragments to synthesize the bolter blueprint through the Book of Knowledge. Light flashed and the blueprint was automatically generated. Roya clicked open the panel. The recipe was very simple: 5 iron ingots, 1 gunpowder, 1 redstone dust. The item isn't expensive, but this thing needs bullets to go with it. Roya raised an eyebrow. My lord. Titus ran over carrying a blood-stained sword, extending his left hand. Resting quietly in his palm was a block-shaped ammunition model. I picked this up from that orc just now. Roya's eyes lit up as he took it. Obtained, bolter shell blueprint. Recipe: 1 iron ingot, 1 gunpowder, can synthesize 64 bolter shells. Well done, Titus. Roya put away the blueprint. Now everything was ready, leaving only the assembly line. Roya turned his head, locking his gaze on Political Commissar Silas, who was commanding soldiers to clean up the battlefield. 10,000 Astra Militarum soldiers were no small force. The commander had to be firmly tied to his chariot. He walked briskly toward Silas, and a golden prompt box popped up right on cue. The target meets the conversion conditions. Consume level 5 experience points to forcibly bind as a villager. Yes. Experience cleared. A glimmer of light visible only to Roya and Titus flashed past. A slowly rotating grass block icon popped up out of thin air above Silas's head. Silas's body stiffened, and he turned to look at Roya. The awe and sense of distance originally deep in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a fanaticism and sense of intimacy of absolute obedience. My lord. What are your instructions? Silas stood at attention and saluted. Karn, standing aside, watched Silas's reaction, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. Although he didn't know what had happened, he could feel that this political commissar had been blessed by some great power. Karn glanced at Roya and thought to himself, Emperor, is he an envoy sent by you? Silas, take some men to guard the witch mob grinder over there and collect the dropped redstone dust. Roya quickly issued instructions. Titus, follow me, we need to build a big project. The two walked toward an open passage deep in the ruins. Roya took out cobblestone and began building a tall tower. Titus, watch the structure. 22 blocks high, cross-shaped water flow, trapdoors placed in the 4 corners. Roya moved extremely fast, the blocks connecting into one piece in his hands. As a villager, Titus immediately grasped the intention, holding an iron pickaxe to help Roya carve out space. This was the most basic yet most efficient water flow mob grinder in MC. The enclosed space without any light sources would forcibly spawn MC monsters that the Warhammer layer could not touch: zombies, skeletons, and creepers. Half a day passed. A huge square stone tower rose abruptly from the underhive ruins. The hoppers and chests at the bottom of the tower had already been connected. Thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of falling water and the muffled thud of a fall, the first batch of monsters dropped into the execution pit. Roya and Titus stood at the bottom of the pit, waving iron swords to harvest them. The supplies in the chest began to increase rapidly. Rotten flesh, bones, string, and most importantly, gunpowder. With gunpowder, the military factory officially started production. Roya put down a few workbenches, his fingers flying. Iron ingots, gunpowder, and redstone dust combined. A dozen square-looking bolters dropped into his inventory. Next came a large number of bolter shells. Subsequently, Roya walked over to a resting Astra Militarum soldier nearby, and reached out to take the M36 Cantrell pattern loss gun from his hand. Amidst the soldier's stunned gaze, Roya smashed down with an iron pickaxe. The loss gun shattered, turning into fragments. Unlocked blueprint, M36 loss gun. Recipe: 1 iron ingot, 1 stick, 1 redstone dust. Roya's mouth curved upward. This cost was simply ridiculously low. Redstone dust and iron ingots were in ample supply, and sticks could be casually crafted from waste wood. He handed this matter over to Silas. Over the next few hours, Silas transformed into a ruthless assembly line machine. Over 1,000 brand new loss guns and mountains of bolter shells were synthesized. Just as Roya was preparing to plan the next defense line, Karn strode over from afar, his tactical visor flashing with excited green light. "My lord. Good news." Karn's voice was loud and clear. The communications soldier pieced together a short-range base array using a few abandoned devices, and we just received an encrypted frequency band from orbit. Roya patted the dust off his hands, made contact with the fleet. "Whose is it?" "It's a successor chapter of the Blood Angels." Karn clenched his fists, his tone carrying a trace of hope and excitement. Communication code name confirmed, it's the Lamenter's chapter. They are conducting an orbital drop toward these Underhive coordinates. The expression on Roya's face instantly froze. Hearing that there were space marines coming to support them, the surrounding Astra Militarum soldiers didn't know for a moment whether to cheer or grieve. But Roya's eyelid twitched wildly. The Lamenters. That cursed chapter that had terrible luck no matter what they did, and brought disaster wherever they went. How did the other party come all the way here across more than half of the Imperium's territory? This isn't good. Roya looked at the pitch-black dome overhead and sighed. With these guys coming, the orcs outside are probably going to get a super multiplier. Meanwhile, Foros, the chapter master of the Lamenter's chapter, was also completely dumbfounded. They were sailing in the warp when a burst of blue light flashed past, and then they were forcibly pushed all the way here by a warp storm. Chapter 8 Foros, borrowing something good from us weepers. Chapter 8 Foros, borrowing good stuff from us lamenters. Meanwhile, in the near-orbit space above the planet. Accompanying a violent surge of warp energy, a massive wound seemed to tear open in the originally pitch-black void, and a blinding blue light suddenly flashed. A small fleet was violently spat back into the real universe by the raging warp storm, like spitting out a seed. On the bridge of the flagship battle barge, the Mother of Tears, alarms blared continuously. Stabilize the Auspex readings. Report the damage of each ship. Malachim Foros, chapter master of the Lamenters, stabilized himself and loudly issued orders. Soon, various data poured in. Foros looked at the tactical screen, and let out a long sigh. The Lamenter's luck was as terrible as always. While navigating the warp in response to the Imperium's call for aid, they had encountered a rare warp storm without warning, and were forcefully blown all the way to this unfamiliar coordinate, completely off their planned course. Currently, the entire fleet had only one flagship battle barge, 4 strike cruisers, and a few small frigates left, with only a little over 400 space marines capable of entering combat. Chapter Master, we have received a faint Astra Militarum distress signal from the Hive City on the surface, bearing an encrypted Ultramarines frequency, the communications officer reported. No matter where this is, as long as the Emperor's subjects are bleeding, we cannot stand by and watch. Foros's gaze sharpened as he ordered directly, the fleet will remain in orbit for emergency repairs. First and second companies, drop to the surface with me immediately. Half an hour later, in the Underhive ruins of Hephaestus Hive. Several battle-scarred Thunderhawk gunships roared down onto the cleared metal clearing. As the assault ramp slammed down, Foros led the fully armed Lamenter's space marines as they strode out. They were painted in a striking bright yellow, with the chapter's emblem, a black and white checkerboard, and a bleeding heart, emblazoned on their left shoulder pads. But rather than space marines, they looked more like a band of scavengers. Their power armor was covered in dents, welded patches, and unremovable bloodstains, with many parts even cobbled together from different marks. At a glance, Foros spotted Khan and Titus standing in front of the Astra Militarum positions, along with the mysterious man standing right in the center, Roya. Foros's gaze froze instantly. Not only him, but all the veteran Lamenters behind him also stopped in unison, their breathing turning heavy. What kind of Ultramarines' power armor were those? The deep blue ceramite surfaces were as smooth as mirrors, reflecting the dim light of the Underhive. The golden Aquila insignias didn't have a single scratch, and the hum of the servomotors was as smooth as a soft hum. It was as if they had just been carefully carried out of the highest spec stasis vault on Mars, like sacred relics. Looking down at their own clattering scrap metal, worn out from a lack of supplies, an indescribable wave of bitterness welled up in the hearts of these yellow-painted space marines. Have the ultramarines become so wealthy nowadays? To wear brand new, factory-fresh god-tier gear just to fight a messy battle in the Underhive? Ultramarines, brother. Foros strode forward, suppressing the shock in his heart as he looked at Khan with a complex gaze. I am Foros, chapter master of the Lamenters. Although we don't know where the warp storm has swept us, we have come to reinforce you. Roya sized up this group of notoriously unlucky bastards in the Warhammer universe, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. These space marines were an incredibly massive elite fighting force. If he could integrate them into his own system, the greenskin tide outside would be of no concern at all. You've arrived just in time, Chapter Master Foros. Roya spoke up on his own initiative, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Your gear is too worn out. In a moment, I will have all of you re-equipped with brand new Mk7 Aquila power armor. As soon as these words were spoken, Foros froze completely. He looked at the strange man before him in disbelief, then at Khan, and spoke hesitantly, this. Brother, you might not have heard clearly. I mean, we have dropped over 400 people this time. 400 sets of brand new power armor. Just over 400 sets, yes, no problem. Roya waved his hand dismissively, cutting off Foros's doubts, and then turned to call out to Khan, explain it to them. Titus, Silas, follow me, it's time to work. With that, Roya turned and led the two toward the open ground behind them. The Lamenters left behind looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. 400 sets of brand new power armor. His casual tone made it sound as simple as handing out a can of grox to each of them. Cousin, what on earth is going on? Foros couldn't help but pull Khan aside and ask in a low voice. Have the Ultramarines literally crashed a logistics ship directly into the Hive City now? No, brother Foros. He is not an Ultramarine. Khan took a deep breath, his expression becoming incredibly solemn. Lord Roya is the Emperor's chosen. The power armor you saw just now was created by him out of thin air, right in front of my eyes. Created out of thin air. Foros gasped. In the Imperium, any technological creation required the prayers, anointing, and long, complex industrial assembly lines of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Creating things out of thin air. That sounded even more heretical than chaos sorcery. Foros immediately turned his gaze toward the chief librarian beside him, Calculize. His primary concern was chaos corruption. After all, the demons of the warp loved using tricks like conjuring benefits out of thin air to tempt mortals. Could these cousins have already fallen for it? Calculize closed his eyes, his psychic perception extending like tentacles toward the direction Roya had gone. A few seconds later, he snapped his eyes open, his body trembling slightly, not from fear but from sheer shock. Chapter Master. Calculize's voice was raspy as he shook his head slightly. There is no disgusting stench of chaos. Not only that, I cannot even sense a single ripple of the warp from where he walked. His existence carries an absolutely rigid, yet completely pure and sacred order. Hearing this, Foros's pupils contracted sharply. He turned to Khan, his voice dry. Cousin, is all of this true? Khan tapped the polished blue breastplate on his chest and gave a bitter laugh. I doubted it before too, but everything happening before my eyes forces me to believe. At this moment, all the Lamenters, as if by prior agreement, turned their gazes toward Roya. On the open ground, Roya had already set up several workbenches with 3x3 grids side by side. Titus and Silas, acting as bound villagers, were highly efficiently serving as assembly line porters. Silas fetched iron ingots and redstone dust from the collection chest of the mob grinder at the back and placed them in the chest next to the workbench. Titus then distributed these materials in fixed quantities. Roya stood before the workbench, his hands clicking rapidly on the 3x3 grid like a blur. Click. 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 Accompanied by extremely crisp sound effects that defied all laws of physics, piece after piece of deep blue gleaming ceramite parts appeared out of thin air in his inventory, which Roya then casually threw onto the ground. A mountain of brand new power armor parts quickly began to pile up on the open ground. While frantically clicking to craft, Roya couldn't help but rub his aching wrists, muttering, "I wonder if this cheat can load other mods. Having to manually craft power armor like this is just too unhealthy." Not far away, Foros and the veteran lamenters heard these words, and the corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably. Unhealthy. Too slow. If the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars knew that someone could craft a set of power armor in the blink of an eye and still complain about it being too slow, those half-man, half-machine ancestors would have had their brains short-circuit on the spot. In just one short hour, over 400 brand new sets of Mk7 Aquila power armor had been piled high. "All right, come over and equip yourselves." Roya clapped his hands and turned around. Looking at the mountain of power armor before him, Foros's breathing quickened. He strode in front of Roya, dropped to one knee with a thud, crossed his hands over his chest, and extremely solemnly performed the highest spec Aquila salute. "Lord Roya." Foros's voice carried an irrepressible fervor and gratitude. "Such divine grace, the Lamenter's chapter cannot repay even if we are ground to dust. From this moment on, we are willing to obey your command." The 400 lamenters behind him also knelt on one knee in unison, a deeply striking sight. "Rise, all of you. It is all for humanity, no need for these formalities." Roya nodded, accepting their fealty, and then his gaze turned serious. "Don't celebrate too early. The greenskins outside are vast in number, and there is a real war waiting for us ahead." Looking at these yellow-armored giants, Roya suddenly changed the subject, his eyes shining with a fiery light reserved for top-tier resources. "By the way, Chapter Master Foros. Let me ask you something, did your chapter bring any good stuff down with you? For example, Terminator power armor, a master-crafted power sword, or perhaps a plasma cannon?" Foros was taken aback. "My lord, what do you mean? Lend them to me." Roya conjured a blocky iron pickaxe out of thin air, a brilliant smile on his face. "Good stuff needs to be broken down for fragments. Once the blueprints are unlocked, I guarantee that in the future, every single one of you will be wearing Terminator armor to smash the greenskin skulls." Chapter 9, the ill-fated chapter lives up to its name. Foros's gaze swept over the mountain of power armor on the ground. He took a deep breath, looked solemnly at Roya, and nodded. "My lord, the Armory of the Mother of Tears currently preserves 2 intact sets of Indomitus pattern Terminator armor. I will immediately send brothers aboard a Thunderhawk gunship to retrieve them." The corners of Roya's mouth curled up. The Terminator blueprints were about to be in his hands. This was an absolute treasure in the Space Marine arsenal. Although some said this thing was incredibly fragile, and could be instantly shredded by genestealer claws, it did not diminish its power in the slightest. Just as Foros waved over a Vox operator to issue the order, chaotic and heavy footsteps echoed from the ruined passage behind the defensive line. An Astra Militarum scout scrambled into the clearing, his chest heaving violently, his voice hoarse and cracking. "Sir." "Orcs. Countless orcs." The scout swallowed hard and pointed toward the outer perimeter of the underhive, shouting, "This time, they're led by a mega-armored knob. He's almost as big as a dreadnought. And he's got dozens of orc war bosses with him." The air suddenly fell silent. Roya's mouth twitched. The previous wave of just 3 orc war bosses had almost flattened the Astra Militarum's defensive line. And now, a mega-armored knob that was infinitely close to a warlord had arrived, along with dozens of ordinary war bosses. Roya turned his head, his gaze staring directly at Foros's bright yellow power armor. The Lamenter's chapter. Wherever these space marines went, disaster followed. They had been on the ground for less than half a standard hour, and the orc forces had already multiplied exponentially. Their metaphysical bad luck was completely confirmed today. Noticing Roya's strange look, Foros felt his cheeks burn slightly. As the chapter master, he was well aware of how terrible his brother's luck was. Wherever they went to support, the battlefield situation would instantly deteriorate. This had already become an inescapable shadow over the Lamenters. Foros took a step forward and drew the power sword from his waist, attempting to save the situation. "My lord, leave that mega-armored knob to me. Once the Terminator armor arrives, I will immediately equip it, and with the aid of Brother Calculise's psychic powers, slay him. You only need to oversee the rear." "No." Roya refused without a second thought. There were only 2 sets of Terminator armor in total, and he wanted to go head-to-head with a mega-armored knob. If a piece of the armor got smashed and the dropped items weren't enough to complete the blueprint, where would he go to craft the Terminator blueprints under these circumstances? Roya pointed at Foros's breastplate and said sternly, "You will change into your new equipment right here. That mega-armored knob is my target. No one is allowed to interfere." With that, Roya flipped his wrist. A blocky, pixelated iron sword appeared in his hand. Foros froze in place. Did this lord intend to solo a mega-armored knob with a crude, square piece of iron? Roya ignored everyone's astonishment. He turned and strode toward the front lines. With his spawn point right behind him, his hunger bar full, and his health bar maxed out. He didn't need defense at all. At the end of the passage, a deafening battle cry had already reached the defensive line. Whack! The sound waves shook rust off the ceiling. The metal floor vibrated violently. A monster over 4 meters tall smashed through the abandoned pipes ahead, and stepped onto the battlefield. It was covered in thick, pieced-together steel plates, its right hand equipped with a roaring, oversized power claw, and its left hand carrying a crude firearm modified from 4 linked heavy bolters. This was the mega-armored knob. Behind it, a dense black tide of orc boys surged out like a flood. Dozens of massive orc warbosses were mixed among them, their eyes glowing red. And behind them were thousands more orc boys. The mega-armored knob immediately spotted Roya standing at the very front of the defensive line. "Humi! Crush!" The mega-armored knob roared, the firearm in its left hand spitting a half-meter-long tongue of fire. A torrential rain of bullets swept across the position. Instead of retreating, Roya advanced. Harnessing the power of his power armor's legs, he cracked the adamantium floor beneath his feet. He charged into the hail of bullets, completely ignoring the heavy bolter rounds striking his body. At the edge of his vision, the red heart health bar occasionally flashed and depleted as he took damage, but it was instantly restored to full health by his maxed-out hunger bar. The distance between them closed. The mega-armored knob raised its massive power claw, tearing through the air with crackling blue force field arcs, and slammed it down toward Roya's head. Roya gripped the hilt of the iron sword with both hands, channeled power from his waist, and swung violently upward. There was no technique to this strike. It was a pure, full-force upward swing. Bang! An incredibly dull collision sound exploded. The iron sword clashed with the power claw. The mega-armored knob's originally ferocious expression instantly froze. A terrifying force, completely defying the laws of physics, surged back up through the power claw. This absolute, monstrous strength poured into the mega-armored knob without reservation. The mega-armored knob's massive body was forced back 3 steps by this single strike. The thick veins on its arms burst one after another, spraying blood. "Is that it?" Roya sneered, stepping forward and slashing the iron sword 3 times in succession against the opponent's chest. Asterisk thud. Thud. Thud, asterisk. 3 dull thuds echoed. A strange red light flashed across the mega-armored knob's heavy armor. It stumbled backward repeatedly, completely unable to maintain its footing. At the rear position. Having finished changing his gear, Foros stood behind the barricade, holding his bolter, his gaze locked onto Roya. As he watched Roya's fighting style, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. "Brother Khan," Foros said in a lowered voice. This lord's swordsmanship. Is it a bit too straightforward? Khan raised his chain's sword to saw through an orc boy charging at him, wiped the blood from his visor, and nodded vigorously in response. It's hard to describe. The lord is suppressing the Xenos entirely through bottomless brute strength. There are no tactical movements, no footwork coordination. Titus chimed in from the side. I think we should find a battle brother skilled in swordsmanship to instruct Lord Roya later. Everyone nodded in agreement. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying a swordsmanship proficient, immensely powerful Roya would be. In the center of the battlefield, the mega-armored Nob was completely dazed by Roya's onslaught. The monstrous strength and armor it took pride in were utterly useless against this Hume swinging a piece of iron around. It tried to fight back, but Roya swung his sword incredibly fast, and the force behind each strike was absurdly massive. Whack! The mega-armored Nob grew completely desperate. Giving up on defense entirely, it swept its power claw outward, intending to trade blow for blow. Roya didn't dodge at all. The iron sword stabbed straight toward the mega-armored Nob's face. The power claw slammed into Roya's waist. 4 red hearts dropped. The iron sword pierced the mega-armored Nob's eye socket. Bang! A red light flashed violently. The mega-armored Nob let out a shrill scream, its massive body falling backward. Over 400 Lamenter's Space Marines had now fully equipped their brand new Mk7 Aquila power armor. For a long time, this chapter had suffered from a severe lack of supplies. To protect their patched-up, battered power armor, they had often been held back in battle. But that was no longer necessary. That lord had promised that if their equipment broke, they could simply replace it with new ones. For the Emperor. For the Lord. Phoros roared his battle cry. 400 giants clad in brand new, no longer worried about armor damage, they crashed directly into the ranks of the orc warbosses. Chain's words roared frantically, and bolters fired at point-blank range. The physical advantage the orc warbosses took pride in collapsed instantly before the Space Marines, who were now completely cutting loose. The Astra Militarum position had transformed even more dramatically. The old, worn-out firearms that were on the verge of running out of power were discarded. Those Astra Militarum soldiers holding brand-new M36 Loss guns were filled with high morale. Dazzling red laser beams formed an impenetrable wall of light. The charging orc boys fell in droves. Khan took the lead, his chain's word shredding 3 orcs in a single breath. He listened to the continuous roar of bolters and sweeping lasers behind him, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is the first time in hundreds of years I've ever fought a battle with such abundant resources. Khan roared, charging once more into the orc tide. Chapter 10 is resolved, and fragments of a Chimera troop transport vehicle have been discovered. Chapter 10, resolved, dropping Chimera transport shards. Roya's clash with the mega-armored Nob reached a fever pitch. The mega-armored Nob's massive body was a pure killing machine. The twin-linked heavy bolter in its left hand stopped firing, and the roaring, oversized power claw in its right hand whipped up a fierce wind, smashing down toward Roya's head. Roya gripped the iron sword with both hands and swung upward to parry the power claw. Clang! The metallic clash exploded, sending a visible shockwave rippling outward. Several nearby orc boys were knocked off their feet by the blast. The metal floor beneath Roya's feet caved in over a wide area. This mega-armored Nob's monstrous strength far exceeded that of the ordinary Nobs from before. The two forces locked in a stalemate for half a second. With a wild roar, the mega-armored Nob put its waist muscles to work, sweeping its thick left arm violently across. The scrap metal armor plate hanging from its arm smashed heavily toward Roya's ribs. Roya did not retreat. He chose to take the blow with his body, using the momentum to thrust the iron sword in his right hand toward the mega-armored Nob's throat. Thud. The scrap metal armor plate slammed into Roya. The deep blue ceramite power armor was undamaged, but the remaining 3 red hearts at the bottom of Roya's subjective vision instantly dropped to 0. Roya's body froze. The iron sword was only an inch away from the mega-armored Nob's throat. The next second, white smoke billowed up. Roya, along with the power armor on his body, and the iron sword in his hand, dissipated directly into the air. Not a single drop of blood or severed limb was left on the ground. The mun had completely evaporated. The mega-armored knob froze in place. Maintaining its arm-swinging posture, it stared at the empty space ahead. Its primitive brain could not process what had just happened. It hadn't smashed the Humi into mincemeat, so how was the Humi gone? However, this confusion lasted only for a brief moment. Savage instinct quickly overwhelmed its thoughts. Whack! The mega-armored knob raised its crackling power claw high, tilting its massive head back to roar, Humi is dead. I'm the strongest. At the rear of the defense line, Foros held his bolter, his eyes wide in disbelief. He watched with his own eyes as the Lord, who had casually created 400 sets of power armor, vanished into nothingness under the mega-armored knob's attack. Foros's heart clenched violently. Chapter Master Foros, continue firing. Hold the line. Khan's voice rang out in the communication channel, his tone steady. The Ultramarines veteran's chains word roared, slicing a charging orc in half at the waist without him even turning his head. That lord will be fine, Khan added. Foros stopped in his tracks, his face filled with bewilderment. The mun was blown to smithereens with not even ashes left, and he says he'll be fine. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Foros caught a glimmer of light flashing at the rear of the defense line. He turned his head quickly. Beside the red wool bed placed in the open space, Roya stood completely unharmed. His deep blue power armor gleamed, and he held a brand new iron sword in his hand. Roya cracked his neck, exerted force with his legs, shattered the metal floor once more, and charged into the center of the battlefield like a streak of blue light. Foros was completely dumbfounded. Resurrected. And returning to the battlefield in perfect condition in the blink of an eye. He immediately turned to look at Chief Librarian Calculize beside him. This scene, which defied all common sense, could only evoke thoughts of the evil god's tricks in the warp, playing with life and death. Calculize did not open his eyes. He raised his right hand, and several dazzling arcs of psychic lightning erupted from his palm. A dozen Gretchen in the shadows ahead, preparing to ambush the Astra Militarum line, were struck by the lightning and instantly turned to ash. Chapter Master Calculize opened his eyes, his gaze clear. There is no chaos corruption on that lord. Foros let out a long breath. As long as it wasn't heresy, this power was a supreme grace bestowed by the Emperor. He leveled his bolter and pulled the trigger, the round precisely shattering the skull of an orc boy. In the center of the battlefield, Roya slammed into the mega-armored knob once more. Take this. Roya barked coldly, his iron sword hacking heavily onto the mega-armored knob's power claw. Seeing Roya return from the dead, the mega-armored knob's eyes nearly popped out of its head. It roared and swung its power claw to meet the blow. Clang! 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 The two sides once again engaged in a straightforward, no-frills exchange of blows. The previous exchange had already heavily drained the mega-armored knob's stamina. Its heavy scrap metal armor had now become a burden, its breathing grew extremely heavy, and sweat poured down the lines of its skin. Roya, however, had resurrected in perfect condition, his strength and speed at their absolute peak. His iron sword rained down like a torrent, utterly suppressing the mega-armored knob. Forced backward repeatedly, the mega-armored knob left a trail of deep craters in the metal floor beneath its feet. You Humi got strength, the mega-armored knob roared, protecting its head and chest with its power claw, its bloodshot eyes glaring intently at Roya. I'm gonna chop off your head and hang it on me belt. The mega-armored knob prepared to gather its strength for a counterattack. Roya gave it absolutely no such opportunity. He held his sword in his right hand to block the power claw. With a flick of his left wrist, his mind accessed the inventory. A bolter materialized out of thin air in his left hand. The pitch-black muzzle pressed directly against the mega-armored knob's chest. Staring at the suddenly appearing bolter, a flash of panic crossed the mega-armored knob's eyes. It opened its tusk-filled mouth and snarled, "You hew me real sneaky." A cold sneer played at the corner of Roya's mouth. His index finger squeezed the trigger all the way down. Bang! 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 A deafening roar erupted at point-blank range. The muzzle spat out dazzling tongues of fire. The mega-armored knob's thick scrap metal armor rapidly shattered under the continuous bombardment of bolt shells. The large-caliber rounds tore through its skin, burrowed into its muscles, and detonated one after another inside its chest cavity. Blood, bone fragments, and bits of viscera sprayed from its back, splashing all over the ground. The magazine ran empty, yet the firepower output did not pause for even a fraction of a second. A sensible bolter knows how to steal bolt shells from the warp on its own. Roya wore a faint smile. The mega-armored knob's agonized screams were drowned out by the gunfire. Its massive body shuddered violently under the relentless kinetic impact, rendering it completely unable to mount any counterattack. Within a few short seconds, this once insufferable orc monster's chest cavity was completely riddled into a hollow honeycomb. Roya released the trigger. The light faded from the mega-armored knob's eyes, and its massive body tilted backward, crashing onto the metal floor with a resounding boom. The corpse flashed violently with an eerie red light. The white smoke dissipated. The WAAC field core collapsed. Sensing that their knob had fallen, the fanaticism in the surrounding orc boys' eyes instantly vanished, and they screamed as they turned and fled into the depths of the ruins. Roya stowed his bolter, his gaze falling upon the spot where the mega-armored knob's corpse had vanished. Two metal shards gleaming with a deep green luster and carrying track-like textures were hovering in midair. They rotated slowly, emitting an enticing purple glimmer. Roya strode forward and reached out to grab them. A crisp sound effect chimed in his mind. The shards vanished, slipping into his inventory. Obtained, damaged Chimera APC shard *2. Roya brought up the interface of the Book of Knowledge. A new message surfaced. Description: collect 5 shards of this type to synthesize the Chimera APC manufacturing blueprint /. Once unlocked, it can be mass-produced through the workbench by consuming materials. Roya exited the interface, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. As long as he found a few more powerful orcs to farm materials, the Chimera transport blueprint should be resolved very quickly. Furthermore, he might even be able to farm blueprints for the Lehman Russ battle tank, or even Titans in the future. A production line that the Adeptus Mechanicus would need to pray over for a century just to activate required only a few workbenches and a pile of scrap metal for him. The orc army ahead had descended into a total rout. Led by Foros, the 400 newly equipped Lamenter's Space Marines formed an assault formation, launching a one-sided slaughter among the routed forces. The red lights on the Astra Militarum line merged into a single sheet as Losguns ruthlessly harvested the lives of the orcs. The battle was decided. Roya turned and walked back to his side's position. Just then, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from the dark corridor behind. Silas, the political commissar of the Astra Militarum 318th Regiment, ran quickly out of the corridor, his face terribly grim. Behind him followed 2 messengers with tattered uniforms and covered in mud. The 2 soldiers panted heavily, their eyes filled with utter terror. "My lord." Silas strode up to Roya, skipping any pleasantries and cutting straight to the point. "The situation has changed." Roya stopped in his tracks. Khan also walked over, carrying his dripping chain's word. Noticing the activity here, Foros gestured for his company to continue the pursuit from afar and turned back himself. "Speak," Roya said. "All 3 of our outer sentry squads have lost contact." Silas swallowed hard, his voice tight. "In the last communication recording we received, there were no orc battle cries. The scouts managed to capture some footage." Chapter 11: Traces of Nurgle, Terminator Power Armor. Silas took the device from the signalman and pressed the play button. The video shook violently, clearly recorded in extreme panic by a scout. Beside the poisonous puddle deep in the Underhive ruins, there was no sign of the greenskins, replaced instead by a group of staggering humanoid creatures. Their uniforms had long rotted into tattered rags, their abdomens were bloated, and intestines along with dark yellow pus dragged across the ground. Unarmed, they merely held their mutilated mouths open, letting out muffled, indistinct grunts. At the edge of the screen, the corpse of an orc boy was tackled by several walking corpses. Within just a few seconds, the sturdy green body began to blacken and rot, sprouting nauseating poisonous mushrooms. Silas paused the video, looked up at Roya, his voice dry and raspy, "My lord. They are Nurgle's plague zombies. Their numbers are immense, spreading upward through the lower conduits." Roya stared at the bloated corpses in the projection, his brows knitted tightly. The minions of Nurgle, the Chaos God. Once Nurgle's plague spread, the civilian shelter housing 5 million people behind them would turn into a living hell in an instant. Other parts of this planet would fall as well, completely overrun by Nurgle. Fortunately, they had encountered him. Things just got lively. Roya turned off the projection. "Foros, immediately send your men back to orbit and bring down those 2 sets of Terminator power armor. Make it fast." Foros did not hesitate for a second, turning to gesture to the signalman beside him. Several Lamenter's space marines quickly ran toward the Thunderhawk gunship at the rear. Roya pulled back his gaze, focusing on the status bar at the bottom of his vision. After the slaughter of the Greenskin army just now, the green experience number had securely settled at 12. Converting a villager required 5 levels of experience, which was currently enough to convert 2 people. Roya raised his head, scanning back and forth between Khan and Foros. Of these 2, one was a veteran sergeant of the Ultramarines, and the other was a Space Marine chapter master. Both were highly valuable, high-tier combatants. "Khan, Foros," Roya spoke, his voice echoing in the hollow passage. "You have witnessed this power. Now, I ask you, are you willing to receive the divine blessing of the Emperor?" To save himself the trouble of explaining, Roya decisively pinned the credit onto the Master of Terra upon the Golden Throne. Hearing this, Khan showed not a shred of hesitation. He slammed his right fist against his chestplate and dropped to one knee. "My honor, my lord. The Ultramarines stand ready to sacrifice everything for the Emperor." Foros, however, froze in place. He looked at Roya and involuntarily lowered his head. The several Lamenter's veterans around him also bowed their heads unconsciously, their hands gripping their bolters trembling slightly. Pessimism, lack of confidence, and even a deep-seated feeling of inferiority permeated among these Space Marines. Ever since their founding, the Lamenters had endured far too many betrayals, disasters, and desperate struggles facing total annihilation. They always harbored the noblest intentions to rescue mortals, yet what they received in return was often suspicion and even more tragic sacrifices. "My lord," Foros said in a low voice laden with barely concealed bitterness, "the Lamenters are a cursed chapter. Wherever we go, we bring misfortune. This sacred blessing. Am I truly worthy of it? Are we truly worthy?" Looking at the battle-worn chapter master before him, a strange emotion flickered through Roya's heart. Stepping forward, he looked straight into Foros's eyes, his tone firm. "Listen to me, Foros. Your sacrifices, every drop of blood you've shed, every bullet you've blocked for civilians, the man sitting on the throne has been watching all along. He has never abandoned you. He is deeply pleased with everything you have done." Those words detonated in the air of the Underhive. Within the ranks of the Lamenters, a dead silence fell. A few seconds later, a Lamenter's veteran's shoulders began to twitch violently, and a warm drop of liquid slid from the eye lens beneath his helmet. Then a second and a third. These Astartes battle brothers, who remained unblinking on meat grinder battlefields and never retreated a single step before Xenos, broke down completely before this simple sentence. Foros's throat bobbed. He violently yanked off his helmet, revealing a face covered in scars and tear tracks. He dropped heavily to one knee. "My lord, I am willing." Roya issued the command in his mind. "Consume 10 experience levels. Conversion targets, Khan, Foros." A crisp system sound effect echoed in Roya's mind. The experience bar instantly dropped down to 2. The instant the experience was deducted, a blinding surge of golden light burst forth from within Roya once more. Sacred and domineering, this radiance unreasonably repelled all foulness and chill in the surroundings. The warm light bathed every Lamenter's space marine, dispelling the haze that had lingered in their hearts for years. I knew Huang Pizzi was watching me. Sensing the lighting effects inside him, Roya cursed inwardly. The one on the golden throne was clearly playing along again, freeloading on the dramatic impact brought by his system conversion. The light faded. As the two stood up, they felt the world before their eyes had undergone a subtle change. A neat grid overlay appeared across their vision, and when they looked at Roya, a sense of absolute, heartfelt obedience and intimacy surpassed even their instinctive reverence for their respective primarchs. Titus, Roya waved his hand over. Take Khan and Foros to the mob grinder at the back. Teach them how to check drops and how to use the workbench. As you command, my lord. Titus strode over. As the earliest villager in these ruins aside from Roya, he actually felt a strange sense of pride in showing the newcomers the ropes. Especially since one was a veteran of his own chapter, and the other was a chapter master from a cousin chapter. Titus led Khan and Foros over to a workbench. Pulling several wooden planks from his hidden inventory, he quickly arranged them before the two officers. Sirs, look closely. This is a crafting recipe. As Titus spoke, he arranged the wooden planks into a specific shape. Clack, a blocky wooden pickaxe appeared out of thin air on the workbench. Khan and Foros widened their eyes. They reached out, touching the tool that defied all mechanical principles and had materialized from nothing, feeling as though their brains had been washed over by a warp storm. This doesn't require prayers. No sacred unguents to appease the machine spirit. Foros held the wooden pickaxe, his voice trembling. Not at all, Titus said solemnly. So long as you have enough materials and place them in the correct grid slots. As my lord said, this is an absolute rule. Afterward, Titus demonstrated how to place blocks, and how to use water streams to direct the flow of mobs. The two battle-hardened space marines were like schoolboys who had just entered a classroom, staring intently at Titus's every move for fear of missing a single detail that defied common sense. Half an hour later, the roar of an engine came from the breach in the ceiling. A Thunderhawk gunship flew through the dense industrial smog and landed smoothly in the clearing. The hatch opened and several Lamenter's space marines joined forces to carry two giant metal storage crates down the ramp. Following behind them was a cyborg draped in red robes, bristling with cables and servo arms. It was Cape Town 3, the tech priest of the Lamenter's chapter. Cape Town 3's optic lenses flickered with vigilant red light, and his mechanical vocalizer emitted a cold, raspy voice. Chapter Master, the Indomitus Pattern Terminator armor has arrived. Although these two sets of sacred armor are severely damaged, their machine spirits remain resilient. I will need to construct an altar and perform a 2-week restoration ritual. The storage crates were opened. Two immensely massive, heavy sets of gray armor lay quietly inside. Though their surfaces were covered in bullet marks and scorches, with even a large section of plasteel plating pitted from corrosion, the oppressive aura unique to Terminators was still suffocating. Roya strode forward, his eyes locking directly onto the two sets of battered heavy armor. My lord, these are the treasures we wish to present to you. Foros walked to Roya's side, his tone respectful. Roya nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a brand-new iron pickaxe appeared out of thin air in his hand. Tech Priest Cape Town 3 stared at the blocky iron pickaxe in Roya's hand, his optic lenses flickering wildly. In this mortal who possessed no neural port implants whatsoever, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Roya didn't waste words. He walked up to the first crate, raised his iron pickaxe, aimed at the tattered Terminator chest plate, and swung down hard. Clang! A crisp metallic strike rang out. On the ceramite surface of the Terminator armor, a bizarre layer of black grid-like cracks instantly flared up. Stop! Cape Town 3's synthesized electronic voice pitched up sharply, filled with extreme terror and fury. You are desecrating a sacred creation of the machine god. You are murdering the machine spirit. The tech priest pushed off with his mechanical legs, preparing to rush forward and fight Roya to the death. To the Adeptus Mechanicus, destroying a relic of technology was a crime 10 times worse than murder. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a massive hand clad in deep blue power armor firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Chief Librarian Calculize of the Lamenters stepped in front of the tech priest. His eyes gleamed with a deep blue psychic light, and his tone was unnaturally calm. Tech priest Cape Town, put away your weapon. Watch. He is destroying the Terminator armor. That is our chapter's last legacy. Cape Town, 3 struggled wildly. Asterisk thump. Thump. Thump, asterisk completely ignoring the commotion behind him, Roya accelerated his swings. With one final heavy blow. Pop. A bizarre, crisp sound effect devoid of any metallic quality echoed out. Under the gaze of Cape Town 3's nearly overloading mechanical sensors, that Terminator power armor, a pinnacle of Imperial technology, instantly turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished into thin air. Not even a single screw was left behind. The tech priest's mechanical jaw dropped completely, his red electronic eyes freezing as if crashed. In midair, 3 square fragments glinting with an off-white metallic luster and shimmering with faint purple light slowly rotated, floating right in front of Roya. P.S. Contract signed successfully. I'm in a much better mood now after being stuck for a whole day. 12 Chapter 12 Milk that cures all diseases. Chapter 12, Milk that cures all ailments. Roya reached out and grabbed, and 3 fragments shimmering with a grayish-white luster fell into his hidden inventory. The crisp system prompt echoed in his mind. He immediately focused his mind and brought up the interface of the Book of Knowledge. His gaze swept over the newly lit entry, and a piece of descriptive text clearly emerged. Indomitus Pattern Terminator Armor Fragment, collect 5 to synthesize a manufacturing blueprint. Roya exited the interface without a moment of hesitation, turned around, and strode toward the second metal storage box. 01001000. 01100101. Cape Town 3's mechanical vocoder suddenly erupted with an extremely sharp and harsh noise. This military chaplain of the Lamenters chapter completely lost control. The 2 servomechanical arms behind him waved wildly, and his metal prosthetic limbs stomped heavy sounds onto the adamantium floor. You heretic who blasphemes the machine god. You are destroying the gift of the Omnisia. Cape Town 3 roared hysterically, the red light in his electronic eyes glowing so brightly it was almost bleeding. Roya didn't even glance at him, lifting the cubic iron pickaxe high in his hand. Stop him. Calculize. This will invite divine punishment. Cape Town 3 tried to break through the librarian's obstruction. Bang. Roya smashed a pickaxe down onto the second set of shattered Terminator power armor. Familiar black grid cracks instantly crawled all over the thick plasteel surface. With a strange pop sound, this heavy armor carrying countless glories and history turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. 2 grayish-white fragments floated in midair, slowly spinning. Roya reached out and scooped them up. Inside the inventory, the 5 fragments automatically assembled, and with a flash of light, they turned into a parchment icon with dark golden patterns. Acquired, Indomitus Pattern Terminator Armor Manufacturing Blueprint. Roya immediately clicked open the recipe details. The interface showed that the arrangement of the Terminator was basically the same as ordinary power armor, with the only change being the center position of the chest plate, and the middle position of the top row of the greaves. The slots that originally required iron ingots now became iron block. 9 iron ingots synthesize 1 iron block. A set of Terminators consumes 16 more iron blocks than ordinary power armor. This small consumption was merely a drop in the bucket. Roya backhanded a workbench out. He walked up to the workbench, his mind mobilizing the inventory, and iron ingots, iron blocks, and redstone dust rearranged themselves like flowing water within the 3x3 grid. Click. The first piece of equipment was formed. Roya threw it directly onto the ground, followed by the second and third pieces. In a mere 10 seconds, 5 heavy, massive, and suffocatingly grayish-white metallic-lustered armor parts were neatly stacked in the open space. That was the Indomitus pattern Terminator armor. There were no scratches on the surface, no weld seams from thousands of years of patch-ups, and the servomotor interfaces were as brand new as if they had just been born from the core furnace of a forge world. The open space was dead silent. Cape Town 3, who was frantically outputting binary curses, abruptly stopped his voice. His mechanical jaw made a slight bearing friction sound due to being opened too wide. His red electronic eyes locked onto the armor on the ground, and his scanner emitted several beams of light, scanning back and forth across the armor's surface. By the machine god above. Cape Town 3's synthesized voice began to tremble violently. Roya ignored the chaplain's shock. He stepped forward and applied the Terminator parts on the ground directly onto his body. A flash of light passed. Roya's originally worn dark blue ordinary power armor was replaced and put into the inventory. Replacing it was an extremely terrifying set of heavy armor. The towering shoulder guards and exaggeratedly thick plasteel chestplate made him look like a mobile iron fortress as a whole. In the common sense of the Warhammer universe, mortals simply cannot bear the weight of a Terminator. Even space marines who have completed full augmentation would sacrifice a lot of flexibility wearing it, only serving as a powerful assault weapon for position warfare. However, this had no effect on Roya at all. He casually twisted his waist, raised his thick steel arms, and threw 2 straight punches into thin air. The wind of his fists howled, tearing the air. Under the forced adjudication of MC rules, he only gained the ridiculously high armor value of this divine gear, and the weight penalty was completely wiped out. Now everyone can change equipment. Roya said at this moment. My lord, it is unrealistic for everyone to change equipment. Calculize quickly calmed down and gave a professional judgment. Without your divine grace's protection, ordinary brothers will still have their tactical mobility affected by the weight of the Terminators. But we can select the most elite close combat veterans to form an absolute assault spearhead. Feasible, you can pick suitable candidates later. Roya thought to himself that they were still short of people. They needed to build more mob grinders. Thud. Without any warning, Cape Town 3's double knees smashed heavily onto the floor. His upper body prostrated completely on the ground, his metal prosthetic limbs making a harsh friction sound. 010110001 011000101 011100011. Cape Town 3 raised his head, frantically blurting out a series of rapid binary codes from his mouth, his voice permeated with extreme fanaticism and piety. Roya listened and frowned directly. Calculize, what is he mumbling about? Calculize gave a weird dry cough and translated, my lord. The chaplain means, you are the Omniscia, the living incarnation of the machine god. He asks for your forgiveness for his previous stupidity and blasphemy, and requests to serve by your side for generation after generation, wiping the sacred creation for you. A faint smile was pulled at the corner of Roya's mouth. He looked down at the cyborg kneeling on the ground, his tone flat, get up. I am not short of people who kowtow here, but people who work. Since you want to serve, stay and contribute effort. Praise the Omniscia. Praise your mercy. Cape Town 3 was so excited that engine oil leaked out. Roya didn't waste any more time. He turned his head to look behind him. Titus, Silas, Con, Foros. Come over here. The 4 quickly gathered. Nurgle's plague zombies are spreading upward. Conventional firepower cannot suppress those disgusting things. We need stronger hard assault capabilities. Roya spoke extremely fast. Titus, Silas, you continue to keep a close eye on the mob grinder and witch tower, and transport all produced iron ingots and redstone into the container here. Con, you are responsible for organizing the Astra Militarum and knocking down all usable scrap metal pipelines in this ruin. Foros, make Indomitus pattern Terminator armor with me. As you command, my lord. Several people acknowledged the order in unison, and immediately turned around to put themselves into operation. Roya looked at Calculize. You go pick people from the chapter. Pick those veterans with the strongest physical fitness, who can control the Terminators. Calculize performed an Aquila sign and strode away. Resources poured in steadily. Roya first taught Foros, and once he learned, the two went all out to work. The click sounds were endless. Piece by piece of heavy grayish-white armor was rapidly synthesized, piling up like a mountain. In just over 10 minutes. At this time, Calculize selected 80 Lamenter's veterans from the chapter. Looking at the brand new Terminator armor all over the ground, burning flames of fanaticism danced in their eyes. Their Lamenter's chapter had never been so wealthy before. Assisted by Cape Town, 3 and several tech marines, this group of weathered elites quickly completed their equipment change. 80 sets of Indomitus pattern Terminator armor, holding bolters and power fists, stood quietly in front of Roya like an insurmountable iron city wall. The sense of oppression brought by their massive bodies was enough to make any enemy shudder in fear. Cape Town, 3 stood aside, the red light in his electronic eyes flickering violently, chanting binary hymns non-stop in his mouth. Roya looked at this troop with satisfaction. With this heavy assault spearhead, flattening this underhive was definitely not a problem. But his brow did not completely unknit. Nurgle's plague. This was the trickiest trouble. As long as the flesh and blood of the Astra Militarum touched a trace of corruption, they would instantly turn into walking corpses. Roya turned around, his gaze sweeping across the dim depths of the ruins. Suddenly, his gaze stopped beside a metal platform at the edge of the toxic pool. There appeared out of thin air a patch of extremely discordant shimmer. As the light dissipated, a square-headed, black and white pixel-patched creature was slowly stepping on the rust-covered deck. It lowered its square head, sniffed at the deadly industrial waste liquid beside it, and then casually let out a long cry. Moo! Roya's pupils shrank violently, and his heart skipped half a beat. A cow spawned right in his face. His luck had exploded. In the underlying rules of MC, no matter what deadly poison you are hit with, what negative status you get, even Wither's death erosion, as long as you drink a bucket of milk, all poison effects are instantly cleared. Just what I needed. Roya grinned and smiled silently. With a flip of his wrist, an empty iron bucket appeared out of thin air in his palm. Carrying the iron bucket, he took heavy steps wrapped in the Terminator armor and strode towards that cow. Chapter 13, A Dreadnought Fragment Dropped. Holding an iron bucket, Roya walked up to the black and white square cow, and aimed the bucket directly at its belly. With a thought. Pop! A crisp sound effect rang out, and the empty iron bucket instantly became full. A bucket of pure white, translucent milk with a faint milky fragrance landed in Roya's inventory. With this, Nurgle's plague is nothing to fear. A satisfied smile touched the corner of Roya's mouth, but then his brows furrowed slightly. However, one bucket isn't enough. If I want a steady supply of milk, I'll need to build a pasture. To breed cows, I need to feed them wheat, but in this barren underhive, where am I going to get dirt and grass seeds? Just as Roya was pondering how to kick off the agricultural era, a deafening war cry interrupted his thoughts. Whack! Waves of furious sound swept in once more from the depths of the underhive ruins. The greenskins were back. This time, however, Roya didn't even need to step forward with sword in hand himself. For the Emperor. For that lord. Accompanied by a roar from Karn and Chapter Master Foros, the Lamenter's chapter, no longer what they once were, charged forward to meet the enemy. 80 elite veterans clad in off-white Indomitus pattern Terminator armor slammed straight into the tide of greenskins like an impassable wall of steel. Closely following them were over 300 Space Marines clad in brand-new Mk7 Aquila power armor. Free from their past stinginess and fear of damaging their gear, this group of Space Marines, long labeled as unlucky, burst forth with terrifying destructive power. The roaring of the bolters merged into an airtight thunderstorm. In the rear positions, villagers like Titus and Silas were crafting bolt shells like emotionless assembly line machines. The front lines had a virtually infinite ammo supply. The charge the greenskins took pride in ground to a complete halt before the absolute web of firepower and the absurd armor of the Terminators. Swaths of orc boys fell like harvested wheat, their dark green blood gathering into rivers. Standing in the rear, Roya saw the experience bar at the bottom of his vision surging at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ding, ding, ding. Crisp sound effects of absorbing experience rang out continuously in his head. The greenskins slaughtered by Karn and Foros, who were bound as villagers by the system, contributed massive amounts of experience points, supplemented by the EXP from the mob spawner tower and witch tower. In just over 10 minutes, Roya's experience skyrocketed, coming to a steady halt at level 25. Huge profit. A sharp gleam flashed in Roya's eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and walked toward the Astra Militarum formation, scanning them with a sharp gaze before pointing out 5 veterans who looked the most experienced and nimble. "You 5, step forward." Roya issued the command in his mind, consuming 25 levels of experience in one go. Dazzling, divine golden light erupted from inside Roya once more, enveloping the 5 mortal veterans. As the light faded, icons of slowly rotating dirt blocks appeared out of thin air above their heads. Instantly, an expression of absolute fanaticism and obedience to Roya filled their eyes. "My lord. Please give your orders." The 5 saluted in unison. "Take over for Titus and Silas, and craft ammo relentlessly according to the recipe." Roya pointed to the row of workbenches behind them, then turned and shouted at Titus and the others who were hauling bricks. "Titus, Silas. Stop what you're doing. Get to the front lines. Don't waste such a great opportunity to farm EXP on logistics." "As you command, Lord." Titus had long been unable to hold back. Wearing his Terminator armor and drawing his iron sword, he pounced into the battlefield like a tiger released from its cage. Roya cracked his neck and gripped the iron sword in his hand. "I should step in and stretch my legs too." Roya strode into the battlefield. At that moment, a dull mechanical roar resounded from the rear of the greenskin horde. An enormously bulky mega-armored knob, draped in heavy scrap metal armor, stepped forward with earth-shattering strides. But what made Roya's gaze instantly grow solemn were the 4 hunks of metal accompanying the mega-armored knob. 3 of them were cylindrical, small bipedal walkers wielding buzzsaws and heavy machine guns. Killer Kansas walking in the very center was a heavy bipedal walker, even larger than a Terminator, fitted with 4 deadly mechanical arms and possessing an exceedingly crude, terrifying appearance, a Def Dread. "They've even built Killer Cans and Def Dreads." Roya's gaze hardened. This meant that Mech Boys and Pain Boys had already appeared in the Greenskin army. If they didn't hurry and wipe out these greenskins, given enough time, these absurd Xenos would definitely craft a Titan-class Stompa right here. "Crush de yummies." The Gretchen piloting the Killer Cans let out sharp, bizarre cackles, driving their mechs wildly into the fray. Right then, a massive off-white figure shot out from the flank like a cannonball. It was Titus. He slammed brutally into one of the Killer Cans, bang, crack. The immensely violent kinetic energy directly smashed the cobbled-together scrap metal Killer Can into pieces. The Gretchen inside didn't even get to scream before being crushed into a paste by the sheer mass of the Terminator armor. Seeing this, Roya couldn't help but inwardly praise him, as expected of Titus the God. What a beast. On the other side, that massive Def Dread had already breached the Space Marine lines. Brandishing a huge hydraulic claw, it delivered a brutal slap that sent a Lamenter wearing Mk7 power armor flying. The Lamenter slammed heavily onto the metal floor, and before he could get up, the Def Dread took a heavy step with its mechanical leg, bringing down a massive metal foot capable of flattening ceramite. "Don't even think about it." At the critical moment, Roya rushed into the battlefield. Reverse gripping the blocky pixel iron sword with both hands, he met the stomping metal foot of the Def Dread and forced it up from below. Clang, boom. The loud clash of metal was deafening. Yet this greenskin killing machine, on par with a Space Marine dreadnought, was blocked dead in its tracks by Roya's absurd MC strength, unable to press down even a millimeter further. Nothing special. Roya sneered, his arm muscles bursting with power, forcibly shoving the Def Dread's massive leg aside. Taking advantage of the moment its balance was disrupted, the iron sword in Roya's right hand brought forth a shrill howl of wind, brutally striking the load-bearing knee joint of the Def Dread without any fluff. Bang! Red light flashed violently. Under MC's absolute damage calculation, the thick hydraulic metal leg snapped straight in half. The massive Def Dread lost its balance and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Can I mine this thing? Roya stashed the iron sword back into his inventory, with a reverse grip, and switched to a brand new iron pickaxe at light speed. Stepping onto the Def Dread's shell, he swung the iron pickaxe, and began furiously mining the thick scrap metal armor. Clang! 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 With every stroke of the pickaxe, a vast pattern of black grid-like cracks spread across the Def Dread's surface. The orc boy piloting inside clearly panicked, manipulating the remaining mechanical arm, and swinging a giant power claw, in an attempt to slice Roya to pieces. Don't you dare hurt the Lord! A bright yellow figure rushed over. Chapter Master Foros gripped his iron sword with both hands, his blade locking firmly against the wild power claw. Good job, Foros. Without even raising his head, Roya swung the iron pickaxe into an afterimage. As the final heavy blow fell, pop! An extremely crisp sound effect rang out. The Def Dread, like a giant steel beast, instantly dissolved into a puff of white smoke and vanished. A glowing mechanical fragment model drifted down in midair. Where the mech had vanished, a muscular orc boy with several rusty pipes stuck in his body fell out with a thud. The orc boy hit the ground hard, completely failing to process what had just happened. He sat there dazed, looking around at the empty space, and then at his intact hands, before suddenly screaming at the top of his lungs in excitement. Whack! I'm out. I actually got out. Having just stashed the fragment into his inventory, Roya couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing his shout. He recalled a dark joke from the Warhammer community in his past life. Just like Space Marine dreadnoughts, orc Def Dreads had their pilots stuffed inside against their will. 99% of orc boys were knocked out cold with a club by pain boys and forcefully stuffed into those scrap metal cans. Sorry, even though you got out, you still have to die. Roya wiped the smile off his face, switched to his iron sword, and brought it down cleanly in one strike, smashing the still ecstatic orc boy's head to pieces. That's one down. Leave the rest to me, push forward faster. Roya then looked down at the fragment he had just obtained. Holy crap, this is good stuff. The fragment that just dropped was actually a dreadnought fragment. 14 Chapter 14 The Defiant are fearless. Chapter 14, Contemptor Dreadnought. As the fragment fell into his inventory, Roya pulled up the Book of Knowledge interface. A new entry vividly surfaced. Contemptor Pattern Dreadnought Fragment. Description: collect 10 fragments to synthesize a manufacturing blueprint. 10 pieces. Roya rolled the number around in his mouth, his brow furrowing before relaxing again. He knew a bit about this stuff. The Contemptor Pattern Dreadnought originated from the dark age of technology, equipped with built-in energy field generators and various lost technologies. All surviving units were classified as chapter relics. Once he got the blueprint in hand, it meant this lost technology could be directly mass-produced. Looking across the entire Imperium, something the Adeptus Mechanicus couldn't restore even after rummaging through countless STC fragments, would only require him to collect enough fragments, stand before the workbench and click, out it comes. Sweet. Roya gave it a high score in his heart. It's just that the required quantity is ridiculous. I'll need to farm a few more big guys later. Before the thought even settled, a dull mechanical roar sounded behind him. The ground began to vibrate. Roya turned around. That mega-armored knob was charging straight at him. Unlike other mega-armored knobs, it didn't charge in thrashing wildly. Instead, it stayed low, dragging its power claw at its side, eyes fixed on Roya as if waiting for the right moment. This one has some tricks up its sleeve. Roya tightened his grip on the iron sword. Judging by its moves, this guy is a sneaky bastard. Both launched forward at the same time. Roya didn't waste words, swinging his iron sword directly at the opponent's left ribs. The mega-armored knob slid to the right, avoiding the strike, and casually hooked its power claw onto Roya's shoulder. The force was light, holding back as if testing his weight. Roya pushed off with his back heel, leaping backward to reopen the distance. 2 swings, and the opponent hadn't taken either head-on, relying entirely on footwork. None of the nearby Lamenters or Astra Militarum engaged in battle came over to interfere. They had already seen how Roya handled things, interfering would only get in the way. Roya delivered his third strike, intentionally half a beat slow this time. The mega-armored knob's eyes lit up. It took a step forward, opening its power claw, and aiming the central metal opening straight at Roya's chest. Boom! Flames spewed forth. At such close range, Roya had no time to react at all. The red hearts at the bottom of his vision were emptied instantly. White smoke billowed up. Beside the bed, Roya opened his eyes. He remained silent for 2 seconds before cursing. That thing had a flamer hidden inside its power claw. How damn sneaky. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 beams of light flashed to his left. Titus and Foros respawned one after another, landing beside Roya. Clearly, the 2 of them had also been taken out by that mega-armored knob later on. Titus touched his helmet, his expression hard to maintain. My lord, it spews fire. I know. Roya was already managing his inventory. Shields. I kept forgetting to craft those before. As a player who loved building and farming, he rarely bothered making shields. Click. 3 square block shields appeared on the workbench, and Roya tossed one to each of them. Take them. Hold the shield in your left hand to block the fire, and I'll handle the head. Roya picked up his iron sword and kicked off the ground, leaving a shallow pit in the floor as he catapulted forward. The mega-armored knob was still in the same spot, residual heat still wafting from the nozzle on its claw. Seeing the 3 Humies pop up again, it raised its power claw and fired directly. Titus was at the front, raising the shield in his left hand to block. The flames slammed onto the surface of the block shield, and were blocked back cleanly, without even touching Titus's armor. The mega-armored knob narrowed its eyes. That brief squint cost it half a second. Roya stepped onto Titus's shoulder and leaped forcefully, launching himself straight into the opponent's face. His iron sword struck downward at an angle, slamming into the side of its neck. Bang! A heavy thud exploded out as the orc Warbus's massive head, spurting dark green blood, rolled to the ground with a dull thud. Roya landed and clapped his hands, waiting for the corpse to flash and shatter. However, that massive headless body remained standing. Not only was it standing, it was still moving. Even without a head, its arms continued to swing, its power claw sweeping across in an arc with accuracy as if it had eyes on its back. Roya dodged to the side and looked down at the head that had rolled far away. The head was off, but the body was still fighting. Body instincts are still fighting. Roya's mouth twitched. It lost its brain and can still fight. What kind of nervous structure do these orcs have? How many weird genes did the old ones add to this guy anyway? Roya kicked away an orc boy that charged up, his voice tinged with clear confusion. He charged at the headless body, striking twice with his iron sword, targeting its right shoulder joint specifically. Foros flanked from the left, holding down that wildly flailing left arm with both hands. Titus lunged forward, tackling the legs and pulling down hard. Working together, the 3 pinned the massive, still struggling body to the ground. Over the next dozen seconds, a series of rough dismantling sounds echoed across the battlefield. Finally, the body stopped moving and began to flash violently, turning into specks of light. What hit the ground were two fragments glowing with a grayish-white metallic sheen, slowly rotating in the dim underhive. Roya squatted down, grabbed one piece in each hand, and stored them in his inventory. A notification tone sounded. Contemptor Pattern Dreadnought Fragment, currently held, March 10th. 3 pieces now. Roya stood up, his lips curling upward. Good progress. As this boss fell, the wave of orc offensive dissipated with it. The remaining orc boys, deprived of the Whack Field's boost, began pushing and shoving each other, retreating messily into the depths of the ruins. Roya waved his hand. Foros, Karn, Titus, take a squad to give chase. Don't let this batch of orcs run back to regroup. The 3 received their orders and each led a squad, charging into the retreating crowd of orcs. Roya turned around and looked at his experience bar. The green number rested at 35. He scanned the Astra Militarum still stationed behind him, picked out 7 nimble, steady-eyed veterans, and raised his finger to point. Step forward. Golden light flashed, and grass block icons appeared above the 7 men's heads. Once the light faded, their eyes turned clear and fanatical. Roya pointed at the pile of Terminator armor stacked like a small hill nearby. Put these on, then follow the pursuit team to support them from the rear. The 7 said nothing, rushing forward to grab armor for themselves, moving as fast as people snatching hot buns from a steamer. Cape Town, 3 stood by, watching the 7 Terminator figures swiftly finish gearing up. His optical lens scanned frantically as a string of binary muttered from his mouth. Roya ignored him, long accustomed to the priest's daily freezes. The squad set out. Roya watched them disappear around the corner of the corridor before shifting his focus back toward the witch hut and mob grinder. Resources were still being produced continuously. He had 3 contemptor fragments now, with 7 left to go. This couldn't be rushed, he had to wait for more big guys to spawn. Just as he was planning the next expansion for the mob grinder, Silas jogged over from the rear passage with a grim expression. My lord, Silas lowered his voice significantly. The signalman just intercepted an Adeptus Mechanicus frequency. Something went wrong on their end. Deep in the underhive, in the waste fluid pipe zone, about 100 kilometers from Roya's position. Dim yellow lights chopped the area into patches of light and shadow. Swarms of Nurgle's plague zombies surged from cracks in the pipes, their bloated, pus-leaking, nauseating figures flooding the entire corridor. Withstanding this tide on the other side was a squad from the Adeptus Mechanicus. Their servitors loudly chanted hymns as chains words, and heavy guns wove an unstable line of defense. The lead Magos's voice burst through his vocal emitter, packed with clear urgency, hurry. Hurry. Don't let those things touch it. Behind him, a dozen servitors surrounded a temporarily welded metal frame encased in heavy insulation layers, yet even through the thick wrapping, a massive rectangular outline was recognizable. It was a Contemptor Pattern Dreadnought. Just excavated from underground. Its machine spirit had been dormant for uncounted centuries, although rust spotted its exterior, its skeleton was intact and its structure whole. The lead Mugos glanced at the coordinates on his communicator and signaled forward. The retreat route has been cut off by walking corpses. A nearby tech priest turned back, his voice trembling, Tech priest, we're surrounded. Chapter 15, Can MC food restore health after being eaten? Silas projected the intercepted communication onto a simple light screen. The signal was intermittent, filled with static mixed with standard Adeptus Mechanicus frequency call signs. The message was very brief: waste treatment area, southwest, 110 kilometers, surrounded by Nurgle walking corpses, requesting any form of assistance. The transmission time was 40 minutes ago. Mugos Hades. Silas read out the sender's identification code and looked up at Roya. Roya pushed the light screen to the side and looked back at the mob grinder blueprint he was designing in his mind. A Mugos. He softly repeated the word, his tone carrying a hint of meaningful intrigue. He must have some good stuff on hand. Silas didn't ask further, simply waiting for instructions. Wrap things up here first. Roya slapped the workbench onto the metal floor in front of him, its 3x3 grid glowing softly. We'll go pull him out once we finish cleaning up. No matter how fast Nurgle's plague zombies crawled, they were still slower than a tide of orcs. Silas acknowledged the command and turned to arrange for communications soldiers to monitor the frequency. The situation on the distant battlefield was even smoother than Roya had anticipated. Foros led 80 Terminators and over 300 re-equipped Lamenters, acting like a moving dam of steel that completely crushed the last wave of returning orcs inside the corridor. The sound of bolters had ceased. Only the footsteps of the cleanup crew and the occasional ringing of a finishing blade stroke remained on the battlefield. Just as the Lamenter's spearhead turned past a collapsed industrial partition wall, Karn was the first to spot that squad. 7 people, all in black bodysuits beneath blood-stained light armor, wearing cast-iron crosses and candlestick-like waist ornaments, carrying pyreguns on their backs and holding crusade swords in their hands. Battle Sisters. One of them was kneeling on one knee beside the corpse of an orc boy, bandaging a fallen comrade beside her. Her movements were swift, and her eyes never left her surroundings. Karn raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt. The sister who was bandaging reacted even faster, springing up directly with her crusade sword held horizontally across her chest. Ultramarines. She glanced at the blue paint on Karn's armor, then looked past him at the massive yellow figures behind him, her gaze stopping on the entire line of off-white Terminator armor, her brow furrowing slightly. What kind of combination was this? Foros stepped forward out of the rank and removed his helmet. Lamenter's Chapter Master Foros. His voice was steady, free of the tension typical in such situations. Which order do you belong to? The sister officer stared at him for 2 seconds, then glanced back at the line of Terminators. Order of the Martyred Lady, Sister Superior Ilya. She spoke, her tone carrying a well-controlled hesitation. Chapter Master Foros. Lamenters, correct. Correct. How many sets of Terminator armor do you have? 80 sets. Ilya pressed her lips together and remained silent. Foros caught the meaning behind her eyes, but wasn't offended. He simply explained calmly, we encountered an Emperor's Chosen. All of this equipment was provided by that lord. The Sister Superior stared at him, falling silent for 3 seconds. Are you certain he is an Emperor's Chosen, and not corruption from chaos? Our chapter's chief librarian verified it personally, a Lamenter's company commander chimed in from the side, his tone carrying a bluntness born from being doubted. There is no scent of the warp. Ilya withdrew her gaze, sheathed her crusade sword, turned to her squad, and gestured. Please take us to see him. Roya was squatting on the ground, measuring the width of a corridor. Beside him stood 10 newly converted villagers. They had already moved out according to the grids he marked, split into 2 groups separated by 128 meters, each tending to a water-driven mob grinder taking shape. Materials were continuously hauled out from nearby shipping containers, turning into neat cobblestone blocks the moment they touched the ground, piling up, channeling water, leaving drop pits. Most of the orcs had been cleared out, making this area strangely quiet. At that moment, Foros approached Roya's side. Walking at the lead, Foros said, My lord, this is a Sister Superior from the Order of the Martyred Lady. They were trapped in an encirclement while we were clearing the battlefield. Only then did Roya turn around. 7 battle sisters stood behind Foros. Several of them froze instantly upon sensing the faint residual aura of the Emperor on Roya. It wasn't the kind of freeze caused by oppression, but a pause as if struck by something profound. A second later, all 7 neatly dropped to one knee, striking their right fists against their chests. The Emperor protects. Roya glanced over them, a polite curve touching the corners of his mouth as he nodded for them to rise. Order of the Martyred Lady. He repeated the name, quickly scanning his memory for fragments about this order, before asking directly, Do you know Celestine? The 7 sisters looked at each other in utter confusion. Celestine. Ilya frowned slightly. My lord, I have never heard of this name in our order. Roya gave a simple, and didn't press further. He calculated the timeline. That living saint, who would later become famous throughout the entire Imperium, probably hadn't even been born yet, nor was there even a sign of her emergence. The folks at GW glossed over this entirely, her backstory. None. Specific years. Even less. It really gave zero reference value. You will know in the future. Roya casually brushed the topic aside, his gaze already shifting elsewhere. Foros leaned in. My lord, who is this Celestine? We'll talk about it later. Everyone exchanged glances. His words clearly implied something deeper, but no one dared to pry further. Roya's gaze fixed on Ilia's collar area. A small metal pendant, round, embedded with a small transparent sealed disc containing a few tiny, pale yellow grains. Is that wheat inside your necklace? Ilia was startled. She reflexively looked down at her collar, then raised her head, a bit unable to follow the logic of the question. Yes. These are wheat seeds from my hometown that I carry with me. Could you lend them to me for a moment? The Sister Superior paused for a second, then directly unclasped the pendant and handed it over with both hands. Roya took it, opened the sealed disc, and poured a few wheat seeds into his palm. He glanced around and found a crack in the soil squeezed between metal support pillars, holding a thin layer of silt leaked down from the spire levels above. Good enough. He pulled out the workbench from his inventory and rapidly arranged sticks and planks in the 3x3 grid. Clack. A square wooden hoe landed in his hand. He walked up to the silt, swung the wooden hoe, and dragged it 3 times across the ground. Black grid-like cracks spread along the outline of the dirt, and the silt was tilled, turning into soft farmland blocks. He squatted down, pressing the wheat seeds one by one into the tilled soil, firming them down with his fingers. A few paces away, he breached a rusty connection on a wastewater pipe, and placed an iron bucket beneath the outlet. Once filled with clean water, he walked back carrying the bucket, poured it beside the farmland blocks, and dug a shallow ditch to channel the water. Throughout the entire process, Ilia didn't say a word. The 6 sisters behind her also remained dead silent, though their expressions became increasingly indescribable. My lord, what are you? Farming, Roya answered tersely without looking up. Cape Town 3's mechanical eyes emitted 2 scanning beams from the side. He said nothing, merely recording at high speed. What he did next left everyone truly speechless. Roya walked over to the collection chest of the nearby mob grinder, reached inside to scoop a handful, and came out with a pile of white powder in his palm, bone meal, crafted from bones harvested from skeletons. He scattered the bone meal evenly over the freshly planted wheat plot. The area that had just been bare, tilled soil sprouted green wheat shoots the instant it touched the bone meal. The stalks unfolded, headed, filled out, and in just a few short seconds, transformed into a full, plump patch of mature wheat gently swaying in an unseen breeze. Amidst the industrial corrosion and oil stench of the underhive ruins, a single square meter of wheat field had grown out of thin air. Roya smiled with satisfaction. Now that he had food, he wondered if eating bread made from wheat would restore health for those injured lamenters. 16 Chapter 16 Gene Seeds Instantly Mature. Chapter 16 Gene Seed Instantly Matured. Ilia took a deep breath, but couldn't suppress the intense heaving of her chest. She stared wide-eyed at the golden waves of wheat swaying in the wind before her, then looked down at her empty palms, her mind going completely blank for a moment. It wasn't just her, the 6 battle sisters behind her looked like they had seen a ghost, unconsciously rubbing their eyes, with someone even secretly pinching her own thigh. In these underhive ruins filled with toxic fumes, engine oil, and death, where even the hardiest mutant fungi struggled to survive, a plot of perfectly growing crops had actually sprung up in just a few seconds. Just as the sisters began to wonder if they were trapped in a warp hallucination, they suddenly noticed that Foros and the others from the Lamenters chapter were all completely calm. These heavily armored Astartes didn't even raise an eyebrow, as if everything happening before them was as natural as breathing or drinking water. Roya ignored the sisters' shock. He stepped forward and swung his fist directly at the ripe wheat. Pop! 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 Accompanied by a series of crisp sound effects, the golden wheat blocks instantly shattered, turning into a miniature bundle of wheat and brand new wheat seeds, which fell into Roya's inventory. Holding the new seeds, Roya turned and clicked them back into the soft farmland blocks. Immediately after, he reached into the mob spawner tower's chest, pulled out a handful of bone meal, and scattered it unsparingly. Green sprouts broke through the soil, sprouted ears filled out and turned golden. Pop. 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 Such a brute force cycle that completely ignored biological common sense allowed Roya to farm over 100 wheat and a large pile of seeds in less than 2 minutes. Roya turned around and walked over to the workbench nearby. With a slight thought, he arranged 3 stalks of wheat horizontally across the bottom row of the 3x3 crafting grid. Clack! A Minecraft-style loaf of bread emitting a rich, baked wheat aroma dropped into his hand. Roya clicked rapidly with his fingers, crafting over a dozen square loaves of bread in one go, lining them up on the metal floor. Foros, Roya ordered without looking back, go bring over the brothers who were seriously injured in the battle earlier. Find a few who are still conscious. Foros immediately took the order and turned to run toward the temporary medical area behind the defense line. In less than half a minute, several Lamenter's Space Marines brought 3 wounded on makeshift stretchers. The armor of these 3 was tattered and broken. One had his left arm severed at the root, the flesh at the cut sealed off with basic coagulant. Another had a large hole torn through his abdomen by a power claw, his writhing internal organs visible through the temporarily stitched wound. Their breathing was faint. If not for the Astartes' vitality far exceeding that of ordinary mortals, they would have returned to the Golden Throne long ago. Roya picked up 3 block loaves of bread, walked over to the stretchers, and shoved one into each of their hands. Eat it. The 3 dying Lamenter's warriors forced their eyes open, staring blankly at the peculiarly shaped food in their hands that emitted a mouth-watering aroma. However, under Roya's absolute aura, and the underlying obedience rule of villagers, they did not hesitate for a second. They opened their mouths and devoured the bread in a few gulps. Then, a scene that made everyone's hearts pound took place. As the MC system determined an increase in saturation, the health regeneration mechanism was forcibly triggered. Crack, crack, crack. An extremely dense sound of bones grinding and flesh sprouting rang out from the 3 men. The warrior whose abdomen was pierced saw the granulating tissue at his wound weave together wildly as if possessing a mind of its own. Within seconds, it scabbed over and sloughed off, leaving his skin as smooth as before. As for the warrior whose left arm was severed, he watched in utter disbelief as the bones extended and muscles reorganized at his shoulder, an entirely new, intact arm forcefully growing out. The 3 warriors who had been waiting for death suddenly sat up from their stretchers, full of vigor and bursting with vitality. This is impossible. The Lamenter's chapter apothecary standing nearby held up his auspex, staring fixedly at the wildly changing data on the screen, his voice shaking uncontrollably. He lunged toward the chest of the warrior who had just regrown an arm, disregarding etiquette entirely as he ripped open the man's undershirt, slamming the scanning probe hard against his neck and chest. "Brother Apothecary, what's wrong with you?" Foros asked, frowning. "Chapter Master. It's not just their injuries that recovered." The apothecary snapped his head up, uncontainable madness and ecstasy showing beneath his red tactical visor. "These 3 brothers have only served for 2 or 3 years. But the data just now shows the gene seeds in their bodies have all matured." At these words, all the surrounding Space Marines fell into a dead silence. Foros was struck as if by lightning, his massive body swaying violently as he grabbed the apothecary by the shoulders. "What did you say?" "All matured. Inside every Space Marine's neck and chest cavity, 2 glands are implanted for extracting genetic material. In common Warhammer sense, the neck gland takes a full 5 years to mature for harvesting, while the chest gland requires a long 10 years to reach maturity. The scarcity of gene seed has always been the greatest trammel limiting the size of Space Marine chapters. And now, after eating a single piece of bread grown with bone meal, a cycle of 5 to 10 years was compressed into 10 seconds. Yes. Chapter Master. Fully mature. Ready for harvesting surgery at any moment. The apothecary roared like a madman. Foros trembled all over, a physical reaction brought on by extreme excitement. With such a divine item, the recovery and cultivation of gene seeds would no longer be a problem at all. The Lamenter's chapter could even explode in numbers by hundreds or thousands of initiates in an extremely short time. Or even more. By the Emperor. Plop. Ilya and the 6 battle sisters could no longer remain standing. They all dropped to their knees in unison, forming the Aquila sign across their chests with their hands, pressing their heads deeply against the blood-stained metal floor. Bringing the dead back to life, restoring flesh to bone, and instantly maturing Astartes' gene seeds, if this wasn't the Emperor's divine power, what else could it be? Roya stood in place, nodding subtly on the surface without revealing anything, while inwardly blooming with joy. This MC food health regeneration check not only restores health points, but even fills up the development deficit of the gene seed to the max. Roya couldn't help but sketch an extremely wild blueprint in his mind. Have the existing space marines eat bread to mature the seeds, harvest them, and implant them into initiates on a massive scale. The initiates eat bread to instantly pass the rejection phase and developmental stage, and finally, as long as this batch of quick-built initiates is converted into his villagers. As long as the EXP points and iron blocks keep up, he could pull an army of space marines wearing Terminator power armor out of thin air, ones that don't drop items on death and respawn infinitely at the spawn point. This was simply an absurd, ultimate army duplicating assembly line. Foros. Roya suppressed the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and pointed to the wheat plot surrounded by water. Pick a few careful men from your company. They don't have to do anything else. Did you see what I did just now? Punching to harvest, planting, applying bone meal, making bread. I want this process to become one of the chapter's core production lines. By your command, my lord. Foros dropped to one knee, his booming voice capable of shaking the ceiling, looking at that plot of land with an expression even more fanatical than if he were staring at a relic of the chapter. At this moment, Ilya raised her head, looking at Roya with a face full of piety and resolve. My lord. We have witnessed the Emperor's miracle. Squad 17 of the Order of the Martyred Lady begs to follow by your side, and purge all heretics for you. Facing these fanatical battle sisters, Roya had no reason to refuse, and nodded directly. Very well, follow along. Once we clear out the trouble ahead, I'll get you a set of better armor. Chapter 17 Tech Priest, my relic is gone. The illumination lights in the Underhive ruins flickered with dim yellow light. Foros walked over with heavy steps, followed by 4 carefully selected veterans of the Lamenters. Roya glanced at the experience bar at the bottom of his vision, where the number stopped at 20. Without any pause, he issued an internal command. 10 levels of experience were instantly deducted. A golden light erupted from Roya's body, enveloping the 4 veterans. After a few seconds, the light receded, and slowly rotating grass block icons appeared above the heads of the 4 men. Leave the rear area to you. You can slowly expand the wheat fields. Roya pointed to the adjacent wheat field. Foros immediately stepped forward. This chapter master, who had experienced countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, squatted halfway on the ground and demonstrated with extreme meticulousness. Punch the mature wheat to shatter it. Pick up the seeds. Plant them back into the soil with your hands. Sprinkle bone meal. Remember this rhythm, this is the foundation of the chapter's future rise. The 4 veterans wore solemn expressions. Without raising any questions, they immediately dispersed. One harvested, another replanted, and the other 2 were solely responsible for scattering bone meal. The visual effects of wheat growth flickered continuously in the ruins. In less than half an hour, mountains of bread were delivered into the wooden chests in the rear. Noisy footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Karn and Titus returned with the main force. The Space Marines and Astra Militarum formed a defensive formation, guarding thousands of ragged civilians in the middle, along with a batch of surviving Planetary Defense Force soldiers. The orcs were completely wiped out, and this area was temporarily safe. Karn, Titus, Roya strode over, rest cancelled. Take men, grab all the stone materials, and go fill this open space with water-flowing mob grinders. The materials are in the chests, get them yourselves. Build it according to my previous blueprints. As you command, my lord. Karn acknowledged the order and immediately turned around to reorganize the troops. Blocks were continuously crafted and placed. Water poured down from the top of the towers. This area of the Underhive ruins completely transformed into a large-scale industrial zone that defied physical logic. Time skipped forward by a day. Over 122-block-high square stone towers rose from the ground, neatly arranged. In the collection chests at the bottom of the towers, rotten flesh, bones, and spider string accumulated to a terrifying amount. As soon as experience points were produced, Roya converted them into villagers. By now, there were already over 200 villagers. Roya did not stop. He led Titus to fence off a huge metal clearing behind the tower cluster, enclosed entirely by wooden fences. Inside, it was densely packed with black and white square cows. Feed them with wheat. Roya shoved a stack of wheat into Titus's hands. Titus walked into the cow pen. Holding the wheat in his hands, whenever two cows approached, he fed one to each. Red hearts popped up above the heads of the two cows, and a few seconds later, a miniature calf appeared out of thin air. The muscles on Titus's face twitched slightly. Even though he had witnessed many miracles, this calf appearing out of thin air still caused a slight ripple in his heart. The number of cows surged exponentially. Roya casually led men to build 10 gunpowder towers with special structures. The internal space of these towers was extremely dark, with no water flow, leaving only a 2-block height, specifically used to spawn creepers. The production of gunpowder doubled accordingly. The ammunition assembly line operated at full capacity. My lord. Silas ran over quickly holding a military communicator. The signal from the waste liquid treatment area is still there. Muggos Hades is barely holding on over there. There are too many walking corpses, and they are firmly stuck in a sewer hub. Roya turned to look at Titus. Take 50 Lamenter's veterans wearing Indomitus pattern terminators. Bring plenty of bolters and milk. Go fish them out. If that Muggos dies, bring his body back. Understood. Titus nodded. 5 minutes later. Titus led 50 gray-white terminators with heavy strides, charging into the deep, dark corridors of the Underhive. Waste liquid treatment area. 110 kilometers southwest. The air was filled with the pungent stench of corpses and the corrosive smell of acid. The sewer hub was a huge circular space. At this moment, it was completely filled with walking corpses of Nurgle. Their bloated and rotting torsos squeezed against each other, stepping on the corpses of their companions as they advanced toward the high platform in the center. On the high platform, Muggos Hades had only 6 servitors left. The rotary machine guns of the servitors fired their last bullet, and the barrels were glowing red-hot. Initiate self-destruct sequence. Hades turned his mechanical neck, his electronic eyes sweeping across the surroundings. His left mechanical arm had been corroded by acid for the most part, and sparks kept spewing outward. In the center of the high platform, an extremely massive metal creation stood quietly. That was a Contemptor dreadnought. For this ancient Omnicia creation, the Scutarii of Muggos Hades had all died out. A walking corpse pounced onto the high platform. Its abdomen exploded, and yellow-green bile splashed onto a servitor. The servitor's flesh rapidly ulcerated, and it fell straight down. Omnicia, your servant has done his best. Hades pressed his intact right hand onto the cold leg armor of the Contemptor dreadnought, preparing to input the meltdown code. Even in death, Nurgle's filth must not touch the relic. Just then, the roar of bolters suddenly tore through the dampness of the sewer. The floodgate on the side of the hub was directly smashed apart by an extremely violent kinetic force. 51 tall and sturdy Terminators, their armor reflecting a grayish-white cold light, crashed into the group of walking corpses. They stood in a row with no battle cries and no redundant actions, only absolute slaughter. The muzzles of the bolters spat out half-meter-long tongues of fire. Bolter rounds exploded within the dense formation of walking corpses, scattering severed limbs and broken arms along with black blood all over the walls. The Terminators in the front row swung their power fists. With a single punch down, several walking corpses directly turned into a pool of sludge. The encirclement was forcibly torn open with a 10-meter-wide path of blood. Titus walked at the very front. Wielding a bolter, he stepped on ankle-deep rotten flesh and strode up the high platform. The scanner of Mugos Hades operated frantically. 51 Terminators. This amount of heavy assault troops was enough to fight a small planetary campaign. An ordinary chapter could not pull out so many Terminators in one breath. Were those people from the Lamenter's chapter? However, he did not continue thinking about it. There were more important matters to resolve now. Please help us escort this relic away. It is a gift from the Omnicia. Hades pointed to the Contemptor dreadnought behind him, his tone revealing absolute piety. Titus looked along his finger. His gaze landed on the Contemptor dreadnought. The eyes under his helmet narrowed instantly. This is a good gadget. Establish defense lines. Clear remaining enemies. Leave no survivors. Titus issued tactical instructions. The 50 Terminators immediately dispersed, tightly surrounding the high platform, while heavy fire suppressed the walking corpses surging from the rear into the dead corners of the corridor. Titus turned around. Without looking at Hades, he directly put away his bolter and grabbed backward with his backhand. A square, extremely out-of-place iron pickaxe appeared out of thin air in his hand. Hades looked at that iron pickaxe, the red light in his mechanical eyes flickering. He did not understand what this ultramarine wanted to do. Titus strode to the front of the Contemptor dreadnought. Carrying a fierce wind, the pickaxe head smashed fiercely into the center armor plate of the Contemptor dreadnought. Bang! A muffled striking sound rang out. Black grid cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the ancient ceramite. 01001000. What are you doing? The mechanical neck of Mugos Hades made a sharp frictional sound, and two auxiliary mechanical arms jerked upward. He fell into chaos between preventing it and crashing. That was a relic. Titus completely ignored him. The second pickaxe blow struck down. Bang! The black cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire body of the mech. Stop! This is blasphemy. This is treason. Hades roared out, pulling out the plasma pistol at his waist and aiming at Titus's back. But he didn't dare to shoot. Because at that moment, a Terminator aimed his muzzle at him. Titus swung the iron pickaxe and continued hammering. Not long after. Pop! An extremely crisp sound effect reverberated across the high platform. The Contemptor dreadnought, which had survived tens of thousands of years, turned into a puff of white smoke in the eyes of Mugos Hades, which were almost bulging out. It directly dissipated. No metal residue was left on the spot. Only 7 small metal fragments glowing with a grayish-white luster and flickering with purple light floated in midair, slowly rotating. The plasma pistol of Mugos Hades slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The joints of his 2 mechanical legs locked up, and his whole body stiffened in place. Error codes were refreshing frantically in his core processor. His body completely crashed. The relic was gone. Knocked away by a pickaxe. Titus reached out and scooped the 7 fragments into his hidden inventory. He nodded with satisfaction. He turned around, looked at Hades in his crashed state, and said in a very calm tone, "Mugos, let's evacuate with us." 18 Chapter 18 The Secret of the Lamenter's Repeated Recovery from the Brink of Utter Annihilation. Chapter 18 The Secret of the Lamenter's Recovery from the Brink of Annihilation several times. Temporary camp in the Underhive ruins. Titus walked at the very front. He held a bolter in his hands, faint wisps of gunsmoke still rising from the muzzle. Behind him, two Lamenter's veterans clad in Indomitus pattern Terminator armor flanked a robed cyborg, forcibly dragging him out. Muggos Hades's bionic legs dragged completely on the ground. Chaotic red light flickered in his optical sensors, and low binary gibberish looped in his voxcaster. His processor still could not accept the reality that a 10,000-year-old Contemptor dreadnought had turned into a puff of white smoke. "My lord, the person has been brought back." Titus walked up to Roya and stopped. The two Terminators let go of their hands, and Hades slumped directly onto the metal floor. Roya glanced at Hades, paying no attention to the crashed tech priest. He turned around and looked at the row of makeshift sterile rooms behind him, which had just been built using dirt blocks. A plan that would completely subvert the conventional wisdom of the Imperium was about to take place there. Tens of minutes ago, Roya had Foros arrange for the chapter's apothecary to move a full set of surgical equipment down from the orbital flagship. He demanded the apothecary isolate the specific organ larvae required for the 19 surgeries from the existing gene seed, preparing to implant them directly into the newly converted Astra Militarum soldiers. This moved directly through the Lamenter's upper echelons into panic. Chapter Master Foros and Chief Librarian Calculis stood outside the dirt wall. Both of their expressions were heavy. "My lord." Foros ultimately couldn't help himself. He took a step forward, his tone carrying immense worry. "Please forgive my offense. This method of implanting organ larvae is far too risky." Roya stopped and turned to look at him. Astartes modification must begin with adolescents around the age of 12. Calculis chimed in, speaking at a rapid pace. "The degree of organ development depends entirely on the degree of fusion between the recruit's own body and the gene seed. The candidates you have selected for implantation are all adults whose bones have already set. Their immune systems will produce extremely intense rejection reactions." Foros nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord. For adults, the fatality rate of these 19 surgeries is definitely 100%. They wouldn't even survive the first 3 surgeries before suffering organ failure." In their understanding, how precious gene seed was. Using precious gene seed to conduct fatal experiments on adults was an extremely extravagant and wasteful act. Roya looked at the two of them, a faint smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. "Your concerns are based on your understanding of the laws of this universe." Roya reached out and patted Foros's thick ceramite shoulder guard. "But here, my rules are the law. As long as I am watching, no one will die from rejection." This was not only confidence but also absolute reliance on the MC system's mechanics. As long as the hunger meter was full, the health bar would never empty. With a full health bar, the system would forcibly judge the body to be in a perfect state. Whatever rejection reactions, whatever set bones in front of the consumed bread, would all be forcibly assimilated and ripened by the underlying code. Hearing these words, the two of them still felt lingering fear. However, their villager attributes played a role, and absolute obedience to Roya overwhelmed rational suspicion. At this moment, Lamenter's chief apothecary Samuel walked out. He glanced at Roya and bowed slightly. "My lord, all equipment is ready. All 19 types of organ larvae have been completely isolated and stored in culture dishes. Let's go take a look." Roya waved his hand. Foros and Calculis immediately followed. Not far away, Karn had been paying attention to the commotion here, and at this moment he also put away his chain's word and strode over. This Ultramarines veteran was likewise curious as to how this God-chosen lord intended to break the ironclad rule of genetic modification. Everyone walked into the dirt room. Lying on a cold metal operating table was an Astra Militarum veteran. His name was James, the one who had killed the most enemies in the previous defensive battle of the front line. James looked at the several tall space marines surrounding him, his eyes somewhat nervous. "Relax, James." Roya walked to the front of the operating table, flipped his wrist, and a piece of bread appeared in his palm, which he then shoved into the other's hand. "Later, no matter where they cut you, and no matter how much pain you feel, you only need to do one thing. Roya pointed at the bread. Eat it. Eat it bite by bite. James nodded without hesitation. Understood, Lord Roya. Samuel and the other two apothecaries took their respective positions. In their hands were plasma cutters and tissue separation forceps. The three apothecaries stared at the adult mortal lying on the table, looking at each other with a helplessness akin to treating a dead horse as a live one. Begin. Step 1. Implant the secondary heart larva. Roya gave the order. Samuel took a breath, and his hand fell with the blade. The plasma cutter sliced open James's left chest cavity, and blood instantly gushed out, staining the operating table red. Fortunately, James had been given anesthesia, otherwise he would have kicked the bucket at the first step. Another apothecary immediately grasped a tiny piece of flesh with forceps and delivered it to the designated location inside the incision. James took a fierce bite out of the bread. As the food went down his stomach, the MC health regeneration mechanism instantly triggered. This? Samuel's hand holding the cutter violently trembled. He clearly saw that the secondary heart larva, just placed into the cavity, instantly grew countless fine nerves and blood vessels, extremely crudely connecting to James's arteries. At the same time, the flesh and skin of the cut chest cavity wriggled, grew, and closed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving not even a trace of a scar. Thump! Thump! Heavy and powerful dual heartbeats echoed in the dirt room. The rejection reaction didn't appear at all, or rather, as soon as it appeared, it was judged and cleared by the system. What are you standing there for? Continue. Bone reinforcement organ. Roya urged. Samuel swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and immediately turned to James's skeletal system. The progress of the surgery was fast-forwarded. Muscle reinforcement organ implanted. James took another bite of bread. Hematopoietic organ implanted. James ate half a piece of bread. The entire dirt room echoed with teeth-gritting bone-cracking sounds and muffled sounds of muscle tearing and reorganization. Following the implantation of various organ larvae, James's original height of just over 1.7 meters began to expand wildly on the operating table in an extremely unreasonable posture. His skeleton was forcibly stretched and thickened. Muscle fibers multiplied exponentially. The intense growing pains accompanied by a tearing sensation were enough to cause any mortal to die directly from the pain. But as long as James's health bar dropped, a bite of bread would instantly max out his health bar, keeping his bodily functions forever at peak condition. Standing nearby, Foros, Calculis, and Karn were the three people frozen in place as if rooted to the spot. They watched with their own eyes as an adult mortal, in less than 10 minutes, without any rejection, and without any near-death struggle, directly passed through the genetic developmental stage. When the final black carapace organ was implanted into James's subcutaneous tissue and matured within 3 seconds to grow neural connection ports, James completely changed in appearance. He sat up. At this moment, James's height had shot up to 2.2 meters. Broad shoulders, explosive muscle contours, a perfectly balanced body proportion, and the unique sense of oppression belonging to an Astartes battle brother emanating from beneath his skin. Samuel retreated 2 steps. He held an auspex and scanned James's various vital signs. All functions are perfect. Organ operation rate is 100%. Samuel's voice was extremely dry. Samuel said, all organs and gene seed have completely matured. The room instantly fell into a dead silence. Just finishing the surgery, and all organs and seeds were already ripe. Since they're mature, don't just leave them there. Harvest them directly. Roya said in a calm tone, naturally pointing at James's neck. Use the harvested mature gene seed to continue cultivating new recruits. As if waking from a dream, Samuel immediately picked up the scalpel. Slice, extract, heal. The actions were completed in one go. The plump, pure vitality-emitting gene seed from the neck gland fell onto the sterile tray. Roya looked at the tray and nodded with satisfaction. Foros and Calculis dropped to both knees, their knees slamming heavily onto the metal floor. My lord. Foros lowered his head, his voice imbued with extreme self-blame and fanaticism. With our short-sighted mortal intellect, we doubted your unfathomable might. Please bestow punishment. Get up, there's no such rule. Roya replied casually. Understood, my lord. Foros stood up, his eyes filled with irrepressible excitement. With this, the Lamenters would not only cease to be a cursed, understrength chapter, but could even expand within a few days into a superchapter rivaling the establishment numbers of the Great Crusade era. Afterward, Roya looked at Samuel. Apothecary, going forward I need to mass-produce gene seed. Later, we will adopt the Adeptus Mechanicus method of cultivating gene seed. We will mass-cultivate gene seed. Roya said. Currently, the only direction in which his unit spawning was restricted was gene seed. Although he had bread now, which could make the gene seed inside a recruit's body mature rapidly. However, of the 2 gene seed within a recruit's body, only the one in the neck gland position could be taken out, and the other could only be retrieved after they died in battle. My lord, do you plan to use experimental slave biological amplification? As a chapter master, Foros still knew about this method of rapid gene seed production used by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Imprisoning slaves in biological vats, keeping them conscious yet paralyzed, and once gene seed was cultivated, implanting it into a new slave. Exponential multiplication. That's right. Roya nodded. With the blessing of bread, there was no need to wait 5 years for maturity. By directly having the subject eat it, eating would allow production, and it wouldn't threaten the body of the implanted person, allowing them to produce continuously. One must know that under this method, a single gene seed could produce 1,000 gene seeds and their corresponding organs. As long as suitable people were selected, gene seed could be rapidly cultivated. But my lord, ordinary people don't understand the technology of the Adeptus Mechanicus for cultivating gene seed. At this moment Karn spoke up. As an Ultramarines veteran, he knew a bit about this technology, but he felt that the Lamenters, as a fellow Space Marine chapter, certainly wouldn't know the full set of technology. At this moment Roya smiled. The Lamenters' luck meant they were either fighting or on their way to fight, and even with that they hadn't been wiped out. You tell Roya they don't know this technology, guess whether Roya believes it or not. Foros, Calculize, and Samuel looked at each other, and finally all revealed a hint of a smile. Chapter 19, Nether Portal, Going to the Nether. Standing to the side, looking at the eyes of Calculize, Samuel, and Foros, Khan finally came to his senses at this moment. This technology was extremely cruel and highly unstable. More importantly, this reckless troop-spawning method severely violated the Codex Astartes personally written by Primarch Robot Guilliman. If this matter were reported back to Terra, the High Lord Council would definitely slap the Lamenters with the label of mutiny, or heresy, and directly launch a purge. Khan opened his mouth, wanting to voice a warning, but when his gaze touched Roya, who was standing to the side with a calm expression, he forcefully swallowed back the admonitions that had reached his lips. Having witnessed firsthand the emperor-like divine might on this lord, Khan's rationality finally yielded. The Codex was written by the Primarch, but the one right before him possessed the halo of the Emperor's chosen. It was better to listen to this lord first. Foros. Not caring what Khan was thinking, Roya directly set the tone. The large-scale cultivation of gene seed will be entirely entrusted to your Lamenters chapter. Whatever supplies you need, just go and get them from the chests in the mob grinder at the rear. Rest assured, my lord. The Lamenters chapter will surely forge an indestructible army of Astartes for you. Foros dropped to one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. Roya nodded with satisfaction, his gaze shifting as he thought of Titus. Right. Roya pointed at Titus's neck. Although Titus hasn't completed the full set of modifications yet, the gene seed in his neck glands should be fully mature. Samuel, extract his seed as well while you're at it, to serve as the first batch of cultivation stock. As soon as these words were spoken, the corners of Khan's mouth twitched fiercely. Taking the pure gene seed of the Ultramarines to expand the army of the Lamenters. Under normal circumstances, the two chapters would directly draw their guns and shoot at each other. His lips parted slightly, instinctively wanting to protest, but it ultimately turned into a silent sigh, and he remained silent. Catching Khan's reaction out of the corner of their eyes, Foros and Calculis saw that the Ultramarines veteran surprisingly did not object. The last trace of doubt in their hearts completely vanished, and they immediately nodded to begin preparing the surgical equipment. After arranging the matters at the rear, Roya led the others out of the dirt house. As soon as they came out, Titus stepped forward quickly, flipping his wrist to hand over 7 grayish-white fragments that had dropped after shattering the Contemptor dreadnought in front of Magos Hades earlier. Well done. Roya's eyes lit up with great joy. He immediately brought up the hidden inventory, placing these 7 fragments together with the 3 fragments dropped by the mega-armored knob he had blown up earlier. Ding! Accompanied by an extremely crisp system prompt, the 10 fragments fused together in the inventory, transforming into a blueprint emitting an ancient dark gold luster. Obtained, Contemptor Pattern Dreadnought Crafting Blueprint. With a thought, Roya eagerly checked the crafting recipe for this 10,000-year-old holy relic of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The crafting illustration will be posted in this chapter's comments. Everyone can take a look and give some revision suggestions, because I always feel something is wrong. A list of materials emerged in his vision. Iron Block X4 used to build an indestructible machine skeleton. Obsidian X6 used to forge a heavy armor outer layer immune to most firepower. Iron Ingot X5 acts as the structural framework and connection for joints in various parts. Observer X2 responsible for providing neural sensing and external visual locking for the pilot crammed into the mecha. Redstone Block X2 acts as the power system core driving the massive body. Piston X4 used to provide terrifying hydraulic driving force for the limbs. Dispenser X2 acts as the dual-arm weapon mounting interface. Iron Nugget X2 used to fill precision components at the joints. Looking at this recipe, Roya stroked his chin. Iron blocks, redstone, and iron ingots were abundant on the assembly line of the rear mob grinder. But one of the materials made him frown slightly. Observer. As an old MC player, he knew very well what was needed to craft an observer, nether quartz. And this thing could only be mined by going to MC's nether. Looks like I need to prepare for a long trip. Roya closed the interface, catching sight out of the corner of his eye of Magos Hades, who was still slumped on the ground not far away, frantically spitting out binary garbled code from his mouth. He turned his head and waved at Cape Town 3, who was chanting hymns nearby. Cape Town, go comfort your colleague, wake his brain up, stop throwing errors here, we need him to work later. Understood. Cape Town 3 immediately rushed over. Without delay, Roya immediately arranged for a few Astra Militarum converted into villagers. Dig down. Keep digging until you see scorching lava. Then use iron buckets to scoop the lava up for me. The Astra Militarum instantly transformed into ruthless mining machines, starting to dig vertically downwards in the area designated by Roya. Due to MC's keep inventory rule and block rules protection, they didn't have to worry about cave-ins at all. Soon, buckets of pure lava rolling with blazing bubbles were brought up to the surface. The reason why he didn't pour the portal directly underground was because Roya considered that entering and exiting the nether would be frequent in the future, and placing it in the center of the surface position would be more convenient for defense and transportation. Carrying a water bucket and a lava bucket in the center of the open space, Roya began a wave of extremely counterintuitive casting operations. Water met lava and accompanied by sizzling white smoke, blocks of extremely hard, deep purple-black obsidian generated out of thin air. In just over 10 minutes, a massive obsidian framework with an internal space of 10 by 10 rose from the ground amidst the hive city ruins filled with the smell of waste engine oil. Immediately afterwards, Roya walked to the workbench, and using an iron ingot and a piece of flint dug out from underground earlier, crafted a flint and steel. Titus, Khan, Battle Sister Captain Ilya, and others who had been guarding nearby all involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as they looked at this huge obsidian doorframe exuding an extremely oppressive aura. My lord. Ilya tightly grasped the pendant on her chest, her voice carrying a trace of awe and unease. What sacred place does this magnificent black door lead to? Roya walked to the portal, looked back at everyone, and a wicked smile curved the corner of his mouth. This is the door leading to the Nether. As soon as his voice fell. What? Ilia's face turned instantly pale. She abruptly drew her crusade sword, and the 6 battle sisters also faced a formidable enemy. The Nether. Could it be the warp? My lord, that is the domain of the archenemy. Titus and Con also stiffened all over, instinctively raising their bolters and staring intently at that doorframe, as if a greater demon would rush out from inside the next second. Seeing everyone looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, Roya couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, put your guns down, I was just teasing you. Roya waved his hand and explained, it's not the warp you're thinking of. It's just a different dimensional space filled with lava and minerals. Hearing this, Titus, Ilia, and the others finally let out a long sigh of relief, their tense muscles relaxing slightly. Click. Roya didn't say any more nonsense. He raised the flint and steel, and tapped gently against the inside of the obsidian framework. A cluster of sparks burst forth. The next second, accompanied by an extremely low hum, the 10 by 10 huge doorframe was instantly filled by a slowly rotating, semi-transparent distorted light curtain emitting an eerie purple light. The air faintly drifted with the scent of sulfur and ashes. Titus, Con, call 3 more space marines converted into villagers, bring your weapons and pickaxes and come with me. Carrying an iron sword, Roya took the lead and walked into the purple distorted light curtain. Titus and Con took a deep breath and, bringing 3 lamenters wearing Terminator armor, followed in without hesitation. Accompanied by a ripple resembling water waves, their figures completely disappeared inside the portal. Ilia and the Battle Sisters stood outside the door, staring intently at the portal emitting a purple eerie glow. Although Roya had explained that it wasn't the warp, the extreme frenzy and scorching heat emanating from inside the door still made their hearts extremely tense. They gripped their weapons tightly, guarding the portal in the center like statues, not daring to relax for even a second. Chapter 20, the first show of defiance appears in the world. Chapter 20, the first Contemptor dreadnought appears. The purple light curtain rippled like water waves. Roya stepped out of the obsidian portal, and a wave of heat hit him in the face. Titus, Con, and 3 Lamenter's veterans wearing off-white Terminator's armor followed closely behind. The 5 space marines leveled their bolters, sweeping their muzzles around, and then they all froze in place. There were no demons, no whispers of the warp, and no chaos corruption contaminating their souls. What met their eyes was a massive underground world composed entirely of cubes. The ceiling was made of dark red cubic rock layers, and beneath their feet was an equally red cubic ground. A few dozen meters ahead, a boiling lava lake stretched to the end of their vision. The lava lacked fluid curves, instead presenting an absolutely straight, stair-step shape, cascading down layer by layer. Fine red ashes drifted through the air. By the Emperor. Titus lowered his muzzle, gazing through his optics at a suspended piece of red rock beneath his feet. This completely defies the laws of gravity. Con lifted his foot and stamped heavily on the ground. The dark red netherrack emitted a dull echo, proving extremely hard. Put away your weapons and switch to the iron pickaxe. Roya stood in front, switching out an iron pickaxe from his inventory. There are no greater demons of chaos here, only materials. Our target is that ore with white stripes. He pointed at a rock wall at the edge of the lava lake. Several pieces of nether quartz ore were embedded there. The 5 space marines wasted no words, hooking their bolters back onto their tactical mounts. With a few clacks, 5 square iron pickaxes fell into their hands. The massive Terminator's armor took heavy strides toward the rock wall. Bang! Con swung his iron pickaxe down. Black grid cracks appeared and spread across the surface of the quartz ore. With a crisp pop, the cube shattered and several pieces of nether quartz emitting pure white light dropped to the ground. Con picked them up. Under system binding, the items were automatically collected into his hidden grid. My lord, there is a gold vein over there. A Lamenter's veteran pointed upward. Mine it along the way. Roya's gaze swept across the blocks beneath his feet, noticing that scattered at the edge of the lava lake were several blocks that appeared dark brown with twisted human face textures on the surface. He walked over, swung his iron pickaxe, and mined a block of soul sand. Khan walked over, looking at the brown sandy soil, his brows slightly furrowed. "My lord, there is a faint psychic fluctuation in this soil, as if something is sealed inside." Roya pulled out a flint and steel from his inventory and struck it against the surface of the soul sand. Whoosh! A ball of flame rose up, casting a pure bright light. "This fire will never go out." Roya pointed at the burning soul sand. "Take this sand back. When the Astra Militarum's laser gun magazines are empty, throw them directly into this fire, and they will be fully charged in no time. With this thing, you won't even need to build charging stations." Khan turned his head sharply, staring at the ball of flame, his breathing instantly turning heavy. Laser rifles were the absolute mainstay weapon of the Astra Militarum, but in protracted wars, logistics recharging was always the biggest pain point. Now, just with a piece of dirt and a fire, infinite frontline endurance could be achieved. Mine all of these." Khan directly gave the order, swinging his iron pickaxe down at the soul sand on the ground. The 5 sets of power armor turned into the most efficient mining machines. The sound of iron pickaxes striking echoed through the vast nether. Quartz, gold nuggets, and soul sand continuously flowed into the inventory. From the distant dark red fog, an extremely sharp, weird sound resembling a baby crying came through. A white jellyfish-like creature with a huge square head emerged in midair, its pale tentacles fluttering in the wind. Titus raised his bolter. "My lord, there is a hostile target." "Ignore the ghast." Roya looked at the stacks of nether quartz already gathered in his inventory. "Today we only came to build a dreadnought. We'll explore this place slowly later. Fall back." The 6 of them turned around and walked toward the portal. Passing through the purple light curtain, the sensation of weightlessness was swept away. At the temporary position in the waste liquid treatment area, Ilya gripped her crusade sword, staring intently at the portal. When she saw Roya leading the Space Marines stepping safely out of the light curtain, her tense spine instantly relaxed, and she let out a long breath. Calculize strode forward. The chief librarian's eyes flashed with deep blue psychic energy, sweeping over the 6 returning individuals. No warp aura, no signs of corruption. Calculize nodded in confirmation to Chapter Master Foros. "Their souls are extremely pure." In a clearing not far away, Muggos Hades was still slumped on the ground. His auxiliary mechanical arms hung down, and his red robes were stained with oil. Cape Town, 3 stood beside him, talking incessantly, and one could vaguely hear words like Lord Roya being the incarnation of the machine god. Roya strode toward the workbench. "Muggos, look." Cape Town, 3 dropped his wooden bowl, pulled Hades up. "The incarnate manifestation of the machine god is about to show a miracle." Hades's mechanical neck turned stiffly, his optical sensors focusing on Roya. He had crashed for a while just now, and at this moment his core processor was still filled with doubt. Roya stood before the workbench, his mind connecting with his inventory. Cobblestone, redstone dust, and nether quartz were thrown into the 3x3 grid. Click. 2 square stones with red dots at the bottom took form. These were observers. The blueprint materials were all complete. 4 iron blocks, 6 obsidians, 5 iron ingots, 2 observers, 2 redstone blocks, 4 pistons, 2 dispensers, and 2 iron nuggets. Guided by the phantom of the blueprint, the materials automatically fell into place to fill the grid. Roya's finger clicked the craft button. Click. An extremely dull, heavy mechanical locking sound exploded above the workbench. A mecha model radiating a dark golden luster fell into Roya's hand. Holding the model, he took 2 steps forward and tossed it casually toward the metal open space ahead. Boom. With a loud crash, the metal floor suddenly sank, bursting out a ring of shockwaves. The dust filling the sky dispersed. A behemoth standing 4.5 meters tall, coated entirely in dark gray paint, stood quietly in the center of the position. Its body was extremely broad, and the surface of its streamlined ceramite armor lacked any spliced weld seams, presenting a perfect integral forging craft. Its left arm mounted twin heavy bolters, and its right arm was a ferocious dreadnought close combat power claw. Behind the shoulder guards swelled huge reactor cooling grills, with eerie blue plasma fire steadily flickering within the gaps. There were no rusted pipelines, no traces of millenniums of patch-up repairs. This was a brand-new, perfect Contemptor pattern dreadnought that had just walked off the peak production lines of the Great Crusade era. Bip, click. Muggos Hades's optical sensors instantly burst with dazzling red light. His scanner shot out dozens of beams, frantically sweeping across the mecha's armor thickness, servo joints, and reactor readings. Perfect. Absolute perfection. 01011001. Hades's knees went soft, and he fell heavily onto his knees on the metal floor. His hands tightly gripped the gaps in the floor, and his mechanical vocoder emitted an extremely sharp electronic screech, the machine god above. This is the truth. This is the primordial relic. Without the resistance of the machine spirit, this is a miracle. Cape Town, 3 knelt down alongside him, raising his arms high and loudly praising the Omnicia. All the higher-ups of the Lamenters gathered around. Foros raised his head, looking at this ancient mecha that only existed in the chapter's historical records, his breathing completely stopping. In the chapter's armory, there were only a few dilapidated Castroferum dreadnoughts, and as for a Contemptor dreadnought representing the peak of technology, not even fragments existed. Foros. Roya turned his head to look at the chapter master. Stop looking, go carry over the veteran from your chapter who is injured the most and lying in a sarcophagus. Foros snapped out of it, hitting his chest heavily in salute, as you command. My lord. He immediately connected the comms. Less than 20 minutes later, a Thunderhawk gunship forced a landing directly on the outskirts of the ruins. Apothecary Samuel, leading a dozen Space Marines, rushed into the position pushing a heavy hovering cart. On the cart was a conventional dreadnought mecha that was extremely severely damaged. The mecha's left leg was completely severed, its breastplate was pockmarked, and the armor surface was painted with the Lamenter's signature black and white checks, and weeping red heart. My lord, this is Elder Darrell. Foros's voice was low, carrying heavy grief. He lost his limbs, and half his chest in the slaughter campaign 100 years ago, and was sealed into a sarcophagus. The mecha completely paralyzed during the drop pod landing 3 days ago, and his life support system is failing. Being entombed in a dreadnought was the supreme honor of continuing to fight for a Space Marine, but at the same time, it was an extremely cruel torture. They soaked in amniotic fluid tanks, their nerves connected to the mecha through crude intubation. The excruciating pain of phantom limbs and the neurological backlash brought by mecha damage tormented them at every moment. Most dreadnought veterans would be in extreme irritability and agony upon being awakened. Begin transferring the sarcophagus. Roya gave the order. Samuel immediately set to work. The Lamenter's warriors collectively knelt on one knee, paying tribute to the elder. Roya walked to the front of the Contemptor dreadnought, reaching out to press a hidden compartment on the breastplate. Accompanied by a hiss of air pressure release, the chest cavity of the Contemptor dreadnought opened upward, revealing a dry, spacious neural connection slot inside covered with precise metal contact points. Several Space Marines worked together to lift the sarcophagus, steadily embedding it into the Contemptor's chest cavity. The locks closed automatically, and the pipelines docked precisely. Hum. The reactor behind the Contemptor dreadnought suddenly brightened. The heavy servomotors emitted a low roar, and the thick leg armor spewed out 2 streams of white airflow. The optical viewfinder on the mecha's head lit up instantly, shooting out 2 crimson tactical visual beams. Awakening sequence complete. The entire scene was dead silent. Foros, Samuel, and the others all tensed their muscles, preparing to pacify the painful fury that the Elder would inevitably unleash upon waking. In the past, when Elder Darrell was awakened, he would always emit heartbreaking screeches in the comms channel. The mecha swayed slightly, lifting its heavy right arm power claw. The power claw opened in mid-air and then slowly closed. The movement was extremely smooth, without any stuttering or obstruction. Elder. Foros stepped forward, his voice raspy. How do you feel? The apothecary will inject you with painkillers immediately. The dreadnought did not roar, nor did it rage. The optical viewfinder rotated, locking onto Foros. The external vocoder of the mecha transmitted a synthesized electronic bass, extremely steady, even carrying a trace of unnoticeable bewilderment. Foros. Battle brother. No need to inject painkillers. Elder Daryl's voice echoed through the empty ruins. My nerves are not burning. He looked down at his brand new metal body, and the massive mecha took a step forward, its movements so light that they completely didn't match a heavy armored creation of this mass. The burning sensation at the severed limbs is gone. The stinging pain at the spinal connection slots is also gone. The mecha raised both arms. I cannot feel that cold amniotic fluid. I feel as though I have put on power armor once again. No torture, no burden whatsoever. Extremely comfortable. This sentence was like a cyclone torpedo, directly detonating in the minds of all Lamentor's higher-ups. Feeling no pain. In the conventional wisdom of 10,000 years, dreadnought pilots were forever accompanied by excruciating pain. That was a fate worse than death, where flesh was forcibly welded onto steel. But now, Elder Daryl said he felt very comfortable. Everyone's gazes instantly converged on Roya. Roya stood in place, his facial expression poker-faced, but instantly understanding the reason in his heart. The items crafted by the Minecraft system had a bottom-layer logic that completely avoided negative status effects. In the system's judgment, this dreadnought belonged to a piece of equipment. Wearing equipment would only grant armor and attack power bonuses, and it was absolutely impossible to carry a continuous health-draining buff like severe neurological pain. The system rules forcibly overrode Warhammer's backward and crude physical interfacing setup. Watching everyone's fanatical, shocked gazes to the point of almost going into shock, Roya gave a light cough, slightly lifting his chin. No need to make a fuss. Roya casually patted the thick thigh armor of the Contemptor dreadnought. I slightly modified the neural conduction matrix of the life support tank. Dying on the battlefield is an honor. There's no need to let heroes continue suffering living hell in coffins. Thud. Chapter Master Foros slammed both knees onto the ground. My lord. Foros's voice was hoarse, carrying extreme fanaticism and gratitude, even laced with a sob. This made them even more loyal and devoted than granting them power armor. Relieving their predecessors of their suffering, what a sacred and great enterprise this was. All the Lamentor's space marines knelt down like toppling gold mountains and collapsing jade pillars, their weapons laid flat before them and their heads lowered. Chapter 21 Count, hundreds of angels have arrived, we're doomed. Roya slightly raised his hand, suppressing the overwhelming praise from the crowd. Get up. Roya swept his gaze across the space marines covering the ground, his eyes lingering on the newly reborn Elder Daryl. Save your strength to deal with Xenos and heretics. Our next goal is to retake the entire Hephaestus hive. He walked toward the metal table in the center of the position, his fingertips gliding across the tactical projection. Apothecary, continue using bread to rapidly mature the new recruits, production must not stop. James and his batch of men, go to the armory immediately to get, and wear the Mk7 power armor. Roya tapped the projection. Karn and Titus, the two of you lead the team. Take James and the others to make up a force of 400. Directly slaughter your way from here into the mid-hive, pushing all the way to the upper hive. Bring plenty of ammo crates, and when you encounter orcs, flatten them directly with bolter firepower. There's no need to conserve, understand? Titus struck his chest plate heavily with his right fist, producing a muffled boom. By your command, my lord. Roya shifted his gaze to Foros. Foros, take 300 brothers and head down. Clear out the scattered orcs in the underhive, clean up those Nurgle walking corpses in the bottom hive, and nail the defense line down at the sewage treatment hub for me. Foros knelt on one knee. The Lamentors will not fail this mission. The personnel quickly dispersed. Heavy boots trod upon the metal decks, and the crisp metallic sound of bolts being pulled echoed across the defense line. Roya glanced at the emptied position, turned around, and picked up an iron pickaxe. He had to dig a deeper space downward. He needed a large number of slime balls to craft sticky pistons in order to build a true redstone automation assembly line. And slimes only spawned at extremely low altitudes in specific chunks. Roya was now leading people to build a slime farm. Mid-Hive. 31st Avenue Hub Plaza. This was the last unfallen sanctuary in the Mid-Hive. The defense line was piled high with abandoned armored personnel carriers, sandbags, and corpses. The remnants of the Astra Militarum 89th Cadian Infantry Regiment and soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force (PDF) lay prone in the trenches, the barrels of their lasguns already glowing red-hot. For the Golden Throne. A Mid-Hive noble count stood on high, waving the energized power sword in his hand. His ornate ballistic armor was stained with dark green blood, his right eye was grazed by a stray bullet, and blood smeared half his face. Deafening battle cries rolled in from the darkness ahead. Whack! The orcs, like a green tide, vaulted over the outer blast walls. Crude large-caliber bullets flew wildly across the position, kicking up patches of flesh and blood. The mortal defense line was riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. Laser beams striking the berserk orcs could only leave charred holes behind, utterly failing to stop the charge of these Xenos. The communications soldier beside the Count trembled all over, tightly hugging the radio. No signal. Upper Hive is out of contact, Under Hive is out of contact. We've been abandoned. The Count gripped his power sword tightly, his teeth clenching until they bled. He knew that everyone here today would have to go meet the Emperor. Just at the moment when the Orc army was about to wash over the final blast wall. The towering alloy dome overhead suddenly burst with an extremely sharp metallic tearing sound. Boom! A massive load-bearing wall was directly shattered by violent kinetic energy. Countless boulders and metal wreckage smashed into the dense charging formation of the Orcs, crushing over 100 Xenos. Amidst the flying dust, the muffled thuds of combat boots landing caused the entire plaza to tremble. Tall, hulking Astartes battle brothers with brand new armor paint jobs poured in from the breach like gods descending from the heavens. Leading them, Titus held a bolter in one hand and drew a monomolecular combat knife with the other. Karn followed closely behind, his chains word erupting with a piercing roar. Behind them were a full 400 fully armed space marines. James and the newly converted recruits wore scratch-free Mk7 Aquila power armor, their eyes beneath their visors exuding absolute bloodlust and obedience. The Astra Militarum soldiers in the position were dumbfounded. After a brief dead silence, hysterical cheers erupted from the mortal trenches. The Emperor's Angels. It's the Astartes. We're saved. The soldiers were moved to tears, their morale instantly ignited to its peak. However, the noble Count standing on high looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His hand holding the power sword trembled violently, and his face, previously flushed red from the slaughter, was now as pale as paper. Several surviving PDF officers excitedly ran to the Count's side. My lord. Space Marines have come to reinforce us. We're going to survive. The Count completely ignored the officers, staring intently at the Astartes pouring endlessly into the plaza, his lips trembling. 10. 50. 100. His legs went soft, and he actually slumped directly onto a blood-stained ammo crate. My lord. The officer was stunned. There's no saving it. Hephaestus is completely unsavable. The Count's gaze was hollow, his voice carrying a despair even deeper than when facing the Orcs. 400 Astartes. Nearly half a chapter's strength. For the higher-ups to deploy half a chapter here means the threat level on this planet has broken its extreme limit. In the common knowledge of the Imperium's upper echelons, a single company of Astartes was enough to suppress a planetary rebellion. When 400 Space Marines appeared on a single position simultaneously, mortals usually didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder anymore. The countdown to the planet's shattering had already begun. The Count's despair hadn't even had time to spread. The battle ahead had already shattered his common sense. Titus didn't give any tactical dispersal orders at all. Free fire. Clear them out. Titus spat out a few words coldly. Titus had brought quite a few warriors converted into farmers this time, and their backpacks were packed full of gunpowder. As for iron ingots, they were everywhere. Once their bolter rounds ran low, they could manufacture bolter rounds anytime, anywhere. 400 brand new bolters were raised simultaneously, their muzzles spitting half-meter-long tongues of lethal fire. Boom. 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 This wasn't targeted firing. This was unreserved, fully automatic firepower pouring. Every single bolter round exploded inside the orcs, tearing the orc boys into fragments of flesh all over the sky. The hair-raisingly dense barrage formed an absolute quarantine zone of death in front of the plaza. A massive orc warboss roared, attempting to break through the net of fire. Focus fire on him. Titus roared. Immediately, over 20 recruits took aim at the orc warboss and pulled their triggers relentlessly. Before the orc warboss could charge a few steps, it went down. These Xenos, who only understood melee combat and wild shooting, slammed into an iron city wall capable of spitting infinite firepower. Flesh and blood burned and green pulp covered every inch of the plaza's ground. The orcs' Wyak field completely collapsed in the face of such unreasonable slaughter. The Count sat on the ammo crate, blankly watching the scene before him. There were no tactical maneuvers, no battles for positions. 400 Astartes simply pressed forward directly against the tide of tens of thousands of orcs, ruthlessly plowing flat every living thing ahead with infinite bolters. Which chapter is this? Why does their ammunition never run out? The Count's cognition was completely shattered. Titus blew apart the head of the last fleeing orc with a single shot. He raised his hand, and 400 bolters ceased firing simultaneously. As the gunpowder smoke cleared, ahead lay nothing but a dead zone of severed limbs and broken arms. Titus turned around, his gaze crossing the defense line and falling upon the dazed Count. The electronic vocoder of his helmet emitted a cold voice, "Reconstruct the defense line. Hold this place." 400 suits of power armor stepped over the ground covered in minced meat, and strode toward other places. As Titus and the others cleared out the outer hub of the mid-hive, the experience points on the system interface jumped wildly like a waterfall at the bottom of Roya's vision. Inside the underground space, Roya stopped the iron pickaxe in his hand. The experience points broke through the milestone of level 60. 22 Chapter 22, Flatten the middle nest, support the bottom nest. Chapter 22, Flatten the mid-hive, reinforce the underhive. Temporary camp in the underhive ruins. Roya stood before a newly excavated underground pit, the experience bar at the bottom of his vision having just crossed the milestone of 60. Phoros, Titus, and the others fighting outside brought him a generous experience dividend. Without a moment's hesitation, Roya turned to look at a batch of new recruits standing in formation on standby. "Step out, 12 men." Roya spoke. 12 newly armored, bulky new recruits stepped out of the formation. A dazzling golden light surged from within Roya, instantly enveloping them. One person converted per 5 levels, and the level 60 experience was instantly wiped to 0. As the light dissipated, slowly rotating grass block icons appeared above the heads of the 12 recruits, and their eyes gained a sense of fanatical, absolute obedience toward Roya. "Grab an iron pickaxe." Roya pointed at the deep pit on the ground. "Dig down. I need a space at a very low altitude to farm a kind of green slime creature. The materials are in the chest, fill it with stone yourself if you dig through." The 12 Astartes recruits did not waste any words, neatly removing their precious power armor, grabbing block iron pickaxes, and transforming into ruthless underground miners as they dug deeper. A trace of loneliness flashed through the eyes of those recruits who were not chosen. However, they quickly adjusted their mindset, vowing to perform well later, and not let down Lord Roya's expectations of them. At this time in the mid-hive, Avenue 31 Hub Plaza. The remains of the greenskins piled up like mountains, and dark green blood gathered into rivers in the drainage trenches. That noble count sat on an ammunition crate, watching those tall Astartes brethren hold their guns and steadily advance. There was no ecstatic joy of survival on his face, only an extremely profound despair. Lord Count. An Astra Militarum officer ran over, his tone excited. The defense line is held. The greenskins are routing. The Count did not look at him, only lowering his head to wipe the hilt of his power sword with a dirty sleeve, his voice trembling. 400 Astartes. 400. Do you know what this means? The officer was stunned for a moment. Does this mean the Emperor's grace has descended? It means the Hephaestus hive is completely rotten to the core. The Count stood up abruptly, roaring at the top of his lungs, the corners of his eyes splitting. Sending nearly half a chapter here from above means there is something far more terrifying than greenskins here. The smile on the officer's face froze, and a chill shot straight from the soles of his feet to his scalp. The Count kicked over the ammunition crate in front of him. What are you still standing there for? Organize everyone who can still breathe to fix the defense line. Drag the armored vehicles over to plug the gap. At the front lines, Titus ignored the panic of the mortals in the rear. Holding his bolter, its barrel slightly warm, his vision beneath his mask locked onto the huge elevator leading to the upper hive. Advance at full speed. Titus gave the order. 400 men formed an inverted V-shaped attack cone. No cover was needed, and no tactical detour was necessary. Encountering any greenskin stronghold, they blasted it into smithereens directly with a dense barrage of bolter shells. This group of space marines, who were originally in passive defense, exuded the momentum of an armored steamroller at this moment. In the passageways along the way, tens of thousands of civilians cowered in the dark, watching this unreasonable iron army in terror. Detach 50 men to guide the civilians to the Avenue 31 hub plaza for shelter. Titus split his forces extremely quickly. The rest, follow me and punch through the mid-hive. In just half a day. As the final mega-armored Knobs fortress was swept into scrap metal by bolters, the blast-proof isolation door leading from the mid-hive to the upper hive was smashed open by a single punch from Titus. Sunlight spilled down through the towering stained glass dome. The streets of the upper hive were spacious, flanked by luxurious statues and cathedrals. But it was dead silent here. There were only greenskins, without any sound of resistance. Titus strode into a noble estate. The gates were wide open, with jewelry and clothing too late to be taken away scattered on the ground. Sir. A recruit walked in to report, we've scouted it. The spaceport's launch pads are all empty. The defense tower's power has been cut. There are no traces of any resistance. Titus's gaze instantly turned cold. The nobles had fled. At the very first moment when the greenskin tide spiraled out of control, this privileged class, occupying 90% of the planet's resources, fled Hephaestus in private ships, and even shut down the lower defense systems to save energy. Cowards. Titus spat out 2 words coldly. These bastards must be severely punished. Karn was also filled with anger in his eyes. Underhive. At this moment, hearing the report over the communicator, Roya stopped what he was doing. The battle situation in the Underhive was extremely fierce. Nurgle's sea of walking corpses. Roya patted the dust off his hands and turned to look to the side. In the open space, 300 Astartes recruits, who had just passed the rejection period by eating bread in the dirt room and matured overnight, stood quietly at attention. They had already put on brand new Mk7 power armor, holding bolters fully loaded with ammunition. Although they had not experienced decades of battlefield slaughter, pure gene seed flowed within their bodies, and they absolutely obeyed any of Roya's commands. Grab your weapons and follow me. Roya flipped his wrist, switched out an iron sword, and strode toward the passage leading to the Underhive. The 300 recruits, like fierce tigers released from their cages, took heavy strides and followed closely behind. Underhive. Sewage treatment area. The environment here could no longer be called a hive city. Massive cavities had been corroded into the metal deck by yellowish-green viscous liquid. The air was filled with a suffocating stench and the buzzing of flies and insects. Chapter Master Foros swung his power sword, cleaving a bloated walking corpse that leaped at him into two halves. But the abdominal cavity of this walking corpse burst open, and the splashing pus landed on the plasteel shoulder guard of a Lamenter's veteran, making a harsh, hissing sound. Fall back. Keep your distance. Use the flamethrowers. Foros roared. Ahead in the passageway were tens of thousands of Nurgle walking corpses. They felt no pain and feared no bolter penetration. Only by completely blowing them to pieces or burning them to ashes could that disgusting pace be halted. But the numbers were too great, and the advance of the Lamenters was tightly stuck within a fan-shaped area. Heavy footsteps came from behind. Foros turned back to see Roya walking over carrying an iron sword, followed closely by a full 300 unfamiliar-faced space marines. My lord. Foros's expression changed drastically, and he hurried up to meet him, his voice filled with extreme anxiety. Why did you bring the recruits here? This is the Underhive, and Nurgle's corruption aura has already taken form. An hour or two ago they were still mortals, their minds unrefined by the passage of time. Facing the direct gaze of chaos, they will be corrupted. Sister Ilia, who was currently spewing flames with a holy flame gun nearby, also turned her head, echoing with a pale face, My lord. This is too reckless. Facing the Nurgle plague, recruits were practically walking to their deaths. Once contaminated, they would become new walking corpses. Chapter 23, New recruits go to the Underhive, Milk Breakthrough Plan. Looking at the greenish sea of walking corpses ahead, Roya ignored Foros's anxiety, a sneer curling up the corner of his mouth instead. Corruption. Roya's tone was very relaxed, rest assured, everyone, impossible. With a thought, he clicked open the hidden inventory. An iron bucket filled with white liquid appeared in his hands. Foros, do you know what is in this bucket? Roya shook the iron bucket. Foros was stunned, my lord. This smell seems to be the milk of some animal. That's right, milk. Roya nodded. Looking at the square iron bucket in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh at how ridiculous the physical judgment of the Minecraft system was. In Minecraft, a block is 1 cubic meter. A bucket of water or a bucket of milk poured on the ground can fill an entire block of space. In other words, this seemingly inconspicuous small iron bucket in his hand contained a full cubic meter of milk. Find some water bags, Roya ordered, the bigger the better. Portion the milk in this bucket into them. Someone immediately brought over water bags. Roya held the iron bucket and tilted his hand. The milky white milk poured into the water bag like a waterfall. After filling one, the liquid level in the iron bucket showed no sign of dropping at all. My lord, what are you doing this for? Ilia was completely confused. Using milk to deal with Nurgle demons. In my rules, milk can remove all negative statuses. Roya picked up a water bag and weighed it, whether it is deadly poison, weakness, or some Nurgle blessing. As long as it is judged as an external abnormal status, milk can completely clear it all to zero. At this moment, Roya threw one into the plague zombies. Whoosh! The water bag drew a parabola in the air, accurately falling into the dense group of walking corpses ahead. Plop! The water bag smashed into those bloated and rotting bodies, instantly bursting. The white milk splashed everywhere, inevitably getting onto the ulcerated faces of those walking corpses, and even flowing into their pus-dripping mouths. At that instant, an eerie dead silence appeared on the battlefield. One walking corpse standing at the very front had most of its head already corroded, exposing the bones, and the intestines in its abdominal cavity dragged on the ground. Its mouth touched a small mouthful of the splashed milk. The next second. Hiss! A dazzling white light suddenly burst from the body of that walking corpse. It was not the filthy light of the warp, but an extremely pure refresh light representing the absolute rules of the system. Under the gaze of Foros, Ilia, and all the Lamenter's veterans who were almost popping their eyes out of their sockets, an extremely terrifying scene that violated the baseline common sense of the universe occurred. The yellow-green pustules on that walking corpse instantly shriveled and fell off. On the exposed bones, vibrant flesh grew backward wildly as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. The intestines dragging on the ground automatically retracted back into the abdominal cavity, and the torn skin healed perfectly. In just 2 seconds. A walking corpse that was originally dripping with pus, and whose soul and body had been completely occupied by the Nurgle plague turned back into an intact underhive mortal youth with flushed skin. Even the shattered clothing on his body faded from that foul-smelling color. This? Where is this? The youth stood blankly in place, looking at his intact hands. Reason reoccupied the high ground of his brain. But then he turned his head and saw the other dense, foul-smelling plague zombies crowded around him. Memories of the chaos corruption flooded into his mind like a tide. He remembered how he had eaten his neighbors, and how he had swallowed rotten meat full of maggots. Ah! The youth collapsed to his knees, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. But this scream only lasted for a short 2 seconds. The surrounding plague zombies that hadn't been stained with milk were stimulated by this sudden breath of vibrant life. More than a dozen ulcerated hands grabbed at the youth simultaneously, instantly submerging him in the pile of rotten meat. The sound of bone shattering and chewing made one's scalp tingle. But this scene was no longer important. Roya stood in front of the position, snapped his fingers, and chuckled. It really works. Applied externally and taken internally, the scope of this rule judgment is even broader than I thought. Foros stared fixedly at the situation ahead. The Nurgle plague is irreversible, only raging fire and plasma can completely burn it to ashes. This is an iron law branded deep in the soul of every Astartes. Today, this iron law was directly shattered by an iron bucket of white liquid. Roya ignored everyone's shock. He turned around carrying the empty iron bucket. Titus, Roya gave the order, take 20 recruits back to the dairy farm above. Fill the iron buckets with milk, portion them into leather bags, and send them down immediately. Titus stood at attention and saluted, turned around to pick 20 recruits, and strode toward the rear passage. Half an hour later. On the tactical attachment points at the waists of more than 300 Astartes recruits and Lamenter's veterans, an oxhide water bag filled with milk had been added. Battle Sisters Captain Ilya also led her subordinate Battle Sisters, carefully hanging the water bags at their waists. Roya switched a bucket of milk out of the inventory, held it in his hand, and took a sip. The rules are very simple. Roya's gaze swept across the audience. If you feel your body getting hot or tingling, or smell the rotting odor worsening, take a sip. If your armor is damaged and splashed by body fluids, take a sip. If anything feels wrong, drink it directly, no need to save. Everyone nodded. The gaze they cast at the water bags exuded the fanaticism of looking at holy relics of the Emperor. Roya put away the iron bucket, flicked his wrist, and the iron sword fell into his palm. Now, rush over and crush them. Roya gripped the sword with one hand and exerted force with his feet. The metal floor let out an unbearable muffled sound, directly caving into a large pit. Carrying extremely violent kinetic energy, Roya crashed straight into the crowded yellow-green sea of walking corpses ahead. The dozen or so walking corpses in the front row raised their ulcerated arms. Roya made no extra movements, horizontally drawing a silver-white sword light with the iron sword in his hand. 8 consecutive muffled system judgment sound effects exploded in the air. The 8 closest walking corpses didn't even have the qualification to block for a single second. The moment the iron sword touched their bodies, blinding red light burst all over them, and their huge bodies flew backward more than 10 meters in midair, knocking down a large area of the walking corpses behind. Still in midair, these 8 walking corpses directly turned into wisps of white smoke and dissipated, leaving only a few flickering rotten meat models on the ground. There was no room for any resistance. It was completely unilateral rule crushing. Any walking corpses that tried to block Roya's advancing steps ended up being hacked away with a sword and turning into white mist. Chapter Master Foros drew his power sword and raised it high above his head. For the Emperor. For the Lord. All forces, charge. Just as the corrosive white smoke rose, the battle sister quickly pulled open the water bag stopper and gulped down a mouthful of milk. White light flashed. The corrosive wound healed instantly, leaving not even a trace of a red mark. A miracle! The battle sister exclaimed, charging into the denser enemy formation without hesitation. 20 for Chapter 20 for Lord Roya is definitely the lost original. Chapter 20 for Lord Roya must be a lost premarch. The air deep within the subhive passage rapidly cooled. The dense buzzing of flies drowned out the bombardment of bolters. A thick, dark green toxic fog surged from the depths of the drainage pipe. Out of the toxic fog squeezed more than a dozen massive monsters wielding rusted double-barreled greatswords. Plague-bearers. The elite among Nurgle's demonic hierarchy. They grew only a single huge cyclopean eye, with their abdominal cavities completely open, exposing rotting entrails, and were surrounded by swarms of toxic flies capable of instantly killing mortals. A plague-bearer locked onto Roya, who was charging at the very front. It let out a piercing screech, raised the greatsword dripping with black venom, and slashed fiercely down towards Roya's head. Roya switched out a square shield from his inventory at lightning speed, and raised his hand to block. Clang! The rusted greatsword smashed against the surface of the shield crafted from planks and iron ingots. Sparks flew in all directions. The plague law failed to corrode even the edges of this seemingly crude block shield. A hint of human-like astonishment flashed through the plague-bearer's single eye. Roya did not give it a second to think. The muscles in his right arm bulged, and the iron sword thrust out straightforwardly, accurately sinking into that huge single eye. Bang! The plague-bearer's body shuddered violently, bursting with red light all over. The opponent didn't even make a counterattacking move before its massive body directly turned into white smoke and completely dissipated. Roya stepped through the white mist without a single pause in his footsteps. Left slash. The iron sword smashed off the sword-wielding arm of the second plague-bearer. Right sweep. The blade severed the knee joint of the third plague-bearer. Under the system's damage determination, as long as it hits, whether you are a mortal or a high-tier demon, health is deducted uniformly according to the health bar. In the blink of an eye, the four blocking plague-bearers were completely eradicated by Roya alone. The remaining demons were surrounded by several Terminators who rushed up shortly after, crushed into a pile of minced meat by power fists. The right flank of the battlefield. The Contemptor Dreadnought, Elder Darrell, was swinging its huge right arm power claw, clamping down hard on a plague-bearer attempting a sneak attack. The hydraulic system roared, and the demon's body was crushed in half at the waist. Dark green, foul-smelling slime dripped down the dark gray ceramite armor. Elder Darrell released the power claw, letting the wreckage fall to the ground. He did not continue pushing forward, his massive chassis standing still in place. The optical viewfinder rotated, and two crimson visual beams pierced through the green fog, locking tightly onto Roya at the very front of the formation. Roya was grabbing the neck of a fat walking corpse barehanded. With an explosion of pure physical strength, Roya threw the heavy monster weighing several hundred Gene out with one hand, directly collapsing a row of metal load-bearing pillars. Elder Darrell's cogitator core was operating at high speed. Inside this brand new mecha, he didn't need to be distracted by resisting the pain of neural burning. His thinking reached unprecedented clarity. An idea that subverted his cognition for many years was forming in his mind, and becoming increasingly clear. A dozen meters away. The librarian's staff in Calculize's hand flickered with a deep blue glow. A bolt of psychic lightning struck out fiercely, burning a dozen approaching walking corpses to ashes. He withdrew his staff and turned his head to find that Elder Darrell had stopped in place, completely halting his attack actions. Calculize hurried to the side of the dreadnought and looked up to ask, "Elder, has your chassis malfunctioned?" The external array vocoder of the dreadnought emitted a low electronic voice, carrying a tremor suppressed to the extreme, "Calculize. Look carefully at that Lord's combat style." Calculize looked over following the light beam. The Lord's martial might is peerless. His swordsmanship has no stances, crushing everything purely through absolute strength and speed. Calculize replied. Is it merely martial might? Elder Darrell's voice was even lower. That white liquid he pulled out can directly erase the plague laws established by chaos. The contempt of dreadnought he hammered out with an iron pickaxe is flawless, ignoring the Adeptus Mechanicus's 10,000-year iron law of needing to awaken the machine spirit. He fights on the battlefield with a body of flesh and blood, without fatigue, without scars. That kind of power far exceeds the limits of the Astartes. Calculize gripped his staff tightly, his tone firm. The Lord is the Emperor's chosen, he represents the Emperor's will. You have campaigned for so many years as well. Have you ever seen or heard of a chosen of this level? Elder Darrell's mechanical electronic voice carried a trace of uncontrollable fanaticism. A perfect physical body that surpasses mortals. Creation abilities that defy all laws of the universe. Even the food he casually takes out can cause the gene seed to mature in an instant. Calculize, you piece all these traits together. In the history of the Empire, only one category of existence completely fits all these characteristics. Elder Darrell said slowly. Calculize's breathing instantly stagnated within his power armor's life support system. A vocabulary closely sealed by the Empire and enshrined at the pinnacle of myth smashed forcefully into his brain. Elder, this is absolutely impossible. Calculize's voice trembled violently. You couldn't possibly mean. Could not possibly mean. Elder Darrell nodded at this moment. But this is impossible, the Emperor only created 18 primarchs. The ecclesiarchy propagates only 9, but the primarch statues over on Terra number 18. Calculize's voice even carried a hint of a tremor. The storms of the warp can cover up all truths. Perhaps due to some accident, Lord Roya only returned to the Empire 10,000 years later. Lord Roya might not even know his own identity. After an analysis, Elder Darrell felt more and more that he had discovered the truth. Calculize was completely stunned. He recalled the moment he was transformed into a villager. That absolute obedience and fanaticism originating from the depths of the soul, could it really be true? Being able to casually create ancient holy relics, Calculize muttered to himself, looking blankly at Roya swinging his sword ahead, being able to provide infinite supplies out of thin air. Even freely resolving the developmental defects of the gene seed. This great power that completely crushes reality's laws. Apart from that Emperor sitting high upon the golden throne, only his biological bloodline can achieve it. Calculize swallowed hard. The complexion beneath his mask flushed red from extreme shock. Elder, Calculize stammered, could it be? Could Lord Roya truly be a lost primarch of the Emperor? Chapter 25, Being able to completely kill demons. Elder Darrell stared intently at Roya's back, the optical viewfinder of the dreadnought rapidly contracting, its crimson light beam flashing violently. This is the only explanation, Calculize. His deep, resonant electronic voice oscillated in the private channel, the mighty power surpassing physical limits, the miraculous creations at will, and the absolute protection that completely ignores heretical laws. He must be the lost bloodline of the Emperor, an unrecorded primarch. Calculize tightened his grip on the librarian's staff. This battle-hardened chief librarian was now breathing as heavily as a greenhorn who had just entered the recruit camp. Primarch. Calculize's voice was trembling, and his face beneath the mask was flushed red with blood. 10,000 years. In this damned dark age, we have actually welcomed back an Emperor's children. Elder Darrell rotated the huge power claw on his right arm, the mechanical joints emitting a suppressed clicking sound. Go, Calculize. Return to the surface immediately. Use the astropathic array to contact the custodes of Terra, or the High Lord. Before he could finish speaking, Calculize's eyes erupted with extremely violent azure psychic energy, raising his staff and rushing directly to the front line like a mad rhinoceros. For the Emperor. For my lord. The librarian roared aloud, and a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket suddenly burst from the tip of his staff, instantly blasting a dozen newly emerged plague-bearers into charred cinders. Transmit a message. Report back. Screw running errands. Being able to fight side by side with a living Primarch is a supreme glory that all Astartes battle brothers dare not even dream of. He, Calculize, will never cede this kind of great achievement to anyone. Elder Darrell froze in place. He looked at that azure back, his massive mechanical body stalling for a second. The external vocalizer exuded a hysterical fanaticism. Forget it, forget it. Let's talk after this battle is over. Such glory is irreplaceable. Today, I'm going to kill to my heart's content. Accompanied by the roar of the reactor, he strode into the enemy formation, the power claw acting like a steel meat grinder, instantly tearing apart all demonic bodies around him. The subsequent situation could not be called a battle at all. This was a one-sided, scavenger-style crushing. All Space Marines transformed into villagers, whether they were Lamenter's veterans or the instant recruits who had just eaten bread, erupted with terrifying combat power that was almost like cheating at this moment. Nurgle's poisonous gas and acid splashed onto them. Before it could corrode the ceramite armor, the Space Marines swept with a bolter in one hand, and nimbly pulled out the water skin from their waist with the other, tilting their heads back to gulp down a mouthful of pure white milk. A flash of white light, and the corruption was cleared to zero. Even the stinking filth on the surface of the armor was refreshed and cleaned completely by the system. Nurgle's proud virus completely failed, and the demon army in the Underhive was beaten completely disoriented. Their bulky, stinking bodies became the biggest live targets. Just then, deep within the distant and turbid warp, in a vast garden that could not be described in words, rotting vegetation grew wildly in the void. A grand iron pot filled with all kinds of plagues and entrails was slowly boiling. A gigantic figure, bloated to the extreme and dripping with green pus all over, was slowly stirring the soup spoon. Suddenly, he paused for a fraction of a second. Piercing through the violent barrier between the warp and the material universe, cast towards this small corner of the Hephaestus Underhive. My blessing has been washed away. An extremely thick, full of benevolence yet sanity-shattering murmur reverberated in the void. Nurgle looked at the group of Space Marines in the Underhive drinking pure white liquid as water, watching his plague being instantly erased by something without any psychic fluctuations. He did not fly into a rage, instead, he let out a few hearty laughs, prompting countless Nurglings around to cheer. Interesting. But he did not directly intervene in reality. The material universe has the bottom line of rules of the material universe. Without a sacrificial ritual of colossal proportions, even the Chaos Gods cannot easily reach their hands into reality. Nurgle simply left a trace of attention here, peeping with full interest. The advancement speed in the Underhive was extremely fast. 10 minutes later, Roya slashed the last stubborn Nurgle demon into white mist with one sword. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Deepest within the waste fluid treatment area, a void rift 5 to 6 meters long was quietly suspended in midair. The edge of the rift flickered with a sickening purplish-green dim light, connecting to the warp on the other end, and the sharp roars of demons could still be faintly heard. My lord, this is the source. Pharos stepped forward, treading on the flesh all over the ground, and turned to look at Calculize. Librarian brother, prepare the sealing ritual to forcibly close this warp rift. Calculize immediately stepped forward, holding his staff high to channel psychic energy. Wait. Roya raised his hand to interrupt him. Everyone's movements instantly stagnated, turning to look at Roya in unison. Roya stepped forward, less than 2 meters away from the warp rift that tore reality apart. He pulled out a square stone block from his inventory and weighed it in his hand. It would be a pity to close this thing, Roya said casually. He also intended to study it. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, Roya stepped forward and directly pressed that stone block with a snap right at the bottom of the rift. The stone block instantly hung suspended and fixed, completely ignoring the tearing of gravity and warp turbulence. Following closely, just like building blocks, Roya pulled out stone blocks one after another from his inventory with a series of snaps. Right in front of the rift, he built a square stone wall, plugging the rift tightly. On the other end of the rift, several demons preparing to rush out of the warp just poked out their sharp claws. Clack! They crashed head-on into the absolutely flat stone block without any gaps. The sharp demonic claws scratched frantically on the stone block, but apart from making a harsh friction sound, not even a single spark was scratched out. The warp rift was solo defended by a few broken stones. Calculize held his staff, the psychic light at the tip of the staff flickering awkwardly in the air a few times before slowly extinguishing. Chapter Master Foros opened his mouth, his tone dull. "My lord. Is that it? Otherwise?" Roya patted the dust off his hands, turned to look at the wreckage all over the ground, and his eyes lit up. He had hacked to death a dozen high-level demons in the melee just now, and at this moment, several miniature models emitting dim light floated out of thin air, drilling into his body with a pop sound. Roya immediately clicked open his inventory. That was a rolling mass of ash, in which a painfully distorted human face could be vaguely seen. Item name, Demon Residue. Description, the Book of Knowledge has recorded new materials. This is a high-grade enchanting material. It can be used on an enchantment table to endow weapons with the demon-breaking attribute, directly obliterating the true names and spiritual bodies of warp creatures. This description made Roya's heartbeat suddenly skip a beat. Comes with an account deletion effect. Isn't this a physical dimensional reduction strike against demons? In the Warhammer world, when demons are killed in the material universe, they are merely banished back to the warp, and can resurrect after accumulating strength. Let everyone disperse and search this area carefully. Roya immediately ordered, pick up all the ashes dropped by those high-level demons after their death. Roya flipped his wrist, took out a mass of demon residue from his inventory, and spread it on his palm. "My lord, is this the ash dropped by the demons?" Foros stared at that mass of ash, instinctively feeling a trace of awe. Roya nodded. He looked at the several high-ranking members gathering around, his tone extremely flat. "With this thing, from now on, when things like demons die once, they are truly dead. They won't even have the chance to roll back to the warp to resurrect." As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the entire sewage treatment area seemed to be instantly drained. Foros's breathing stopped abruptly. Everyone cast their gazes over. Completely kill demons? Elder Darrell and Calculize stared at each other tightly. There is no need to self-hypnotize with any more reasons. Casually taking out ordinary bread to quick-ripen the gene seed, using ordinary plain water to crack Nurgle's plague, and now even being able to produce peerless divine weapons that truly slaughter demons. Definitely a pre-march. This is the direct manifestation of the Emperor's power. 26 Chapter 26 War Boss Iron Chin. Chapter 26 Warlord Iron Jaw. Chapter Master Foros stopped in his tracks, his gaze locked tightly onto the pile of ash in Roya's hand. Demonic residue. A peerless material capable of completely obliterating a demon's true name, and cutting off its resurrection in the warp. Foros turned his head abruptly, looking at the void rift blocked tightly by blocks. From behind the rift, muffled demonic roars and sounds of impacts could be faintly heard. At this moment, this warp breach, which was originally enough to sound the highest level heresy alert across the entire galaxy, changed its appearance in Foros's eyes. It was no longer a source of destruction, but an inexhaustible treasure trove. "My lord." Foros's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice carrying an uncontainable tremor. "Since demons drop this kind of enchanted material, and there are endless demons behind the rift, could we remove a block or two and build a..." He paused, trying hard to adapt to Roya's commonly used vocabulary. "Build a mob grinder specifically for farming demons." Hearing this, Roya turned his head to look at Foros, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. The adaptability of these Warhammer natives was extremely astonishing. Baptized by absolute power and rules, they had already learned to use MC system logic to redeconstruct this cruel universe. Roya nodded, "Sure. Just block the large gap, leaving only an opening large enough for a single person to pass through. Whenever one comes out, chop it to death. Collect all the ashes." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding space marines boiled over. This was supreme glory. soloing demons and collecting sacred materials. Calculize abruptly raised his librarian staff, urgently requesting orders, "My lord. The Lamenter's librarian applies to be stationed here permanently. No heresy can escape my psychic lightning." Elder Darrell controlled the Contemptor dreadnought to step forward, his heavy mechanical feet treading on the metal deck and producing a muffled roar. The external vocoder emitted a bass voice, "Calculize, you should go guide the recruits. Leave this dirty work to me, and you still have important matters to attend to." Calculize only then remembered that he still had to contact Terra. The Space Marines refused to yield to each other, competing for the guarding rights. Roya raised his hand and pressed down. The argument instantly subsided, and the entire place fell into dead silence. 10 veterans wearing Terminator's armor will stay behind. Roya directly named them, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, pointing out 2 Space Marines who were transformed villagers. "You two are responsible for picking up drops and storing them in chests. Without my command, you are not allowed to cross the cobblestone defense line." The 12 men knelt on one knee and accepted the order in unison. With everything arranged properly, Roya turned around and waved his hand, and the main force began to evacuate towards the Underhive headquarters of Hephaestus. Half a day later, at the Underhive ruins position, Titus led 400 Astartes monks, escorting a massive civilian procession back. The orcs of the mid and upper hives had been completely purged. Titus strode up to Roya, striking his chestplate with his right fist. "My lord, the main hive city has been completely cleansed. All visible Xenos have been annihilated." Roya's gaze crossed Titus, looking at the distant civilian phalanx. Those mortals were tattered and sallow-faced, their eyes filled with the terror and numbness of surviving a disaster. "How many people were rescued?" Roya asked. Titus checked the data and replied, "Less than 10 million. Roya frowned and shook his head directly. The Grand Hive City with a population of tens of billions had experienced the dual ravages of the orcs and Nurgle, with fewer than 1 in 10 surviving. Such battle results in the mindset of a modern person like Roya were completely a disastrous defeat. Foro sensed Roya's dissatisfaction and immediately stepped forward, his voice excited, "My lord, this is an unprecedented battle result. On a planet simultaneously suffering from the Orc-Waak craze and the invasion of Nurgle's greater demon, being able to retake the main hive city and preserve tens of millions of people. If it were in other sectors, the Inquisition would have long since issued an exterminatus and burned this planet along with everyone into a glass ball." Veteran Khan nodded in agreement on the side. The Empire's lives were as cheap as grass, and today's victory was already a miracle protected by the Emperor. Roya did not dwell on this topic. No matter how good the battle results are, they are in the past. The main hive city has been retaken, but there are still 3 secondary hive cities on the surface of Hephaestus, and large tracts of wasteland are entirely in the hands of the orcs. Roya's tone was stern. An orc cluster of this scale must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. For the upcoming hard battles, our current troop strength is not enough. Roya brought up the system panel at the bottom of his vision. Having experienced the Underhive demon battle and the sweeping of the mid-hive, plus the uninterrupted production capacity superposition of the rear gunpowder towers and water mob grinders, the experience value numbers jumped wildly, already breaking through the 300 mark. The resources had arrived, and it was time to spawn troops. "Step out of formation. 30 veterans, 30 recruits," Roya ordered. 60 tall and sturdy Astartes monks stepped out of the formation, arranging themselves into a neat phalanx. Roya silently recited the command in his heart. The experience value instantly plummeted. Dazzling golden light burst out from his body, forming a pillar of light that completely enveloped the 60 men. A few seconds later, the light shrank back into their bodies. Above the heads of the 60 men, grass block icons uniformly popped up. Roya turned his gaze to Titus, reaching out to point at the obsidian portal not far away radiating heat waves. "Titus, take 30 men and enter the nether." Roya gave the command, "Bring plenty of pickaxes and blocks." Avoid lava and cliffs. Go find that red stone with white stripes, called nether quartz. I need a large amount of this material. Understood. Titus turned around, mustered his men, raised his bolter, and strode into the purple distorted light screen. Just as Titus left, a harsh sound of metal friction came from the side. Muggos Hades slid rapidly in front of Roya. He didn't care about the gazes of the surrounding space marines, bending both knees to heavily kneel directly on the metal deck. The living incarnation of the Omnicia. The embodiment of truth. Hades's mechanical vocoder emitted an extremely fanatical electronic voice. Hades requests to follow you. Please allow me to serve beside the sacred creation furnace. After witnessing the scene, where Roya knocked away a relic with a single pickaxe, and casually tossed out a flawless contemptor dreadnought, the inherent cognition in Hades's core processor completely collapsed and reorganized. He concluded that the person before him grasped the ultimate truth that the Adeptus Mechanicus had craved for 10,000 years. Roya lowered his eyes to look at this red-robed cyborg, his thoughts flowing. The MC system had an extremely massive redstone technology tree. I wonder what kind of sparks would burst out if redstone technology were combined with Warhammer technology. And this kind of combination required an insider proficient in the underlying logic of Warhammer machinery to execute it. Hades was a ready-made candidate. Very well. Roya nodded. Roya tapped the table. I want you to lead men to start manufacturing all the weapon technologies you master. Tell me what you need, and I'll send people to get it. Roya needed to unlock more weapon blueprints. Hades knocked his head heavily on the tabletop. Understood, Omnicia. Hades immediately went to prepare. He wanted to bring out all the technology he mastered so that he could gain more favor from Lord Roya. Roya turned his head to look at the periphery. As internal matters were straightened out, next, it was time to prepare to welcome a truly hard battle. Meanwhile, on the wasteland outside the secondary hive cities of Hephaestus, dim yellow sandstorms swept across the world. At the end of the horizon, the dark green wave was boundless. Millions of orcs completely filled this wasteland. Shoddily made armored vehicles spewed black smoke, and exaggeratedly styled artillery randomly fired into the sky. In the center of the battle array was a high platform piled up from scrap iron and battleship wrecks. Bang! A huge iron boot with violent force stepped fiercely onto the chest of an orc warlord. The crisp sound of bones breaking was covered up by the earth-shaking war cries around them. I am the biggest. I am the strongest. An orc warlord named Ironjaw let out a deafening roar. His lower jaw was inlaid with a heavy metal steel plate, and he held a power choppa as wide as a door upside down in his hand. With a forceful stamp, the chest cavity of the warlord beneath his feet completely collapsed, and blood spewed wildly. Another warlord attempting a sneak attack had just pounced midair, when Ironjaw turned abruptly, swinging the door-sized power choppa horizontally, directly cutting the opponent into two halves from the waist. Internal organs and severed limbs scattered all over the ground. The two most powerful competitors had fallen in battle. Whack! Beneath the high platform, millions of orc boys raised their weapons in unison, letting out a war cry that pierced through the clouds. The fanatical whack field reached a critical point at this moment. This pure spiritual power poured crazily into Ironjaw's body. Ironjaw raised his head and roared. His muscle fibers tore and reassembled in extreme distortion. His skeleton was forcibly stretched and heightened amidst a continuous series of popping sounds. His dilapidated armor was stretched out of shape. In just a few seconds, Ironjaw's height approached a terrifying physique of 3.2 meters. His arms were even thicker than the thighs of ordinary Astartes monks. Ironjaw's scarlet eyes swept across the wasteland. He strode to the edge of the high platform, pointing his choppa towards the end of the skyline. That direction was the main hive city that Roya and his men had just retaken. The Humies stole our city. The Humies smashed our boys. Ironjaw's voice, amplified by a crude loudspeaker, rolled across the wasteland. Smash them. Eat them. Whack! The million-strong army, like a green avalanche, surged mightily toward the direction of the main hive city. Chapter 27, Undefeated Abaddon. The massive elevator leading from the main hive city to the underhive roared and clanked. Count Edmund Harrington, a noble from the mid-hive, stood inside the swaying elevator car, accompanied by several hyperactive PDF Planetary Defense Force officers. Lord Count, the officer lowered his voice, his tone filled with ecstasy. Did that angel lord just say he would grant us the God Emperor's grace, and let us become one of them too? Edmund furrowed his brow. He did not reply, but quietly reached out and pressed a bone amulet he wore close to his chest. This was an anti-chaos heirloom passed down through his family, and at this moment, it was ice-cold and biting, without any warning. He understood the Astartes. The modification of a space marine had to begin in childhood, and was extremely rigorous. How could an old noble like him, who had undergone life extension surgery and whose bones had long since set, possibly withstand those fatal organ implantations? This defied all logic. If not for the fact that the amulet showed no reaction, and that those angels had indeed saved them, he would have even suspected that below was a warped sacrificial ground. Don't ask too much, Edmund said coldly. No matter what is down below, even dying on the operating table is better than staying up there to be used as rations by the greenskins. The elevator reached the bottom. The heavy metal gates parted to both sides. Coming into view were neatly arranged earthen houses in the open space of the underhive. Edmund followed a veteran lamenter's guide to an earthen house. Outside the building, several Astra Militarum soldiers were distributing supplies to the people waiting in line. It was Edmund's turn. A soldier handed over a square, golden-brown baked wheat bread. Name: Edmund Harrington. The soldier drew a checkmark on his notebook. Go in. Later, no matter how much it hurts, just bite down on the bread in your hand for dear life. Holding the bread, Edmund stepped into the earthen house with a puzzled expression. Inside the room, there were no sacred incense burners, nor any complex machine prayers. In the center stood only a cold metal operating table. Samuel, the chief apothecary of the Lamenters, was holding a plasma-cutting torch, flanked by two newly converted space marine acolytes. Remove your armor and lie down, Samuel said in a flat tone. Edmund swallowed hard, stripped off his ornate flak armor, and lay down on the metal table. Take a bite, Samuel commanded. Edmund raised the bread and took a bite. Soft, slightly sweet. Before he could even swallow, Samuel brought his blade down in one swift motion, and the plasma flare cut directly open Edmund's chest cavity. Blood surged forth. An acolyte deftly used a pair of tongs to pick up an infant heart, and brutally shoved it into the incision. Just as the excruciating pain was about to overwhelm Edmund's nerves, the bread in his stomach suddenly turned into an extremely tyrannical warm current. The system's health recovery mechanism instantly triggered. Blood vessels automatically reconnected. Flesh and skin instantly closed up. Thud, thud. The heavy beating of two hearts resonated within his chest cavity. Keep eating. Samuel had already switched to a scalpel, slicing open the muscles of his lower legs. Next item, bone reinforcement. Edmund widened his eyes, frantically tearing into the bread in terror. A popping sound of bones echoed. His body grew wildly as if inflating, muscles tearing and reorganizing, the excruciating pain forcefully suppressed by his full health state the moment it emerged. Cut, shove in, eat bread, heal. The entire process was just like repairing a machine. In less than 20 minutes, all 19 gene modification surgeries were fully completed. Take him to collect his power armor. Next, Samuel said casually, wiping his hands. 2 hours later. Edmund stood in the ranks of the rookie company outside the temporary camp. Standing 2.2 meters tall, he wore a brand new Mk7 Aquila pattern power armor. Painted on his chest were the Lamenter's black and white checkers and weeping red heart. He clenched his fist. The heavy ceramite armor was as flexible as a second skin. Explosive power surged within his body. Utterly bewildered, Extremely bewildered. The century-long Astartes god-making process that his family had spent countless efforts and scoured ancient texts to find, here, it only took 2 hours, plus a piece of bread. This simply felt like a ludicrous dream. But the genuine data jumping across his tactical eyepiece told him that he was already one of the Imperium's top-tier killing machines. Past the barracks lay the civilian sanctuary in the distance. The same conscription was being carried out on a massive scale. The criteria were extremely simple: male, sound limbs, and a skull conforming to human standards. A mother and daughter stood off to the side. The man turned around and touched his daughter's filthy cheek. "Daddy, do your best," the daughter said with a cry in her voice, gripping the corner of the man's clothes tightly. The man nodded forcefully, his eye sockets slightly red. "Wait for me to come back. I will definitely become an angel and protect you." He let go of her hand and followed the leading space marine toward the elevator. Similar partings were staged all over the sanctuary. Mortals thought this was a parting of life and death, a narrow escape with 9 deaths and 1 life. But they had no idea that once they got down below and took a few bites of that magical bread, in at most half a day, they would be wearing power armor capable of crushing greenskins and standing on this land once more. A terrifying troop-spawning assembly line that defied physics and ignored biology was operating at full speed on Hephaestus. Meanwhile, outside the material universe in the warp on the edge of the Eye of Terror. Vengeful Spirit. This massive, ancient, and malice-infused Chaos Gloriana-class battleship floated quietly amidst the distorted nebula. Inside the main control hall, dark red light flickered. Chaos Warmaster Abaddon sat upon a throne forged of bone and brass. He was clad in heavy Terminator armor, wearing the Talon of Horus on his right hand, and holding the demon sword Drachnien in his left. A Chaos Sorcerer strode quickly into the hall, and knelt on one knee. "Warmaster," the sorcerer lowered his head, "we intercepted an astropathic communication amidst the warp currents." "Whose?" Abaddon's voice was deep and resonant. "Segmentum Obscurus, Hephaestus. The encrypted frequency belongs to the Blood Angel successor chapter, the Lamenters." The sorcerer presented a storage crystal. The communication target was Terra. Due to the warp storm, they failed to send it successfully. "The content is extremely absurd." Abaddon sneered and flicked his finger. The crystal floated up, and a message translated by psychic power echoed through the hall. "Abrupt changes on Hephaestus. The bloodline of the master of mankind, the great emperor, has reappeared. We have discovered a lost Primarch. Requesting the High Lord Council to consult ancient classified records." Dead silence fell over the hall. Then, "Ha ha ha ha." Abaddon suddenly stood up, letting out a deafening, wild laugh. The laughter echoed through the hall, causing the surrounding demon thralls to tremble with fear. Have the false emperor's lackeys been driven to such utter despair? Abaddon's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. A lost Primarch. In his laboratory beneath the Himalayas, the false emperor only ever created 20 test tube babies. Where on earth would a lost Primarch come from? As a veteran who had survived for 10,000 years and a participant in the Great Crusade, he knew the inner workings of the Imperium better than anyone. Without a doubt, that unlucky chapter must have experienced some sort of collective hallucination on a high-pressure battlefield, or else they had been deceived by some cunning demon. "Warmaster, do we need to completely erase this piece of information?" the sorcerer asked. "No." Abaddon stopped laughing, a viper-like sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. He stepped down from the throne, his massive physique bringing an intense sense of oppression. "This is an exceptional bait," Abaddon said coldly. "The false emperor's fanatics don't have very good brains, especially those chapters whose brains are filled with nothing but muscle. For instance, the Black Templars." The sorcerer immediately understood. "You mean to leak this false news to them?" "The Black Templars have established a permanent fortress monastery there, garrisoning some veterans and a large number of recruits." Upon hearing the 2 words Primarch, that pack of fanatical mad dogs will definitely not be able to sit still. As long as they dare to sail their fleet out of the fortress to search for that goddamn Primarch. Abaddon violently clenched his sharp claws, his knuckles popping. We will waylay them halfway. We'll seize their warships and snatch away their pure gene seed. This will be a marvelous supplement to our Black Crusade. Your wisdom is as unfathomable as the abyss. The sorcerer bowed deeply and immediately retreated to execute the order. Abaddon turned around. A lost Primarch. What a clumsy farce. 28 Chapter 28, 7,000 soldiers is not the limit. Chapter 28, spawning 7,000 troops is not the limit. In the ruins of the Hephaestus Underhive, before the obsidian portal. The purple distorted light curtain rippled violently, and a pungent sulfur smell and heat wave gushed out from the portal. Titus stepped out of the portal first. The 30 Space Marines behind him followed closely. My lord. Titus strode up to Roya, striking his chestplate heavily with his right fist. Without any nonsense, he flipped his wrist, took out a pile of loot from the system's hidden inventory, and piled it directly on the metal floor. Aside from the few sets of pure white glowing nether quartz requested by Roya, the most eye-catching items were a few golden short metal rods with fine sparks on the surface, dozens of clusters of dark red fleshy plants resembling some kind of mutated fungus, and a hard crystal refracting brilliant blue light in the dim ruins. Blaze rod. Nether wart. Diamond. Roya glanced over these things, a flash of undisguised shock passing through his eyes. You found the nether fortress. Titus nodded, his tone carrying a hint of vigilance in the face of unknown Xenos. We avoided the lava lake, pushed deeper, and discovered a massive fortress built entirely of dark red bricks. Some strange creatures that could levitate in midair, and were surrounded by flames infested the place. They can shoot fireballs. There is also a kind of skeleton that is pitch black all over, extremely tall, and holding a stone sword. Those golden rods are dropped by the floating fire monsters. The red fungus grows on the mud and sand inside the fortress. As for this crystal, Titus pointed at the diamond. It was found in a wooden chest at the end of the fortress corridor. Well done. Roya grabbed the cluster of nether wart, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied arc. Seeing that Roya was in a great mood, a trace of pride appeared on Titus's face. Titus, Kane. Roya turned around, switched a few soul sand blocks he had previously mined out of his inventory, and laid them flat on the open ground. Watch closely. In the future, this dark brown sand will be used exclusively to plant this. Roya planted the nether wart on the soul sand. The roots of the dark red fungus instantly bonded with the soil. My lord, is this some kind of mutated edible fungus? Kane, standing aside, stepped forward and stared at the nether wart, unable to make out any clues. Eat. This thing is useless raw. It's used for brewing medicine. Roya stood up and clapped his hands. Combined with those golden rods from just now, it can synthesize a workbench called a brewing stand. Without it, we won't be able to make any of our subsequent attribute potions. Potions? Titus was puzzled. Double strength, fire resistance, immunity, invisibility, night vision. Roya casually spat out a few words, even putting liquid that instantly heals wounds into glass bottles and throwing them out like grenades to perform area of effect healing. As soon as these words were spoken, the breathing of the surrounding space marines instantly grew heavy, turning healing effects into thrown weapons. Smashing a bottle could instantly revive you to full health. This is truly a good gadget. Remember the process. Go carve out a piece of land for me in the back and build a dedicated nether wart farm. Roya pointed to the soul sand on the ground. Have those new recruits converted into villagers take care of it. Understood. Titus accepted the order and immediately led people to build a simple nether wart farm. Not long after, a rush of heavy combat boot sounds came from the rear corridor. Lamenter's chapter master Foros and chief apothecary Samuel walked over quickly. The muscles on the faces of the two battle-hardened Astartes high-ranking officials were twitching slightly due to extreme excitement, almost smiling to pieces. My lord. Foros slammed one knee onto the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. Currently, the total number of Space Marines who have completed the full set of organ implantation and are wearing power armor has reached 7,000. 7,000 Space Marines. In the Empire's existing military system, the standard number of a full-strength chapter is 1,000. Of course, this doesn't count chaplains, apothecaries, tech marines, etc. 7,000 people meant that in less than 2 days, Roya had conjured out of thin air a terrifying military force of a full 7 chapters. And this was still without enough gene seed. Once the cultivation speed of gene seed became faster and faster later on, it wouldn't be long before an entire legion could be created. Just as Foros was reporting the battle results, Kane's expression standing aside changed. The Ultramarines veteran hesitated for a few seconds, finally gritted his teeth, strode forward, and knelt on one knee in front of Roya. "My lord." Kane lowered his head, his tone firm and urgent, "I must make a petition to you." Among these 7,000 new bloods, a large portion of them were matured and cultivated using Brother Titus's gene seed. They flow with the pure bloodline of the Ultramarines. He raised his head and looked straight at Roya. "As the progeny of Primarch Robot Gilliman, I cannot watch the bloodline of the Ultramarines wear the tabard of the Lamenter's chapter and shout the name of Sanguinius. I request my lord to allow us to separately establish an Ultramarines company, led by me and Titus to command this portion of the new blood." The scene fell quiet for a moment. The ecstatic joy on Chapter Master Foros's face converged somewhat. He glanced at Kane and did not speak out in refutation. For Space Marines, the source of the gene seed and the honor of their Primarch father are higher than everything else. Kane's request was entirely reasonable and logical. The Lamenters being able to expand to their current scale was already due to Lord Roya's protection, and Foros would never dare to covet the bloodline of another chapter. Roya looked at Kane kneeling on one knee, and was not angered by this clique-forming move. In his view, whether you were Ultramarines or Lamenters, it was just a skin paint job. These Space Marines converted into villagers were 100% loyal to him. "Very well." Roya nodded, his tone relaxed. "Since it is your Ultramarines' gene seed, then do it according to your rules. Take Titus to pick out those people and change them into your blue paint scheme. In the future you will form a separate army. I only need to see you crush the enemy on the battlefield, and you can decide your own designation." "Thank you for your grace, my lord." Kane's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, dropped back into his stomach, and he cowed out excitedly before immediately getting up to find Titus. Just at this moment, the alarm array on the perimeter of the camp suddenly erupted with a harsh red light. A Lamenter's soldier responsible for high-altitude observation jumped directly down from the scaffolding more than 10 meters high, his power armor slamming onto the floor with a muffled thud. "My lord." "Chapter Master." The sentry ran over quickly, his tone urgent. "Orcs. Bedeviling orcs. The numbers are simply incalculable, and they will reach the Hive City in half a day. They are here." Roya's eyes chilled. Foros passed down the order. Roya commanded coldly, "All Astartes wearing armor, get up to the defense line of the Hive City walls for me." "Understood." Foros turned sharply, drew his power sword, and began dispatching troops through the communication channel. The position instantly began to operate at high speed like a precise gear. 7,000 newly promoted Space Marines took heavy strides, marching mighty and grandly toward the front wall. A teeth-aching sound of track friction sounded behind Roya. Muggos Hades manipulated the mechanical tracks on his base, drifting extremely smoothly in front of Roya. Behind him, dozens of Astra Militarum soldiers converted into villagers were struggling to push several metal flatbeds piled high with heavy weapons. Incarnation of truth, Omnicia. Muggos Hades's mechanical vocoder emitted a fanatical electronic sound. "I have organized the mortal heavy firepower you required. A total of 8 twin heavy stubbers and 12 Mk. 3A heresy pattern flommers. They are all unblemished, perfect original pieces." Roya's gaze swept over the crudely styled, astonishingly caliber-killing weapons on the flatbed. The loss guns of the Astra Militarum were a bit like tickling against orcs, but if they could all be equipped with these heavy firepower weapons, plus infinite ammunition supplies, this group of mortal auxiliary troops could completely turn into a meat grinder. Well done, Hades. Roya nodded with satisfaction. Are there any other things? There is extremely important intelligence. Muggos Hades's electronic eyes flashed red. When consulting the governor's inner treasury list, my detection array discovered 2 Lehman Russ battle tanks sealed deep underground. They belong to the standard configuration used by the Astra Militarum. It's just that due to disrepair, the reactor and main gun are completely damaged. Lehman Russ battle tank. Roya's eyes lit up instantly. He had been waiting for this. Heavy vehicles to provide firepower suppression for the front line. Broken? In my rules, there is no such thing as broken. Roya directly pointed out a few farmers specifically responsible for mining blocks. You few, take your iron pickaxe, and let Hades guide you. Find those 2 tanks, don't repair them, just smash them to pieces for me with pickaxes. Bring back all the fragments that pop out. Understood, my lord. Several Astra Militarum soldiers immediately picked up their iron pickaxes, and rushed into the underground passage following one of Hades's servoskulls. After arranging the matter of mining the tanks, Roya turned around and walked over to the flatbed. He switched out an iron pickaxe radiating a cold gleam from his inventory. Bang! Roya smashed a pickaxe blow onto a brand new twin heavy stubber. A layer of black grid-like cracks rapidly spread along the strike point. 2 seconds later, with a crisp pop sound, this heavy weapon weighing several hundred caddies vanished out of thin air, turning into a miniature model fragment floating in midair. Followed by the second and third, including those heavy Mk3A heresy pattern flammers. Roya's hands didn't stop, and with the last crisp sound, both sets of equipment were completely smashed into fragments. Fragments collected, acquired, twin heavy stubber manufacturing blueprint. Fragments collected, acquired, Mk3A heresy pattern flamer manufacturing blueprint. 2 dark golden blueprints fell into Roya's inventory. Subsequently, Roya immediately arranged for people to generate these 2 weapons and distribute them to the Astra Militarum, letting the Astra Militarum cooperate with the Space Marines. Meanwhile, on the walls of the Hive City, Elder Darrell led more than 20 newly crafted Contemptor dreadnoughts, waiting to enter the field. The Space Marines inside these new dreadnoughts were not severely injured, their bodies were intact, they were simply reassigned to pilot the Contemptor dreadnoughts. Elder Darrell looked at them and said, "You children are also enjoying blessings, thanks to Lord Roya. You must fight well later, and don't disgrace Lord Roya." Yes. Everyone nodded. Chapter 29 Orc, I reckons black is 'ard and sturdy enough. On the towering metal city walls on the outskirts of the Hephaestus main Hive City, veterans from the remnants of the Astra Militarum 89th Cadian Infantry Regiment crouched behind the blast battlements. They were not wearing power armor. The rejection and transformation of the gene seed took time, and the first batch of 7,000 slots wouldn't go to ordinary grunts like them. But at this moment, not a single mortal complained. Clang! Several logistics villagers heavily slammed 3 huge metal ammunition crates onto the deck. Crowbars pried open the seals, and golden heavy stubber bullets piled up like a small mountain at the veteran's feet. An extremely wild twin-linked heavy stubber was mounted on the sandbags. Every 5 Astra Militarum soldiers were responsible for 1. A primary gunner, assistant gunner, and 3 ammunition bearers. The Emperor above. An Astra Militarum veteran with a bionic eye on his left eye gripped the handles of the stubber tightly with both hands, the rough texture of the gun body feeling utterly real. He turned his head to look at the mountain of ammunition piled beside him, parting his cracked lips into an extremely exaggerated smile. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. If I don't blow these greenskins to smithereens today, I'll be letting Lord Roya down. In a nearby position, several power-armored Lamenter's warriors were checking their bolters. Hearing the veteran's words, a Lamenter's warrior nodded, well said. Ever since our chapter was founded, we've never been this wealthy. This is Lord Roya's gift. Right at that moment, Rumble. At the edge of the horizon, the sky full of yellow sand was torn apart by the violent roar of engines. They appeared. An eye-piercing scarlet. That was hundreds of orcs' vehicles brutally cobbled together from scrap iron, tracks, and massive exhaust pipes. The engines spewed black smoke, and the exaggeratedly styled sawtooth ram horns flashed with a fierce light in the sunlight. In the orcs' common sense, red ones go faster. Like wild dogs off the leash, this group of red vehicles carried an unstoppable madness, breaking away from the main force first and speeding aggressively toward the Hive city walls. Whack! The sharp, fanatical battle cries blew onto the city walls along with the wind and sand. In range. The Astra Militarum Company commander raised a chain's word and swung it down fiercely. Full company, open fire. Thud 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 thud. Over 1,000 twin-linked heavy stubbers roared simultaneously. Their muzzles spewed half-meter-long orange-yellow tongues of fire. The deafening roar of the heavy machine guns instantly drowned out the noise of the engines. The dense metal storm intertwined in midair into an inescapable fire web, slamming head-on into the orcs' red convoy. The leading red vehicle was hit instantly. The shoddy sheet metal armor couldn't even last 0.1 second before being torn open directly by large-caliber bullets. The bullets pierced the fuel tank. Boom! A giant fireball rose into the air. The vehicle directly disintegrated from the explosion. Several orc boys on the roof of the vehicle were thrown high by the shockwave of the explosion, and while still in midair, they were blasted into scattered chunks of flesh and blood by the dense crossfire. The wheels carrying burning flames crashed backward, tripping over 2 other vehicles. At the front of the battle line, patches upon patches of vehicles exploded and rolled under the baptism of the stubbers. Severed limbs, green blood, and twisted scrap iron littered the wasteland. Astra Militarum veterans locked down their triggers, cartridge cases clinking to the ground like flowing water, and the ammo bearers unhesitatingly spliced on new ammunition belts. At the rear of the orcs, Warboss Ironjaw stood on a massive mobile vehicle platform. He didn't feel the slightest fear because of the annihilation of the vanguard. Instead, he crushed half of a Gretchen's head in his hand and laughed wildly with excitement. These yummy gits. The barrels are thick enough. The firepower is fierce enough. Ironjaw raised his door-sized power cleaver, his scarlet eyes staring fixedly at the firepower pouring down from the city walls. Now this is interesting. This battle is a blast. Lads, charge for me. Grab their guns. Whack! The endless horde of orcs was thoroughly ignited with fanaticism. Completely disregarding the shattered corpses of their own kind underfoot, they strode with thick legs, stepping on scrap iron and flesh and blood, pushing forward against the metal storm like a green tsunami. The distance closed. 400 meters. 300 meters. High up on the city wall, Foros raised a tactical hand gesture. Free fire. The Space Marines leveled their bolters. Bang bang bang. The unique, muffled roar of the bolters joined the battlefield. Unlike the penetration of stubbers, bolter rounds were loaded with high-explosive shrapnel inside, which would explode directly inside the body upon hitting a target. The orc boys charging at the very front were like a wheat field mown down by an invisible scythe. The bolter rounds sank into their chest cavities and burst violently. The upper body of an orc directly turned into a bloody mist, while the lower body ran forward another 2 steps due to inertia before crashing to the ground. Within a few seconds, the 100-meter area in front of the defense line became an absolute dead zone. As many as came, died. Elder Darrell and more than 20 Contemptor dreadnoughts lined up in a row. The heavy feet of the mechs locked tightly onto the metal ground. The rotating axes of the twin-linked heavy bolters mounted on their left arms operated at full speed. Over 20 thick ammunition belts tore through the air, whipping back and forth across the dense orc formations like the Grim Reaper's whip. Severed limbs and broken arms flew all over the sky amidst the artillery fire. The orc tide was firmly suppressed 200 meters away. No matter how phonetically they howled, their bodies simply could not cross this line of fire and death. Ironjaw fiercely kicked over several adjutants beside him, his massive iron jaw trembling with anger. Despicable Yumis. Daring not to engage in hand-to-hand combat with me. Only knowing how to hide behind walls and snipe. Ironjaw roared, "Where are the mech boys? Get over here. Think of a way for me to block the enemy's firepower." Several oil-stained mech boys scrambled up onto the vehicle platform. "Boss. We'll get right on it." On the command tower at the highest point of the city wall, Roya rested both hands on the railing, overlooking the battlefield below. The experience points jumped wildly at the bottom of his vision, breaking the 100 mark in just over 10 minutes. The combination of those over 7,000 space marines and thousands of heavy firearms below completely played out a crosshair-crushing victory. The doctrine of firepower superiority truly applies everywhere. Roya nodded with satisfaction. Just as the Space Marines were preparing to grind this group of orcs to death on the wasteland. At the far rear of the orc battle line, the situation changed. That group of mech boys dragged over a huge pile of metal plates, starship wreckage, and tattered boiler skins dug out from the ruins. They crudely used welding torches to piece these things together into crooked, gigantic tower shields. "This thing is as thin as paper, it can't block the Yumi's thick-tubed guns," shouted an orc boy. The leading mech boy slapped that orc on the back of the head, grabbed a bucket of dark brown sludge paint from God knows where, and directly splashed it onto the pieced-together tower shields. He lifted the pitch-black painted tower shield and roared with a thick tongue, "Blind your eyes. See that? Painted black. Black. Black is the sturdiest. Nobody can pierce black." This shout, passing through the orc's completely illogical brain circuits, instantly exploded nearby. "That's right. Black is the sturdiest. Painted black. Takes a beating. The Yumi's bullets can't pierce it." The surrounding orc's eyes lit up. Ironjaw looked over from afar and slapped his thigh. "I reckon so too. Paint the whole lot black for me." Word spread from 10 to 100. Countless orcs at that very instant firmly pinned down a single concept in their minds: black iron sheets are indestructible. At this moment, the massive Wyak field underwent an extremely distorted qualitative change. This idealistic energy, originating from the subconsciousness of tens of thousands of orcs, forcefully poured into those tattered black iron sheets. Not long after, the defensive forces on the city walls discovered that the orcs' formation had changed. Groups of robustly built orc boys stubbornly carried those pitch-black, bizarrely shaped broken iron sheets with both hands, forming a black shield wall, and beginning to charge again against the firepower net. "Increase firepower. Tear them apart." Foros roared. Countless bolter rounds whistled toward that black shield wall. Bang 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 bang. The bolters exploded on the black iron sheets, sending sparks flying everywhere. The smoke of battle dispersed. No fragmentation. No penetration. Those discarded boiler skins that could originally be easily torn apart by stubber bullets now, after enduring the concentrated fire of bolters, unexpectedly left only circles of pale white indentation marks on their surfaces. The orc boys carrying the shields didn't even break their arms, laughing wildly as they continued to push forward. "What?" On the city wall, several Lamenter's recruits froze, their fingers locking tightly onto the triggers. "This is impossible. That's just a piece of scrap iron." The heavy stubber bullets of the Astra Militarum hit those black shields, making a crisp clink sound, and the bullets were directly deflected away. The shield wall was getting closer and closer. 150 meters. 100 meters. Roya stood at the high vantage point, watching those black iron sheets that suffered zero damage while braving the bolter carpet bombing. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, and his palm slammed heavily onto the railing. Damn it. Looking at this scene that violated all common sense of physics and material science, Roya finally couldn't help but complain aloud. "The orc's power of I reckons is simply outlandishly ridiculous. Do you guys not care about science at all in front of you bunch of mushrooms?" 30 Chapter 30, The Attack Begins. Chapter 30, Assault. Roya knew very well that continuing to waste time with ranged weapons would yield no results other than wasting ammunition. He turned around, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire defense line. All converted units, prepare for melee combat. Roya's voice spread through the power armor's loudspeaker across the entire field. Abandon range suppression, prepare to engage the enemy. The order was given. A bizarre scene unfolded. Phoros, Karn, Titus, and all the fighters converted into villagers uniformly pulled out a bed from their respective system inventories. Rectangular, crude beds crafted from wood planks and wool. Bang, bang, bang. They each found a spot on the city wall and directly placed the beds onto the metal deck. Setting respawn points. The entire sequence of actions was as smooth as flowing water, proficient enough to make one's heart ache. My lord. A recruit who had recently become a lamenter couldn't help but whisper to the veteran beside him, Do we have to do this too? The converted veteran patted the recruit's shoulder, pointed at the few loaves of bread hanging from his waist, and said in a deep tone of an experienced person, You don't have a bed. Remember, just munch on bread when you're injured, don't save it. If you die, you're really dead. The recruit nodded blankly, gripping the bolter in his hand tightly, feeling that a pitifully thick barrier separated him from this group of peers. Roya ignored the mortal's shock. He walked to the edge of the city wall, flicked his wrist, and that pixel-styled iron sword appeared once more. Without the slightest hesitation, Roya leapt down from the city wall dozens of meters high. Boom. The heavy body of the power armor smashed a shallow pit into the ground. Wielding the sword in one hand, he stood alone, facing that green ocean. On the city wall, Phoros drew his power sword, pointed it forward, and let out a heaven-shaking roar. For the Emperor. For Lord Roya. Charge. Whack. Responding to him was a battle cry like a roaring tsunami. 7,000 space marines poured down from various parts of the city wall like a breached floodgate, closely following behind Roya. They converged into a torrent of steel intertwined with blue, black, and white, charging unhesitatingly into the million-strong army of orc boys. Inside the city gate, tens of thousands of Astra Militarum soldiers witnessed this mythical scene, their hot blood instantly rushing to their heads. Fix bayonets on your laser rifles, the company commander roared. We may not be angels, but we fight just the same for the Emperor and my lord. Kill. The mortal formation followed closely behind, launching a desperate charge. The battlefield instantly transformed into a giant, bloody meat grinder. Seeing that the enemy had actually abandoned their firepower advantage and proactively rushed out for hand-to-hand combat, the orc boys became so excited that their eyes turned blood red. Humies come out to court death. Chop them to pieces. Whack. Ironjaw stood on the war rig, seeing that first blue figure jump down, splitting his large mouth wide open and letting out a wildly excited, booming laugh. However, Roya's target from the very beginning was not those cannon fodder minions. His gaze pierced through countless orc boys brandishing chop paw, locking firmly onto the largest war boss in the center of the formation, Ironjaw. Decapitation strike tactic. This was the only way to dissolve this green tide as quickly as possible. Drop dead. Roya swung his iron sword out, and an orc boy's rushing at the very front was directly cleaved in two along with his weapon. He cut through the butter like a red-hot blade, ignoring all obstacles, forcefully plowing a bloody path through the green tide, charging in a straight line toward Ironjaw's location. Well fought. Humie. Ironjaw leaped down from the war rig, causing the earth to tremble. He completely ignored the iron sword in Roya's hand, his sandbag-sized fist carrying a ferocious wind that tore through the air, smashing straight toward Roya's head. He wanted to punch this audacious Humie into meat paste with a single blow. Roya did not dodge or evade, raising the iron sword to meet the force of the fist, executing an unadorned, upward slash from bottom to top. Clang, crack. Following the loud clash of metal was a teeth-gritting sound of bone shattering. Ironjaw's sure-hit punch was forcefully blocked and broken right in the middle by that seemingly crudely made cubic iron sword. His green fist, comparable to steel, was hit as if squarely by a battering ram, and his entire hand bones folded backward bizarrely, the pale, white bone splinters piercing through the skin. Heh heh heh. However, the expected screams did not appear. Looking at his crippled right fist, Ironjaw not only didn't rage, but instead let out a wildly excited, booming laugh. Such great strength. Me likey. You Hume, you got kick. Whack. Severe pain and blood instead became the best fuel to ignite his battle frenzy. The whack field surged frantically around his body. Ironjaw roared fiercely, his other intact left hand swinging a door-wide power choppa, its blade humming as it cleaved down overhead with a massive shadow. Roya horizontally blocked with his sword. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The ground beneath Roya's feet cracked inch by inch, his whole body pushed back half a meter by this brute force. What immense strength! Before he could steady his stance, Ironjaw's offensive followed closely like a violent storm. The power chop abandoned all techniques, leaving only the purest chops, cuts, and smashes. For a moment, the center of the battlefield was left with only the dense clanging of metal and flying sparks. Under the opponent's berserk attacks, Roya was actually forced to retreat step by step. You Hume. This fight is exhilarating. Ironjaw grew more and more excited as he fought, the power of each strike stronger than the last. Roya's eyes turned cold, seizing the gap of the opponent's heavy chop. Instead of retreating he advanced, violently kicking Ironjaw right on the armor plate of his lower abdomen. Bang! Ironjaw's mountain-like body was kicked completely off the ground by this blow, flying backward like a cannonball leaving its barrel, knocking over dozens of orc boys along the way before heavily crashing onto the ground. Pfft! A mouthful of green blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed out from Ironjaw's mouth. However, struggling to climb up from the ground, there was not the slightest pain on his face, only a morbid ecstasy. Awesome. Awesome indeed. Come again. Roya's pupils constricted slightly. He clearly saw that the sunken armor on Ironjaw's chest from the kick was slowly recovering, and even the right hand that had been broken by him had its bones wriggling to forcibly reconnect. What was even more terrifying was that this fellow's height seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller than before. Under the blessing of the whack field, this battle was making him bigger and stronger. This fellow had to be dealt with swiftly. Chapter 31, Disdain of Gork and Mork. Roya shifted his thoughts. Bang! A square, crude wooden bed materialized on the ground behind him, right beside the deep crater just smashed out. Set new respawn point. The moment this action was completed, Ironjaw's door-wide power big choppa had already cleaved down from above with the force of a thunderbolt. Roya no longer took it head-on, instead switching out a pixel-style block shield and parrying sideways. Clang! The immense force smashed Roya, along with his shield, flying sideways, and his health bar instantly lost another star. Ironjaw pursued with wild laughter, completely unconcerned about Roya's strange action just now. As soon as Roya landed, before he could steady his stance, Ironjaw had already closed in aggressively. Ironjaw used that giant fist of his, which had just healed under the whack field, and was as good as new, to block the iron sword Roya hurriedly swung out. The blade and the fist edge locked firmly against each other. The two exchanged blows several more times consecutively, and Ironjaw gained a few more fractured places on his body. At this moment, Ironjaw traded his injuries for an opportunity. Right at that moment, Ironjaw parted his terrifying giant mouth, revealing a supremely ferocious smile. He abruptly lowered his head. That heavy metal steel plate embedded in his lower jaw transformed into the deadliest weapon at this moment, aiming straight at Roya's defenseless skull, and biting down fiercely. Crack! A crisp, scalp-tingling tearing sound rang out. The world before Roya's eyes was instantly swallowed by darkness. In the corner of his retina, the last 3 red hearts went poof in unison, turning into nothingness. Beneath Ironjaw's giant maw, his body did not burst into blood plasma. Instead, within 0.01 seconds of contact, it turned into a wisp of rising white smoke and completely dissipated. Ha 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 ha. Ironjaw loosened his mouth, looked at the empty space before him, and burst into deafening, wild laughter towards the sky. He beat his chest hard, that blood-stained steel jaw flashing with a fierce light under the sunlight. Did you see that? You idiots. That is why I am called Ironjaw. Whack! The surrounding orcs let out an even more fanatical war cry, pushing morale to its peak. However, Ironjaw's laughter had not yet subsided. Right less than 10 meters behind him. Pop! Accompanied by a barely perceptible spatial distortion, Roya's figure appeared out of thin air beside the bed he had just placed. Full health, full status. This orc is quite interesting. Roya shook his head, looking at the giant back that was still showing off, not angry at all. Instead, a cold sneer curved the corners of his mouth. He exerted force with his feet, causing the metal floor to cave in. His entire person turned into a blue afterimage, rushing up silently. Ironjaw seemed to sense something and whirled around abruptly. When he saw the Humi, that should have been crushed by him appear intact once more, those crimson solitary eyes revealed, for the first time, an emotion rarely possessed by creatures like orcs, stupefaction. You! How did you Humi come back to life? Answering him was the iron sword in Roya's hand tearing through the air. This time, the momentum of offense and defense was completely reversed. Roya's sword speed reached the ultimate limit, every strike completely unadorned, pointing straight at Ironjaw's not yet fully healed old wounds. Ironjaw hurriedly raised his blade to block, but Roya was at full status at the moment, while his own injuries had only been forcibly suppressed by the Whack field during the previous burst, and were not fundamentally eradicated. Clang! 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 With 3 consecutive heavy cleaves, Ironjaw was forced to retreat step by step, the web of his hand holding the blade shaken until it was bleeding profusely. The 4th sword. With a tricky diagonal slash, Roya bypassed the opponent's block and accurately cleaved onto the joint of Ironjaw's sword-holding right arm. Splat! Accompanied by a teeth-aching tearing sound, that green arm thicker than a normal person's thigh, along with the door-wide power big choppa, was severed at the root and flew high into the air. Ha! Severe pain and the loss of strength caused Ironjaw to let out a muffled grunt, his massive body staggering. Without a weapon and with a severed arm, he completely lost the capital to contend with Roya. Roya pressed forward, kicking him in the knee, causing Ironjaw to drop onto one knee with a bang. Following closely, Roya delivered a heavy elbow strike to his face, and his final sword smoothly pierced straight through his chest. The entire set of actions was smooth and flowing, taking a mere 2 seconds. Ironjaw's massive body swayed, falling heavily backward, his chest collapsing into a huge bloody hole as green blood gushed out. He knew he was going to die. However, looking at Roya overlooking him from above, there was no fear on his face. Instead, he grinned, revealing a quirky smile, and said intermittently, You hear me, fight you a few more rounds. Roya's hand holding the sword paused slightly. Looking at this alien whose life was coming to an end, he thought to himself, this orc is really quite interesting. The next second, he swung down the iron sword without hesitation, lopping off Ironjaw's head. Respect for an enemy was to grant him a swift death. The massive headless corpse twitched twice before becoming motionless. Then, the corpse turned into a ball of white smoke and dissipated out of thin air. In its place, 5 miniature fragments flickering with a dark green light were left behind. Roya stepped forward and collected them into his inventory. Fragments collected, obtained, Mork and Gork's Scorn Battle Standard Blueprint. Roya shifted his thoughts, and the blueprint information instantly appeared before his eyes. Mork and Gork's Scorn Battle Standard. Effect: raising this banner will generate strong Whack field interference on orc creatures within the specified range, greatly weakening their combat will and physical functions. At the same time, friendly units will receive a morale-boosting effect. Crafting materials: stick X2, green wool X1, bucket of orc blood X1. This was simply an orc nemesis. Roya's eyes lit up, the crafting materials for this thing were outrageously simple. He immediately called up the required materials from his inventory and quickly dragged them on the workbench interface. Click! A black banner appeared in his hand. The banner's fabric seemed to be woven from some rough wool yarn, with an extremely scribbled stick figure resembling a wailing orc painted in blood in the center. The moment Roya picked up the battle standard, the wind and clouds changed dramatically across the entire battlefield. The orc army, which had already begun to fall into chaos due to the death of the war boss Ironjaw, went completely insane. The boss is dead. I am the new boss. Whack! You all die for me. I am the biggest and strongest. Several sturdily built orc warbosses and mega-armored knobs began to fight among themselves frantically, slaughtering each other to vie for command. However, this fanaticism lasted for less than 3 seconds. The instant Roya held high the black Mork and Gork Scorn battle standard, an invisible fluctuation representing the system's rules centered on him, and instantly rippled across the entire battlefield. All orcs, whether charging, infighting, or howling, simultaneously stuttered in their actions. They felt that the whack power inside their bodies, the power that made them fanatical, fearless, and powerful, vanished without a trace instantly, as if its signal had been abruptly severed by an invisible giant hand. Their fanatical gazes were quickly replaced by confusion, and a fear originating from instinct. Those infighting orc warbosses also stopped their hands, looking confusedly at their fists that were no longer as punchy as before, as an unprecedented sense of weakness welled up in their hearts. They panicked. Run! Run quickly! It was unknown which orc let out a terrified scream. The rout descended instantly like an avalanche. The orcs dropped their weapons, screeching, and turned to flee toward the depths of the wasteland like headless flies. All armies attack. Slaughter these orcs. Roya's cold voice resounded across the battlefield. He thrust the battle standard into the ground, turned around, and commanded Foros and Khan, who had rushed over, gather materials locally, and have the converted soldiers mass-produce this battle standard immediately. One for everyone. Clean out all the orcs on this planet for me. The next moment, behind Roya, countless black Mork and Gork Scorn battle standards were rapidly manufactured and distributed. Chapter 32, Milk washes the ground, purifies the globe. The black Gorkamorka's Scorn battle banners were quickly mass-produced and distributed to the various Astartes companies. The front-line situation was completely reversed. Without the support of the Wyack field, this group of originally fearless orcs turned into a disorganized rabble. Their bodies shriveled and their strength plummeted. Roya did not continue supervising the battle from the rear. He walked up to a space marine and reached out to take the bolter from his hands. The gun body was heavy, and its cold metallic texture exuded an extremely wild aura of slaughter. Roya was a modern youth who grew up under the red flag. Slashing with swords was for survival, but pulling the trigger to pour out firepower was definitely every man's romance. Now with infinite ammunition and an endless supply of live targets, he simply couldn't help himself. Everyone, advance with me. Roya lifted the bolter with one hand and strode down the ruins of the city wall. My lord. You must not risk danger alone. Calculize was startled and immediately waved his librarian staff, bringing dozens of elite veterans to stick closely by Roya's side, never leaving an inch. Roya ignored him and locked onto a group of fleeing orc boys ahead. His finger pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The dull roar unique to the bolter exploded out. Roya's current physical strength had already broken conventional limits, and coupled with the servo assistance of his power armor, the recoil of the bolter, which was enough to shatter a mortal's arm, was practically non-existent in his hands. Tongues of fire spewed wildly from the muzzle. The orcs hundreds of meters away burst apart in response. Large chunks of flesh and blood scattered across the wasteland. One shot per kill, extremely stress-relieving. Roya walked and fired at the same time. At this moment, the machine spirit of the bolter was so greatly pleased that he didn't need to consider changing magazines at all. He thus forcefully swept out a blank zone on the wasteland all by himself. Calculize held up his staff, not even having a chance to cast psychic lightning. Watching the figure ahead who was using the bolter like a heavy machine gun to sweep away enemies, the fanaticism in his eyes grew even more intense. As expected of the pre-march, the main force led by Foros and Karn flanked from both sides, like huge iron pliers, crazily reaping the lives of the orcs across the wasteland. The slaughter lasted for a full day and night. The dusk of the next day. On a high ground outside the Hephaestus secondary hive city, Roya stepped on the headless corpse of an orc warboss, putting down the bolter whose barrel was slightly scalding. He looked into the distance. Across the entire wasteland, no organized orcs could be seen anymore. Under the influence of the Gorkamorka's Scorn battle banner, the orcs who had lost their field were frantically regressing. The orc boys who used to be over 2 meters tall had now shrunken so much that they weren't even as tall as ordinary Astra Militarum soldiers, and they couldn't even swing the big chop paw in their hands. Calculize walked briskly onto the high ground, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, Chapter Master Foros has sent word. The last group of stubbornly resisting orc Xenos has been surrounded by them on a piece of high ground to the south." Roya nodded slightly. "Good. Inform the others, once that high ground is cleared, start burning the planet with fire. The wasteland, the underhive, everywhere the Xenos have stepped, leave not a single orc spore behind. Common knowledge in the Warhammer world, orcs scatter spores upon death. If they aren't burned clean, a new army of orcs will grow out of the ground like mushrooms again. By then, everything will make a comeback." But right at this moment, a thought flashed through Roya's mind. Since milk could remove all status effects, would it also have an adjudication effect on foreign invasive entities with such tenacious vitality as orc spores? And this is Warhammer, not a game world, perhaps it might work. Calculize. Roya turned his head. "Go get a bucket of water." The librarian didn't understand why, but executed the order immediately. A few minutes later, several soldiers walked over carrying a huge metal bucket of water. Roya switched out that bucket of cure-all milk from his inventory. He didn't pour it all in, but only poured a small half into the bucket, stirring it mixed with the water. He had never tried this operation in the game, but this was reality. Roya lifted the diluted milky water, and walked to the edge of the high ground. There was a patch of soil just soaked through with orc flesh and blood. A layer of extremely fine green fluff had already appeared on the surface of the soil. Those were rapidly developing orc spores. He tilted his wrist, and the diluted milk splashed onto the soil. Hiss! Accompanied by an extremely faint sound, a miracle happened. Those green fluffs, which originally possessed extremely tenacious vitality, instantly emitted wisps of white smoke upon contact with the white liquid, then withered and blackened at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally turning into a trace of black ash that dissipated in the wind. The soil returned to its original grayish-brown color. Not only that, but the pungent stench that had been polluted also dissipated accordingly. Calculize suddenly widened his eyes. Breathing stagnated at this moment. To deal with orc spores, the Imperium's only method for 10,000 years was to burn them with high-intensity promethium flammers. Burn them to barren ashes. And now, a bucket of watered-down milk had bloodlessly and completely obliterated the genes of the Xenos spores. It works. Roya patted his hands in satisfaction. Not only did this save the flamers fuel, but even the last bit of pathetic surface area left on the planet's surface was preserved. Roya turned to look at Calculize. "Immediately send men to the rear farm. Mass breed block cows. Milk them and dilute all of it with water. Install it onto the spraying attachment system of the Thunderhawk gunship, and give this planet a thorough ground washing operation from the sky." Calculize slammed his right fist heavily against his breastplate, his voice changing pitch due to excitement. "By your command, my lord. Your brilliance will completely purify the filth of this planet." He didn't pause for a moment, turning and sprinting back to the main hive city to make arrangements. Half a day later, the roar of engines came from the sky. Over a dozen Thunderhawk gunships tore through the clouds, and the spray nozzles mounted under their bellies, originally used for dropping chemical reagents, were now spraying diluted milk. The white water mist, like a drizzle, sprinkled across the wasteland. Every inch of soil that came into contact with the water mist saw its hidden orc spores wither instantly. The stench in the air was completely purified. Southern high ground, the encirclement. The last batch of fewer than 3,000 orcs was tightly blocked by tens of thousands of Astra Militarum and 7,000 Space Marines. These once rampant Xenos were trembling under the suppression of the battle banner. Roya carried the bolter, parted the formation of the Space Marines, and strode to the front line. In the center of the encirclement, the remaining few orc warbosses were still struggling in despair. Back to back, holding rusty chop paw, their eyes revealed despair. Foros, Titus, and Karn stood by Roya's side, quietly waiting for orders. "It's over." Roya raised the bolter, aiming at the largest orc in the center. Bang! A flash of fire, and the head of that orc warboss exploded like a ripe watermelon. The headless corpse crashed to the ground. The gunfire was the signal. No charge, no close quarters melee. The heavy stubbers and bolters on the periphery opened fire at the same time. Less than 30 seconds. Inside the encirclement, there was not a single standing creature left. Green blood converged into streams, flowing into the dried, cracked earth. On the Hephaestus Hive City planet, the eradication operation came to a complete end. 33 Chapter 33 Lord of the Black Templar Chapter, Pre-March. The astrologer must be insane. Chapter 33 Castellan of the Black Templars Chapter, a Pre-March. The astropath must be out of his mind. The battlefield fell into a brief dead silence. The wind swept across the wasteland, bringing the distant scent of gunpowder smoke and blood. The next second. Victory. Foros violently raised his blood-stained power sword, and let out a hysterical roar. Victory. For the Emperor, for Lord Roya. 7,000 Space Marines roared in unison. The wave of sound was overwhelming, surging straight into the clouds. Tens of thousands of Astra Militarum soldiers knelt on the ground one after another, fanatically kissing the earth beneath their feet, tears mixed with mud streaming down their faces. Alive. Caught between the double pincers of a galaxy-spanning Waak and Nurgle demons, not only did they survive, but they had also completely annihilated the enemy. Titus took off his helmet and knelt on one knee toward Roya. Karn followed closely behind. Across the entire defensive line, all Astartes brothers moved in unison, performing the Imperium's most sacred Aquila salute to Roya. Roya stood on high, his gaze sweeping across this massive military formation. Every single face, stained with smoke and blood, was filled with absolute fanaticism and obedience toward him. This was not entirely due to the compulsory constraints of the system's villager conversion, but more because over the past few days, with miracles that subverted cognition time and time again, he had completely shattered the shackles of their despair. A sense of achievement and unprecedented pride surged within Roya's chest. Here he was the only law. Withdraw the troops, return to the Hive City. Roya put away his bolter and turned to walk toward the Thunderhawk gunship parked nearby. Main Hive City, Core Plaza. As the army returned in triumph, the tens of millions of civilians left behind in the Hive City erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Just as Roya stepped down the ramp of the gunship, the screeching sound of metal treads grinding rapidly approached. Tech Priest Hades, leading the Priest Cape Town, 3, skillfully drifted and slid onto his knees before Roya. Behind them, a dozen huge tractors were dragging two behemoths. Those two dilapidated Lehman Russ battle tanks dug up from underground. The tanks' barrels were twisted, the surfaces of their thick plasteel armor were covered with charred ablation marks, their tracks were snapped, and their reactors had long since fallen silent. O great Omnicia! Hades raised his head, his mechanical eyes flickering with fanatical red light. These two sacred armored creations have been dragged out. Although their machine spirits have completely dissipated, I firmly believe that under your mighty power, they will surely be reborn. The Space Marines nearby also cast their gazes over. The Lehman Russ tank was the core of the Imperium's heavy firepower. If such a weapon of mass destruction could be restored to active service, their combat power would undergo another qualitative transformation. Roya stepped forward and knocked on the tank's cold armored shell. Broke down to this extent, huh? Roya chuckled lightly. He didn't ask Hades to repair it, nor did he say much else. Amidst the expectant yet somewhat terrified gazes of Hades and Cape Town, 3, Roya flipped his wrist, and that pixel-styled iron pickaxe appeared in his hand once more. Hades's core processor instantly soared to alert temperatures. Although he had already witnessed Roya's handling method, he still found it a tiny bit hard to accept. Bang! Without answering, Roya brought the iron pickaxe down directly onto the composite armor at the front of the tank. Familiar black grid-like cracks instantly appeared, spreading and covering the entire tank body at an extremely fast speed. 2 seconds later. Pop! An extremely crisp system sound effect rang out across the plaza. The tens of tons heavy Lehman Russ battle tank vanished into thin air, leaving not even a single screw behind. Replacing it were 5 miniature fragment models floating in midair. Bang! Pop! Roya immediately smashed the second one. Another 5 fragments dropped. Fragments collected, acquired, Lehman Russ battle tank manufacturing blueprint. Roya opened his inventory, and the blueprint turned into a stream of light that drilled into his mind. The crafting recipe immediately surfaced. He glanced at the recipe materials: 8 obsidians, 5 iron blocks, 1 gold block, 2 iron nuggets, 2 redstone blocks, 4 pistons, 3 iron ingots, 1 observer, 2 dispensers. The materials were extremely complex, but to Roya, who now possessed a massive mob grinder and nether resource reserves, it was a drop in the bucket. He walked to the center of the plaza and placed the workbench on the metal floor. Roya crafted the corresponding materials and then began assembling the Lehman Russ battle tank according to the blueprint. I will post the blueprint in the comments section. Crafting complete. Hum. A blinding white light burst forth above the workbench. Immediately following, a low, berserk reactor roaring sound exploded across the plaza. The white light dispersed. A brand new Lehman Russ battle tank, with perfect paint and 0 scratches, was neatly lined up in the open space of the plaza. The pitch-black heavy battle cannon pointed straight at the vault of heaven, and the heavy stubber on the side exuded a chilling metallic sheen. The humming of the reactor proved that it was in a perfect peak state, ready to be thrown into battle at any time. The entire audience fell dead silent. Roya continued, quickly churning out 9 more Lehman Russ battle tanks. 10 war behemoths were thus born out of thin air. Praise the machine god. Hades and Cape Town, 3 let out pig-slaughtering electronic howls. The 2 of them frantically knocked their heads against the metal deck, completely unaware even when sparks flew from the impact. Machine spirit. Logic. Everything had been smashed to pieces. In their eyes, Roya was the only true god who mastered the universe's ultimate laws of creation. Roya patted the dust off his hands, looking at those 10 tanks exuding an aura of steel, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. Hades, go pick a batch of people and immediately form an armored company. These 10 are just the beginning. Roya turned his head to look at Foros, notify everyone to rest and recuperate. Afterwards, we must start considering rebuilding this planet. Yes, Lord Roya. Everyone hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, the Black Templars Monastery on Cadia. The people here had already received the false news spread by Abaddon. The astropath who received the message repeatedly confirmed it and made sure it was a message sent by the Lamenters chapter, so he hurriedly came to Owen Bell, the Castellan of the Black Templars chapter stationed here. You are saying you received a message from the Lamenters chapter? They said they found a lost Primarch. Owen Bell felt that the astropath before him must have been corrupted by chaos. The Lamenters chapter was not even active in their region, and he also knew the situation regarding the Primarchs. How could there possibly exist a Primarch that had never been discovered before? Chapter 34, The Incurable Fear of Insufficient Firepower. P.S. I spent ages researching materials, so today's update is a bit late. Castellan Owen Bell of the Black Templars chapter rested his hands on his broad power sword, his expression as gloomy as water. He stared fixedly at the trembling astropath kneeling on the stone slab floor. Say that again. Owen's voice held the coldness of grinding metal. My lord. The encrypted frequency comes from the Hephaestus star system, the Lamenter's chapter. The astropath's robe was soaked with cold sweat as he stammered. They proclaim the discovery of a lost Primarch, and have displayed the divine might of the Emperor, requesting the High Lords of Terra to consult ancient classified secrets. Absurd. Owen suddenly stepped forward, his ceramite boots cracking the ground. The Imperium of Men only had 20 Primarchs, who had already fallen or gone missing as early as the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. Where did any lost Primarch come from? Such wild talk existing only in heretical cults was simply the worst blasphemy against the Emperor. Librarian. Owen turned his head and low-barked. A Black Templar's librarian draped in black robes stepped out from the shadows, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue psychic light. He pressed his withered palm onto the astropath's head. A few seconds later, the librarian withdrew his hand, his tone resolute. Castellan, his soul bears no traces of warp distortion. He has not been tainted by demonic whispers, the astropathic message he received is real. Owen's fingers gripping the sword suddenly tightened, his knuckles turning white. The astropath wasn't mad, and the librarian hadn't been tainted. Then I must be the one who is mad. Owen gritted his teeth, uncontrollable fanaticism and fury surging within the depths of his eyes. That ill-fated Lamenter's chapter, if they hadn't collectively betrayed the Emperor, they must have been deceived by some extremely sophisticated warp disguise. However, to take a step back. What if that was true? If it were true, it meant that after 10,000 years of despair, the Imperium of Men would once again welcome an Emperor's children. Today's Imperium of Men desperately needed the guidance of an Emperor's children. Assemble the forces. Owen turned around, his cloak billowing. I am going to Hephaestus to see for myself. Bang. The heavy metal doors were suddenly and crudely pushed open from the outside. An inquisitor wearing a flamboyant Inquisition trench coat arrived. Behind him followed 2 Inquisition stormtroopers wielding storm bolters. Ordo Malleus, High Inquisitor Jerome Thrax. Where are you going, Castellan Owen? Thrax asked. Owen frowned. Inquisitor, isn't your fleet undergoing repairs in the dry dock? News travels really fast. The Inquisition's hound noses were always sharper than anyone else's. My men intercepted the astropathic choir's records. Thrax snorted coldly, walking up to Owen. Heretics are most adept at disguise. The Lamenter's chapter's destiny has always been cursed, and now a Primarch suddenly pops up. Do you think this is a gift from the Emperor, or a trap meticulously laid by Nurgle or Tsench? Owen did not retort. Although the Black Templars were fanatical, they weren't stupid. Therefore, I have come. Thrax's gaze was as sharp as a knife. I demand to mobilize your Black Templars garrison stationed here to accompany me to Hephaestus. If that is a demonic conspiracy, we shall enact exterminatus. If the Lamenters have betrayed us, we shall execute them with our own hands. The 2 men stared at each other for a few seconds. Owen nodded. Right on my mind. But I need to leave behind 50 veterans to mentor the new blood. I will take 100 battle brothers to march with you. Enough. Prepare to set sail. Half an hour later. A fleet composed of a lunar-class cruiser, a Black Templars strike cruiser, and 3 frigates slowly sailed out of the gravity well of the Cadia dry dock. Upon reaching the Mandeville Point, the warp engines activated, and the fleet tore open a warp rift, plunging headfirst into the surging void turbulence, heading straight for the misty galaxy. Hephaestus Principal Hive City, Central Plaza Industrial Zone. The firelight of the smelting furnaces dyed half the sky red. The originally dilapidated metal ruins had now turned into a massive and utterly counterintuitive automated factory. Hurry! Transport the iron ingots and redstone over. Planks are needed over here. Hundreds of Astra Militarum soldiers transformed into villagers by Roya were currently shuttling back and forth between the assembly lines like diligent worker ants. Over the past few days, Roya had completely let loose. Relying on villagers and the workbench, he built quite a few weapon factories. Bolter factories, power armor factories, loss gun factories, and even utilizing the Lamenter's Thunderhawk gunship to set up a Thunderhawk gunship factory. Weapons were produced like flowing water, one piece after another. At this moment, a harsh sound of caterpillar tracks rubbing came over. Tech Priest Hades held a heavy firearm whose surface gleamed with a dangerous blue light, sliding extremely respectfully in front of Roya. Great Omnicia. Hades raised his hands high, handing over the weapon. This is an extremely precious Mk2 plasma gun of the Adeptus Mechanicus. However, its cooling array has defects. Overcharging it carries an extremely high probability of triggering a violent explosion. Plasma weapons in Warhammer were immensely powerful, but extremely unstable, prone to exploding in the face, and sending the user straight to heaven at any moment. Roya didn't even look at the so-called cooling defect. He took the plasma gun, switching out an iron pickaxe in his right hand. Bang! With a strike of the pickaxe, black grid cracks crawled all over the gun body. With a click, the precision plasma gun turned into 4 miniature fragments floating suspended in midair. The red light beneath Hades' eye patch flickered violently. Although he had seen it many times, watching holy creations being smashed to pieces right in front of him still made his logical core twitch uncontrollably. Roya picked up the fragments and the system prompt sounded. Obtained, plasma gun blueprint. Blueprint recorded. Roya immediately placed iron ingots, redstone dust, and a few pieces of nether quartz onto the workbench. Hum. Accompanied by a white flash of light, a brand new plasma gun without any metal fatigue or scratches appeared on the crafting table. Roya casually tossed the gun back to Hades. Hades caught it in a fluster. Roya said calmly, "Open the assembly line. I want this kind of gun, fill that warehouse to the brim." Hades knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically. Energy weapons turned cheap and common. The machine god had truly descended. A few hours later, on the Astra Militarum positions on the periphery of the Hive City, tens of thousands of Astra Militarum soldiers lined up in neat formations. They had taken off their tattered flak armor and put on heavy carapace armor that was only issued to elite stormtroopers and senior officers. It wasn't just protective gear. Attention, whole company. Change equipment. An officer roared. Every single soldier was distributed a brand new loss gun, and everyone was also issued a plasma gun. What the fuck? An Astra Militarum veteran stroked the cold plasma gun in his hand, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Even if an orc warboss came right now, I'd have the confidence to blast it to ashes with a single shot. Over on the Space Marine side, it was even more exaggerated. 7,000 Space Marine Battle Brothers not only had Mk7 Aquila pattern power armor, but also a set of Indomitus pattern Terminator armor, which could be chosen and equipped when executing different tasks. 35 Chapter 35, Is the Undead Slayer effective against Space Undead? Chapter 35, Is Smite effective against Necrons? Roya cast his gaze toward the planet beneath his feet. Hephaestus had been devastated by the fires of war, its surface covered entirely in scorched earth. If they were to establish a secure base, the ecological environment had to be restored. Roya sent people to the upper hive to dig up trees and get some saplings, immediately arranging for people to start planting trees. With the effect of bone meal, in a mere half hour, the originally barren scorched wasteland directly transformed into an endless primeval forest. A gentle breeze blew past, green leaves rustling, and the fresh air dispelled the smoke and stench that had lingered for months. At the edge of the newborn forest, Lamenter's chapter master Foros and chief librarian Calculis stood side by side. Neither wore a helmet, greedily breathing in the hard-earned fresh air. Incredible. Foros stretched out his huge palm, stroking the rough tree trunk, his eyes filled with awe. Who would dare imagine that 3 days ago this was still a wasteland polluted by Nurgle's virus? In merely half a day, life has blessed this place once again. Calculize gripped his librarian's staff tightly and nodded heavily. This is the great power of Lord Primarch. Every wave of his hand reshapes this broken universe. His very existence is a miracle bestowed upon us by the Emperor. Foros withdrew his hand, his brow slightly furrowing. Calculize, is there still no response to the astropathic communication sent to Terra? No. The librarian shook his head. The warp storm remains violent, but my message confirms successful transmission. Perhaps. The High Lords of Terra are reviewing those taboo files sealed away for 10,000 years. After all, even we do not know which son of the great Emperor Lord Roya actually is. Just as the two of them were overthinking and forcefully adding a divine halo to Roya's identity. Deep within the woods, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Titus hurried over, striking his chest armor with his right fist in salute. Chapter Master Foros. Lord Roya has given an order commanding you to immediately proceed to the central plaza and stand by. There is a strategic mission of utmost importance. Foros's expression turned stern. Understood. The three immediately returned to the main hive city's central plaza. By this time, the plaza had been completely cleared. Roya stood right in the center of the plaza, looking up at the gloomy sky. At his feet lay several pieces of obsidian glowing with a purple light, and a pile of extremely complex redstone mechanical components. My lord. Foros strode forward, dropping to one knee. Rise. Roya turned around, getting straight to the point. Our army's firepower has already taken shape, and the ecological environment is recovering as well. But defense has never been my nature. I want to assemble a fleet. A fleet. Foros's heart shook. The construction of Imperial warships required exhausting decades of resources from an entire sector. Even for a chapter, wanting to replenish a strike cruiser was extremely difficult. But thinking of the scene where Roya casually crafted a Lehman Russ tank out of thin air, Foros immediately reacted. The Lord was going to create something out of nothing once again. My lord, Hephaestus does not have the capability to manufacture warships, nor does it have matching shipyards. I do not need shipyards. Roya interrupted him, extending a single finger. I only need blueprints. Once I have the blueprints. He stared at Foros, his gaze calm yet revealing an unquestionable will. Currently, the only fleet in this place called Hephaestus belongs to your Lamenter's chapter. Foros's breathing instantly stagnated. An ominous premonition crawled up his spine like a venomous snake. Roya flipped his wrist, and that familiar pixelated iron pickaxe that had smashed countless precious technologies appeared in his hand. He flicked the edge of the iron pickaxe lightly with his finger, producing a crisp ringing sound. I want to dismantle your fleet. Roya's tone was casual, as if borrowing an insignificant tool. When I have the blueprints, I'll return it to you tenfold then. The entire scene was dead silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Mother of Tears, that was the flagship of the Lamenter's chapter. Ever since they lost their homeworld, that was basically their home. Ah? Foros widened his eyes abruptly. The dignified Space Marine chapter master, standing over 2 meters tall, felt his legs go soft at this moment, and let out an extremely shrill wail. My lord. You want to dismantle our Mother of Tears? The plaza was pin-drop silent. The wind swept through the massive mechanical ruins, bringing with it a chill. Foros, the Space Marine chapter master standing over 2 meters tall, broke out in cold sweat on his forehead at this moment. Mother of Tears was the last remaining glory of the Lamenter's chapter. That strike cruiser had carried them through centuries of homelessness. To dismantle it was equivalent to carving out the final heart of the Lamenters. Roya did not urge him, only looking at the other party calmly. Foros closed his eyes. He recalled everything that had happened over the past few days, 7,000 fully armed new bloods, mountains of bolter rounds, and the instantly restored vitality. Compared to these, what was a single warship? As long as Lord Primarch was here, the future of the chapter was here. Foros abruptly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He knelt on one knee on the ground, lowering his head. "My lord." Foros's voice was low and firm. "I will go arrange it personally right now. Within a day, all supplies, crew members and servitors on the warship will be completely cleared and transferred to the ground. Then, it will be at your disposal." Roya nodded with satisfaction. He stepped forward and raised a hand to pat Foros's broad shoulder armor. "Very good." Roya's voice spread all around, disregarding gains and losses, with a will as hard as steel. "You truly are the sons of Sanguinius." This sentence slammed directly into the chests of Foros and all the Lamenter's veterans present. And now, a living Primarch, the brother of their father, had personally acknowledged their bloodline and glory. Foros's eye sockets turned red. He stood up and slammed his right fist heavily against his chest. "I swear to serve you to the death. I am going to clear out the fleet right now." Foros turned around immediately, leading several veterans in taking big strides toward the Thunderhawk gunship, and immediately ascended into orbit. Roya withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at the factory operating behind him. After obtaining the blueprints for the warship, he still faced another problem: the acquisition of high-level materials and the further enhancement of combat power. The system had not only crafting and synthesis, but also an even more core advanced power, enchantment. "Silas." Roya beckoned. The Astra Militarum political commissar hurried over. "Go select 100 converted soldiers." Roya commanded, "Bring them to the open space." Soon, 100 Astra Militarum soldiers with fanatical expressions lined up neatly. Roya retrieved a batch of planks and flint he had just synthesized from his inventory. He operated quickly on the workbench. Several wooden tables with bow and arrow patterns were synthesized. Fletching table placed on the ground. When the soldiers converted into villagers approached the fletching table, the system rules took effect immediately. Green light instantly emerged above the heads of several soldiers, and their personal interfaces immediately gained a profession identifier, Fletcher. Roya opened the trading UI interface of one of the Fletchers. First slot, 32 sticks, exchanged for 1 emerald. The corners of Roya's mouth turned upward. The large forest planted just now happened to be an endless source of timber. "Karn!" Roya shouted. The Ultramarines veteran wearing blue power armor strode over. "Take people into the forest to chop down trees." Roya pointed at the fletching table on the ground. "Turn all the chopped wood into sticks. Bring them here and exchange them with them for emeralds. Exchange as many as there are." Karn looked at those ordinary wooden tables and could not understand why sticks could be exchanged for glowing gemstones. He did not ask more and immediately went to make arrangements. Because the number of times a villager could trade in a day was limited, and the emeralds obtained were also limited, Roya transferred quite a few villagers over and bound workbenches to them well. In less than an hour, Karn returned with some ultramarines who had been converted into villagers, their backpacks containing quite a few sticks. Roya had them conduct trades directly. Through continuous trading, they quickly acquired 10 fully stacked slots of emeralds. With emeralds, it was time for the real main event. Roya once again used planks and bookshelves to synthesize dozens of lecterns. He placed the lecterns in front of another batch of converted Astra Militarum soldiers. With a flash of white light, this batch of soldiers acquired a brand new profession, librarian. Holding a thick stack of emeralds, Roya walked up to the first librarian and opened the trading interface. First slot, Emerald X15, Ordinary Book X1, exchange for Power I Enchanted Book. Trash. Without hesitation, Roya swung his iron pickaxe and directly smashed that lectern to pieces. The soldier who lost his workstation instantly reverted to an unprofessional state. Then, Roya placed the lectern back down. The soldier bound to it once again, and the trading interface refreshed. Repeatedly smashing and placing. This was the most skilled enchantment farming operation for an MC player. After refreshing over a dozen times. First slot, Emerald X28, Ordinary Book X1, exchange for sharpness v enchanted book. Good stuff. Roya immediately stuffed in the emeralds and the book, completing the trade. An enchanted book glowing with a mysterious purple light fell into his hands. He continued walking toward the next librarian. Constantly refreshing, constantly checking. Until he walked up to the 12th soldier. A new trading interface popped up. Roya's gaze froze on that line of text, and his movements paused abruptly. Smite V deals extremely terrifying additional true damage to undead creatures. Undead. In the Warhammer 40k universe, there were no skeletons and zombies found in traditional fantasy works. But there existed a faction thousands of times more terrifying than those things. Sleeping within subterranean catacombs, their bodies forged from living metal, devoid of souls, ancient grim reapers that span 60 million years of time, the Necrons. Mortals called them skeletons. Smite. Roya stared at the purple flowing light on the enchanted book, rubbing his chin. If this thing can really classify Necrons as the undead attribute, then that would be a huge profit. Then with a single slash of his sword, that group of living metal that took pride in themselves, and claimed to be undying and indestructible might be instantly wiped out along with their reanimation protocols. Roya immediately traded for this Smite the enchanted book with emeralds, carefully tucking it away into the deepest part of his inventory. Chapter 36, End Times Super Heavy Land Raider Tank. There will definitely be a chance to encounter that group of metal skeletons in the future, and this thing is definitely a trump card. Roya subsequently called Khan to his side. Khan, this work is handed over to you to be in full charge. Roya pointed at that entire row of glowing podiums and the librarian in front. Khan immediately took out his portable datapad. Clearly record the types of enchanted books sold by each of them, and the emerald prices they require for me. Make it into a directory. Roya spoke at an extremely fast speed. Every day, arrange dedicated personnel to exchange supplies for emeralds, and then use the emeralds to buy out their enchanted books. I want to build a massive strategic reserve. Khan looked at those enchanted books exuding powerful and pure energy. Lord, just by using some wood can one limitlessly exchange for this kind of sacred power core. Khan felt his common sense being crushed once again. This thing looked so extraordinary, yet it could be exchanged just like that. This is called equivalent exchange, Roya casually said. Stop talking nonsense, execute the order. Understood. Khan immediately started moving. At the same time, Roya brought people to make a string generator. Using wood was far less satisfying than a string generator. Meanwhile, outside the material universe, the warp. The crystal labyrinth. This was a terrifying zone composed of endless dimensions and twisted refractions. In the deepest part of the labyrinth, Sench, the Lord of Change and one of the 4 Chaos Gods, was observing everything happening in the material realm. Its thousands of eyes penetrated the obstruction of the warp storms, staring dead at Roya on the Hephaestus Hive planet. When Roya produced those enchanted books exuding a purple glow, Sench's projection fluctuated violently. No traces of warp energy, no psychic fluctuations. Yet a knowledge entity that alters rules was born out of thin air. Sench let out a whisper overlapping countless voices. This exceeds all established destiny lines. Knowledge, magic, change. This was originally Sench's domain. Towards this suddenly appearing new variable, Sench developed an extremely intense interest. It wanted to make this power its own, or at least contaminate it, turning the existence named Roya into its most perfect marionette. A tiny bit of interference. Sench sacrificed a not insignificant price, attempting to interfere a little. It wanted to silently pierce through the dimensional barrier, attempting to touch an enchanted book that Roya placed in his inventory. It wanted to modify the underlying logic within the book. However, the instant Sench's psychic tentacles just touched the data shell of the enchanted book. There was no flashy light and shadow duel, no energy explosion of any kind. There was only an extremely cold, tyrannical, and absolutely unquestionable underlying rule that directly crushed back along Sench's psychic tentacles. That was a setting countless times more overbearing than the warp, Crack. Facing this rule, the psychic tentacle extended by Tsench did not even have room to resist. It directly snapped, shattered, and vanished without a trace. What? A shrill scream from Tsench erupted from the depths of the crystal labyrinth, and the entire labyrinth even developed microscopic cracks. It stared in disbelief at its severed tentacle. Since its birth hundreds of millions of years ago, this was the first time it encountered something that completely ignored the laws of the warp and directly refused modification. In its eyes, that thin enchanted book was actually sturdier than the gates of the webway. Several high-ranking greater demons around shivered as they lay on the ground, sensing their master's fury and shock. Tsench looked at those greater demons, the horror in its eyes rapidly subsided, and it immediately returned to that unfathomable and eerie posture. It let out a hypocritical weird laugh. He 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 he. All of this is according to plan, Tsench said loudly, its voice echoing in the labyrinth. This minor setback is merely a part of the great upheaval. That's right, it's all within my expectations. The greater demons buried their heads even lower. No one dared to expose their master's stubbornness. Tsench looked back towards Hephaestus, the pain of being repelled still faintly throbbing. It decided not to directly intervene for the time being, but instead plucked the threads of fate. On the flank of the main Hive City Plaza, an industrial area temporarily cleared out. Roya stood in the open space. In front of him lay a pile of block materials. Dozens of converted Astra Militarum recruits surrounded the perimeter, staring unblinkingly at his actions. Roya did not waste words. He quickly placed dirt blocks on the ground, building a trough structure, and poured 2 buckets of water. He fixed trapdoors at both ends of the trough, installed 2 tripwire hooks, and connected spider silk in the middle. He placed a piece of dirt above, installed a lever, and hung shears. The entire apparatus was crude and full of dissonance, completely lacking the heavy aesthetics of gears and machine spirits of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Watch closely. Roya reached out and grasped the lever. He pulled it down. Click. A crisp mechanical spring sound rang out. The shear block above opened and closed frantically at a speed that completely ignored physical inertia, while the spider silk below continuously snapped and instantly reassembled. A large amount of white string gushed out of thin air, falling into the water stream below. The water washed the string into the hopper at the bottom, finally falling into a large wooden chest. The quantity of string in the chest surged at a speed visible to the naked eye. An endless, ex nihilo fully automatic assembly line. The breathing of the spectating Astra Militarum recruits stagnated. Looking at the continuously pulsating string, their gazes revealed extreme fanaticism and worship. For them, this was divine power that created matter out of thin air. Remember this structure. Roya pointed at the string generator, looking at several leading recruits. I want you all to pave thousands of identical machines along this open space. Take all the farmed string to exchange with the Fletcher for emeralds. Understood. Lord. The recruits responded loudly, immediately picking up materials to replicate it. Right at this moment, an extremely dense sound of caterpillar track friction and servo motor rotation came from behind. Roya turned his head. Tech Priest Hades glided at the very front, flanked by Tech Priest Cape Town 3. Behind them were more than a dozen new faces draped in red robes, and bearing multiple mechanical tentacles on their backs. Those were the embedded Tech Priests evacuated from the Lamenter's flagship, Mother of Tears. They were operating a heavy anti-gravity loader, hovering half a meter off the ground. Piled on the loader were several extremely massive metal components covered in complex cooling pipelines and thick composite armor. Great Omnisia. Hades stopped in front of Roya, his electronic eye flashing red light. He stepped aside to yield the components on the loader. I united everyone to produce a little good thing. A cold voice came from Hades' vocoder. These are some parts of the end times super heavy Land Raider tank. Roya's gaze narrowed slightly. He recognized this thing. Discarding the Land Raider's originally proud troop transport capability, all space was used to load a deflector shield generator and an extremely violent plasma destroyer cannon. This was an extremely ferocious anti-Titan, and anti-super-heavy vehicle slaughter beast in the Warhammer universe. 37 Chapter 37 Armor will surely overwhelm all heresy. Chapter 37 Armor shall overwhelm all heresy. Only some parts. Roya stepped forward and knocked on the plasma cooling core that was about half a person tall. Hades lowered his head, his tone revealing a trace of undisguised annoyance and ruthlessness. Lord, please forgive my incompetence. Back during the academic exchanges with other Forge worlds, I went too easy and failed to kill a few more high-ranking muggos. The technology we snatched back is incomplete, Hades reported. With all our efforts, we can currently only build these defective parts. It's impossible to assemble them into a real vehicle. Roya smiled. The Oil Guzzler's academic exchange was truly hardcore. He switched out an iron pickaxe. It doesn't matter if you can't build it. Having the parts is enough. Roya gripped the wooden handle tightly. Bang! Roya struck the plasma cooling core with his iron pickaxe. Black grid cracks spread from the point of impact. Pop! The parts weighing several tons exploded into points of light out of thin air, transforming into two miniature square fragments that dropped onto the deck. Roya picked up the fragments. The system prompt sounded. Fragments of the End Times Super Heavy Land Raider tank. Collect 20 pieces to obtain the blueprint. Only 20 pieces were needed. Roya put away his iron pickaxe, turned to look at Hades, and ordered, "Let this group of newcomers join you. Continue building these parts for me. Build them at the fastest speed, and notify me when you're done." Hades did not raise any doubts, his mechanical tentacles waved, and he immediately led those Starship Tech priests, who were still in a state of crashes, to dive into parts manufacturing. 8 hours later. The heavy workshop at the edge of the square. The furnaces spewed blinding plasma exhaust flames. Under Hades's exploitation, the tech priests from the starship displayed astonishing efficiency. Utilizing the high-precision lathes brought from the starship, they desperately hammered and assembled piece by piece the incomplete parts of the End Times Land Raider. Roya walked into the workshop carrying his iron pickaxe. Walking up to a freshly baked track drive module, bang. Smash it, pick up the fragments. Walking up to an incomplete deflector shield generator, bang. Smash it, take away the fragments. In less than 10 minutes, all the parts just built in the entire workshop were smashed by him into white smoke. That group of Starship Tech priests stopped the welding torches in their hands. Beneath the red robes, their mechanical prosthetics trembled slightly. This shattering process, which treated physical laws and mechanical blueprints as nothing, was forcibly resetting their worldview over and over again. When the last cannon barrel component was smashed and disappeared. Finally, a crisp prompt sounded in Roya's ears. Fragments collected, acquired, End Times Super Heavy Land Raider tank manufacturing blueprint. Blueprint entered. The recipe unfolded before his eyes. 2 gold blocks, 1 dispenser, 8 nether quartz blocks, 1 glowstone, 3 iron ingots, 3 iron blocks, 1 redstone block for obsidians for rails. I'll put the recipe at the end of the text. The materials were not complicated, just involving exclusive drops from the nether dimension. But for Roya, who had a massive workforce to do the work, it was just a simple drag and drop in the inventory. After all, those people he had converted into villagers were working desperately for him. Having become villagers, they didn't need to rest at all and could work 24 hours uninterrupted. Capitalists would drool just seeing this. Roya threw a workbench onto the open space in the center of the workshop. He switched out the materials and placed them into the 3x3 grid. The electronic eyes of all the tech priests in the workshop locked firmly onto that unremarkable wooden table. Synthesize. Roya confirmed. Hum. An extreme white light instantly illuminated the entire heavy workshop. Amidst the blinding light, space emitted an overloaded low-frequency vibration. When the light dissipated, a steel behemoth over 10 meters long, with armor so outrageously thick, heavily pressed down upon the metal deck. the End Times Super Heavy Land Raider. It hadn't gone through any welding, stamping, or assembly procedures. There were no oil stains on the tracks, and no mottled primer on the surface of the armor. That exaggeratedly thick plasma destroyer cannon barrel exuded a faint deep blue energy shimmer. Perfect, cold, filled with the aesthetic of absolute violence. Roya did not stop. The synthesis box flashed continuously. Boom. 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 9 loud bangs sounded in succession. Exactly 10 End Times Super Heavy Land Raiders lined up in 2 rows, completely filling the spacious workshop. Silence. Deathly silence. Suddenly, a leading tech priest slammed both knees onto the ground. A burst of sparks suddenly erupted from the port at the back of his head, and black engine oil flowed down along the cooling slits of his cheeks. He was overloaded. Extreme fanaticism crashed his logic circuits. 01001111, Omnicia. This tech priest issued a hysterical scream in a harsh binary language, pressing his entire upper body completely against the cold floor. The remaining tech priests fell to their knees in unison like toppled dominoes, kowtowing fanatically with mechanical arms flailing in the air. The laws of creation were right before their eyes. This surpassed all doctrines of the Adeptus Mechanicus over 10,000 years. Hades and Cape Town, 3 stood aside. Hades watched those colleagues with oil leaking from their heads, a trace of disdain flashing through his electronic eyes. Bumpkins. Hades spat out 2 cold words. He and Cape Town, 3 had long passed this phase of making a fuss over nothing. Roya turned his head to look at Hades and Cape Town, 3. Not only were these 2 extremely strong in execution, but they also had enough brains and wouldn't ask redundant nonsense. You 2 come over. Roya spoke. Hades and Cape Town, 3 immediately glided in front of Roya, lowering their heads slightly. Roya mentally brought up the system interface, locking his gaze onto the 2. He consumed experience points. I shall bestow my blessing upon you. Roya said. 2 green miniature square block icons materialized out of thin air above the 2 muggos' heads, slowly rotating. Transformation successful. Targets have been bound as villagers. The bodies of Hades and Cape Town, 3 trembled violently, the red light in their mechanical eyes brightening to the extreme, and they actually oozed engine oil out of excitement. 01001111. Omnicia. The 2 of them kowtowed even faster than the tech priests beside them. From now on, Roya pointed at the 10 behemoths behind him, this place belongs to your jurisdiction. I want to see these things fill up the warehouse. Can you do it? For the Lord's will, armor shall overwhelm all heresy. Hades heavily struck his chest. Outside the workshop's large doors, a burst of heavy footsteps interrupted the Adeptus Mechanicus's carnival. Chief Librarian Calculize walked in briskly. Behind him, 2 tall and robust Lamenter's veterans pushed a heavy hover flatbed truck. The flatbed truck was covered with a layer of dust cloth. Calculize walked to Roya's side, striking his breastplate with his right fist. Lord. The clearance operations of the Mother of Tears are underway, Calculize reported. In the relic stasis chamber at the very bottom of the warship, we found a batch of exceptionally good things. He waved his hand. The 2 veterans immediately pulled away the dust cloth. Chapter 38, even Calgar would be stunned first. 3 sets of silver-gray power armor, stained with the traces of time and bullet marks, were revealed under the lights. Its design was much more rugged than the standard Aquila pattern. The shoulder pads were broad, and the ceramite armor on the chest was layered, almost completely wrapping around the neck. The limb armor was as heavy as a mobile bunker. Mk3 Iron Armor Power Armor. Calculize introduced in a low voice. Roya stepped forward and knocked on the heavy chest armor. His fingers received extremely hard feedback. Good stuff. Roya saw its value at a glance. Calculize nodded, his tone solemn, a product of the Great Crusade era. It sacrificed some mobility to stack frontal armor to the extreme. It can withstand heavy firepower, fight urban warfare, and boarding actions. It is the ultimate ceiling of defense among all models. He paused and pointed out the fatal flaw. But the bad news is, to ensure frontal defense, the back and side joints of this armor are extremely weak. Once trapped in enemy encirclement and flanked by Xenos, this power armor can easily be directly sliced open from the rear. Because of this flaw, the Imperium gradually phased it out later. Roya's expression did not change in the slightest. He backhanded and switched out an iron pickaxe. Bang! The pickaxe head smashed into these 3 sets of precious relic armor. Cracks emerged. Calculize did not stop him. He was long accustomed to the Lord's unique ritual for acquiring blueprints. The armor shattered and turned into white smoke. Roya grabbed the fragments, the system light flashed, and the blueprint was successfully recorded. Roya flicked the iron pickaxe and put it away. He turned to look at Calculize, his eyes cold. The tactical shortcoming you mentioned does not exist at all with me, Roya said in a calm tone. Calculize was puzzled. Roya pointed to the open space ahead, revealing the cruel truth of the unit spawning build with an icy tone. The flank and rear armor is weak. It is easy to be stabbed in the back. Roya looked straight into the librarian's eyes, however. Standing beside and behind the soldiers wearing the iron armor are all their own people wearing the same iron armor. Calculize's breathing suddenly hitched. An extremely terrifying image instantly flashed in his mind. Thousands upon thousands of space marines, in despair-inducing numbers, were all wearing Mk3 iron armor with maxed-out frontal defense. They stood shoulder to shoulder and back to back, forming an airtight, boundless great wall of steel. There were no flaws. Because everywhere was the front. The enemy simply could not find space to flank around. This was a saturation-style line combat tactic that didn't need to account for troop attrition. Not only that, Roya continued, I have other methods to make up for the weak points of the armor. Roya's method was very simple, at that time, apply protection 4 to every set of Mk3 iron armor power armor. Roya did not tell Calculize what the method was, but instead called over Muggo's Hades. The materials are. Roya told Hades the materials and the manufacturing method, start arranging it down, and accelerate production as soon as possible later. I want every space marine to be equipped with a set. As you command. The Great Omnisia. Hades immediately slid to his knees, his mechanical tentacles waving wildly. Then he directly led some Astra Militarum converted into villagers to start production. After being converted into a villager, Hades had completely abandoned the tedious rituals of soothing machine spirits. He had already been blessed by the Omnisia, why soothe any machine spirit? If he had to soothe them, wouldn't his blessing have been for nothing? Just get straight to work. Roya asked casually, Calculize, have you counted the head count? How many space marines do we currently have in hand who have completed the re-equipment? Mentioning this, the chief librarian's breathing instantly became heavy. Even though he was someone who had lived for hundreds of years, his mouth could not help but curve upwards crazily at this moment. Reporting to the Lord. Calculize smashed his right fist heavily onto his chest armor, as of 1 standard hour ago. Through the continuous catalysis of the chief apothecary and those breads. Our Lamenters chapter currently has Astartes battle brothers ready to enter battle at any time. 13,000 people. Roya slightly raised his chin. In addition, Calculize looked around, lowering his voice, but the excitement in his tone could not be covered up no matter what. The battle brothers under the command of Karn and Titus, cultivated using Ultramarine's gene seed, have currently also exceeded 2,000 people. After listening, Roya couldn't help but laugh out loud directly. 15,000 space marines. In this era of Warhammer 40k, a single Codex Astartes tightly restricted all space marine chapters to a standard establishment of 1,000 men. And now, Roya held the terrifying military force of 15 full-strength chapters right in his hands. What was even more absurd was that the Orthodox Ultramarines chapter theoretically only had 1,000 men, while the Ultramarines catalyzed here casually already numbered 2,000. If Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines, came over, seeing this scene would probably make him question his life. Very good. Roya patted Calculize on the shoulder, notify Karn and Titus. Take people to the square. Go receive those N-type super heavy Land Raider tanks I just manufactured. Calculize nodded hurriedly and immediately called out on the internal communication channel. Half an hour later. The main Hive City Central Square. Karn and Titus rushed over with hundreds of new bloods. When they walked through the metal corridors and stood on the reviewing platform at the edge of the square, everyone stopped in their tracks at the same time. An extremely strong visual impact smashed fiercely onto their retinas. On the massive metal square. Exactly 100 N-type super heavy Land Raider tanks, over a dozen meters long, and with armor as heavy as a mobile fortress, were neatly arranged into 10 phalanxes. The eerie blue plasma destroyer barrels emitted a bone-chilling murderous intent, and the deflector shield generators emitted a low hum. There was no smell of engine oil, no welding marks. 100 heavy killing machines just synthesized from the workbench exuded a pure aesthetic that completely did not belong to this universe. Muggos Hades stood on the first tank and waved his big hand, Ultramarines. What are you standing there for? Drive them all away. Karn swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Titus stiffly turned his head to look at his superior. Brother Karn. Titus's voice was somewhat drifting. In the armory of Macridge, does our chapter have this many N-type super heavy Land Raiders? Karn was silent for a few seconds and slowly shook his head. Not to mention the N-types. Even if you count all the most ordinary Land Raiders, it still wouldn't add up to this number. Karn took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his wildly beating heart. Go receive them. Karn ordered, don't disgrace Lord Roya. And at the other end of the high orbit, Foros, the chapter master of the Lamenter's chapter, was leading thousands of servitors and mortal crew members, running wildly across the several kilometer-long Mother of Tears. This veteran space marine, over 2 meters tall, was doing the lowest level porter's work at this moment in order to clear out warships for Roya as soon as possible. 39 Chapter 39 Roya, the weasels are at it again. Foros, the Emperor has appeared. Chapter 39 Roya, Huang Pizzi is acting up again. Foros, the Emperor has manifested a miracle. 2 days later. On the top-level platform of the Hephaestus primary hive city. Foros walked up to Roya with a look of shame on his face. His power armor was covered in dust. My lord. I have broken my word. Foros dropped to one knee, lowering his head deeply, his tone filled with guilt. I had promised you that I would clear out the warship within a day. But the stripping of the relic stasis chambers and the evacuation of the crew in the lower engine quarters were extremely complicated. It took me 2 days. Roya looked at the chapter master, who was so guilt-ridden he looked ready to draw his sword and commit seppuku, and waved his hand. Get up. It's fine. Roya's tone was calm, this is completely normal. Not only was Roya not angry, but he felt that this speed was already a miracle. The Mother of Tears was not a motorcycle, but a gigantic armed fortress several kilometers long, carrying tens of thousands of people inside, and equipped with an independent ecological recycling system. In the Imperium's bureaucratic system, simply going through the evacuation approval process would take several years. Foros hollowing out the ship in 2 days meant that the entire Lamenter's chapter was working themselves to death. Lead the way. Roya stepped forward to the orbital anchorage. I also want to see what good things this ship's blueprint can bring me. Foros stood up and immediately arranged a Thunderhawk gunship. Half an hour later. A Thunderhawk gunship pierced through the ruined atmosphere of Hephaestus, hovering in the void of low orbit. Roya stood before the open side hatch of the gunship. Outside the porthole, the giant strike cruiser Mother of Tears, about 7 kilometers long, hovered quietly in orbit. I asked Dobao. A battle barge generally ranges between 5 to 8 kilometers, I chose 7 kilometers. The hull's surface was covered with bullet scars and deep craters left by major and minor battles over the centuries, and its yellow armor paint had long since become mottled. Meanwhile, in the viewing corridor of the orbital port, tens of thousands of mortal crew members, servitor, and the captain were gazing through the windows, reluctant to part with the Mother of Tears. Inside the cabin of the Thunderhawk gunship, Foros, Chief Apothecary Samuel, and Elder Darrell, who had specially rushed over, were all silent and speechless. They knew what was about to happen. The remnant corpse of the old era would be shattered, and what awaited them was Lord Roya's new rule. The gunship pilot cautiously maneuvered the craft, slowly approaching the flank of the massive bow of the Mother of Tears. "Open the hatch wider," Roya commanded. The side hatch lowered completely, and the icy vacuum environment instantly sucked away the heat inside the cabin, but it had no effect on everyone wearing power armor. Roya flipped his wrist. The iron pickaxe, with a surface bearing a barely perceptible rusty pixel texture, yet having shattered countless Imperial relics, appeared in his hand once again. The heartbeats of Foros and the others suddenly accelerated. Without hesitation, Roya aimed at the behemoth before him and swung the iron pickaxe down fiercely. Bang! There was no earth-shattering explosion, no mournful wail of twisting steel. The moment the iron pickaxe touched the hull's adamantium armor, a rule superior to physical laws forcibly cut into this space. Countless black grid-like cracks, centered on the tip of the pickaxe, spread wildly in all directions. The cracks crawled across the massive plasma engine array, crawled across the Cogitator Matrix control room, and crawled across the entire warship. In just a few seconds, this black net of death covered the entire 8-kilometer-long gigantic hull. Whether it was the tens of thousands of mortals in the port, or the Space Marine in the Thunderhawk, everyone held their breath. Pop! An extremely abrupt, light sound spread through the void. The 7-kilometer-long Mother of Tears disappeared out of thin air. There was no debris, no dust. It was as if a piece of the universe at this coordinate had been cleanly erased with an eraser. Replacing it was a miniature warship model radiating a dark golden glow, floating quietly in the vacuum. Roya reached out and grasped the model. The system prompt sounded crisply in his mind. Obtained, Battle Barge Blueprint Fragment 1/2. Roya's gaze froze instantly. He quickly opened his hidden inventory, staring dead at that line of cold descriptive text. This thing required 2 fragments to be gathered together to synthesize a complete blueprint. Inside the Thunderhawk cabin, Foros, Samuel, and the others saw the flagship disappear, and though their hearts ached, they felt even more anticipation. They anticipated that Lord Roya could wave his hand and conjure 10, or 100 brand new, flawless battle barges, just like he did when synthesizing tanks previously. Foros stepped forward, his voice trembling with excitement. "My lord. The new warship. Can we begin mass production?" Roya gripped the iron pickaxe and turned his head. His expression was somewhat subtle. "Bad." Roya sighed. Those 2 simple words exploded inside the cabin like a heavy bolter. Foros's breathing stopped. Samuel's apothecary syringe almost stabbed into his own thigh. Inside the dreadnought, Elder Darrell's life support fluid within the sarcophagus emitted a violently churning sound. "My lord." Foros's voice was hoarse, his knees turning weak as he knelt on the deck. "What do you mean by bad? Could it be that the fragments are not enough?" Roya looked at these Astartes, whose faces were as pale as paper, and nodded. "We are still missing 1 fragment." Roya spoke the truth. In other words, I have to dismantle another Space Marine warship of roughly the same tier before I can rebuild it. The cabin fell into a dead silence. The expressions of the Lamenter's high command looked as if their biological father had just died all over again. The sky had fallen. Their only home was dismantled, yet it didn't trade for a new one. On this planet ravaged by orcs and Nurgle, where could they possibly find another battle barge of the same tier? Right at this moment when the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. In the pitch-black deep space, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Less than tens of kilometers away from the Thunderhawk gunship, the originally calm void was suddenly violently torn apart, as if by an invisible pair of giant hands. Warning! High-energy warp reaction. The Thunderhawk pilot roared, a warship has forcibly jumped out of the warp. A massive purplish-red warp rift bloomed out of thin air. Immediately following, two massive metallic creations with extremely tragic appearances stumbled out of the rift as if being spat out, crashing into the physical universe. That was an extremely colossal battle barge, along with a lunar-class cruiser. The bow armor of the barge was torn open with a terrifying large hole, and over a third of the side armor was completely melted. Billowing black smoke and arcs of leaking plasma wreaked havoc across the hull. However, what caught the eye most was the tattered yet still striking paint job on the outer hull, a white background with a black cross. The most zealous and extreme Astartes chapter, Black Templars. Roya widened his eyes, looking at the smoking battle barge, and slapped his thigh. Holy shit. Roya couldn't help cursing, Huang Pizzi is acting up again. The previous second he was suffering from a headache over lacking a ship to dismantle, and the next second Huang Pizzi directly delivered fully equipped materials right to his mouth. Inside the Thunderhawk cabin, the Lamenter's high command, who had previously looked like mourning their dead parents, were all stunned. Foros abruptly raised his head, following Roya's line of sight to look out the window. The moment he saw those two warships, an extremely fanatical gleam surged in the depths of this honest chapter master's eyes. The Emperor has manifested a miracle. Chief Apothecary Samuel trembled as he knelt down. The great Emperor is truly watching over us. No. Foros clenched his fists, his gaze fixed dead on Roya's back. This is the Emperor blessing Lord Roya. He thought to himself, the Emperor must have always been watching Lord Roya, watching this Emperor's children. Meanwhile, in space tens of thousands of kilometers away. Inside the bridge of the Black Templars battle barge, absolute fanaticism. The atmosphere was tragic to the extreme. Thick smoke rolled through the enclosed space, and red alarm lights flashed frantically. Countless blown-up servitor were scattered across the deck, sparks flying everywhere. Black Templars Castellan Owen Bell knelt on one knee on the command platform. His originally exquisite and heavy Terminator power armor was now covered with terrifying claw marks and plasma burn traces. The iconic wide power sword in his hand was even chipped along the blade. Damn Abaddon. Owen spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, his gaze terrifyingly cold, setting an ambush in the warp. If it weren't for the Emperor's protection, we would all have died at that bastard's hands. They had been pursued by the Black Legion's main fleet for a full year. If not for repeatedly encountering strange warp storms at critical moments, they would have been done for long ago. Having fought continuously for a period of time, they finally took a massive risk to execute an emergency jump, forcibly escaping the warp back into real space to survive the ordeal. Castellan. A Space Marine adjutant with a severed arm stepped forward, Auspex scan complete. We have arrived at the target system, Hephaestus. At this moment, the adjutant checked the time with the orbital anchorage and immediately reported to Owen Bell. Castellan, we were in the warp for a year, while 5 days have passed in real space. To this, Owen Bell expressed nothing. The damned warp was just like that. It was not impossible to set out today and arrive at your destination yesterday. Just at this moment, Foros took the initiative to contact them. The holographic projection flickered, and the resolute yet exhausted face of Lamenter's chapter master Foros appeared on the screen. Brothers of the Black Templars. This is the Lamenter's chapter master, Foros. Foros's voice was steady and powerful, without the panic Owen had expected. Your ship's condition looks extremely terrible. What happened? Owen stared at the holographic image. He saw no mutated tentacles, nor did he see Nurgle's rotting flesh. Foros looked very normal, even. His mental state was astonishingly good. But this did not cause Owen Bell to lower his guard. We encountered an ambush by the Black Legion in the warp. Owen replied coldly, his gaze extremely aggressive. We received your astropathic message sent to Terra. A lost pre-march. Chapter Master Foros, do you know what the cost of falsely reporting such information is? Foros looked at Owen Bell on the screen without any anger. During this period, he had seen too many miracles that defied common sense, and in his view, Owen's questioning was merely a kind of ignorance. This is an undeniable fact, cousin. Foros's tone was solemn. To dispel your doubts, I will personally board your battle barge to explain. Owen narrowed his eyes, delivering himself to the door. Very well. Owen agreed without hesitation, but I warn you, Foros. Do not bring too many people. If your Thunderhawk gunship exceeds 2, our anti-aircraft guns will fire directly. I will only bring 1. With that, Foros cut off the communication. Owen sneered. No matter what tricks the Lamenters were playing, as long as the other party dared to board their battle barge. In front of him and 50 fully armed Black Templar veterans, whether god or ghost, they would have to reveal their true forms. Foros turned around and looked at Roya standing by the hatch. My lord. The Black Templars are extremely guarded. They just suffered Abaddon's ambush and are now like a startled beast. Foros reported in a low voice, I will go negotiate alone. Please wait in the gunship. I'm going too. Roya's tone was calm. Foros was just about to open his mouth to dissuade him. That barge was now filled with a bunch of bloodthirsty, hypersensitive fanatics, and in case a conflict broke out, those bolters wouldn't care whether you were a Primarch or not. But the words at the tip of his tongue suddenly stuck. Scenes flashed through Foros's mind, Roya holding an iron sword and hard carrying an orc deaf dread, even turning into white smoke on the spot after death, and instantly resurrecting with full health. Danger? The ones who should be worrying about danger were the Black Templars. If this lord was truly angered, that tattered battle barge would probably be hammered into a block on the spot. As you command, my lord. Foros immediately bowed his head. Meanwhile, Inquisitor Slacks had brought stormtroopers to the Black Templars' battle barge side. At this moment, Owen Bell was also in the hangar with the remaining capable Black Templar warriors. They are here. Slacks walked to Owen's side, raising his head to look at the void outside the hangar. A yellow Thunderhawk gunship slowly landed on the landing pad in the center of the hangar. The lift hatch slowly lowered, accompanied by hydraulic sounds. All the Black Templar veterans had their fingers on the triggers. The moment there was any anomaly, they could instantly turn this Thunderhawk gunship into a sieve. Slacks's hand gripped the bolt pistol at his waist. A steady sound of footsteps came out from the shadows. Foros walked down the boarding ramp first. The moment he appeared under the light, Owen and Slacks froze simultaneously. There was no battle damage as they expected, no tattered ceramite repaired countless times. What Foros was wearing on his body was a set of Mk7 Aquila power armor so brand new that it didn't even have a single scratch. The surface of this power armor gleamed with a newly manufactured metallic sheen, the hydraulic pipelines at the joints were flawless, and even the chapter's paint job was dazzlingly bright. A question mark popped up in everyone's head. Could this still be the thoroughly unlucky Lamenters? Immediately following, Foros stepped aside, and Roya walked out. Judging by the way Foros looked at Roya, everyone instantly understood that this person was not simple, and was likely the fellow impersonating a Primarch. Chapter 40 Abaddon, I suspect Sench is screwing with me. 4K. Inside the hangar. Owen Bell rested his hand on his sword hilt, his gaze fixed like a falcon upon the man stepping down from the Thunderhawk gunship. There was no exaggerated and ornate power armor, no violent psychic fluctuations. Ordinary, far too ordinary. Except for his eyes, which carried a strange appetite, as he looked at the battle barge, there was nothing noteworthy about this man. Was this the Primarch Foros spoke of? Owen's jaw tightened. A heretical liar who stole the titles of gods. Roya paid no mind to Owen's highly aggressive gaze. His gaze swept across the battle barge beneath his feet, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against his sides. This was a battle barge, after all. Just another set of fragments delivered right to his doorstep. If he pulled out an iron pickaxe right now and struck the bulkhead, he would immediately synthesize the blueprint for a battle barge. At the very thought of this, Roya felt an unbearable itch in his hands. But he held back. There were tens of thousands of people on the ship. He couldn't kill everyone just for a blueprint. Foros, Owen said in a cold, hard voice, breaking the silence, "Is this what you call a miracle?" Foros's expression remained calm, just as he was about to speak. Inquisitor Slacks at the side stepped forward. The hem of his coat fluttered without any wind. Slacks's hand was hidden in his coat pocket, his fingertips pressing against an ancient book bound in human skin. This was his extremely secret relic, inside of which a demon was sealed. Once any creature tainted by chaos, or disguised by warp powers existed within a radius of 100 meters, the book would emit unbearable stinging pain and heat. Relying on this item, Slacks had ferreted out countless deeply hidden heretics. At this moment, Slacks's fingers pressed tightly against the book cover. No heat. No stinging pain. Dead silent, like an ordinary brick. A heavy trace of doubt flashed through Slacks's eyes. Not a shred of chaos aura. No psychic fluctuations. Even the lowest level cultist would elicit a reaction from this book. Could this man truly just be an ordinary mortal liar? Brainwashing the entire Lamenter's chapter with some sweet talk. Who on earth are you? Slacks withdrew his hand and questioned Roya, "What methods did you use to bewitch the Astartes?" At that very brief moment of standoff. Buzz. A harsh, shrill alarm suddenly exploded throughout the entire battle barge. The red lights on top of the hangar flashed frantically, casting everyone's faces in a bloody red. Owen Bell's expression changed drastically. This was the highest level engagement alert. The internal communicator nearby crackled, and the captain's hoarse voice filled with extreme terror spread across the ship. Castellan. Warp rift warning. A fleet has jumped out at our rear coordinates. It is the Black Legion. At the lead is the Vengeful Spirit. Abaddon has caught up to us. The entire place fell dead silent. A buzz went off in Owen Bell's head, and his heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. They had just been hunted down in the warp for a year, finally tearing open space to escape back into real space. How could Abaddon jump here at the exact same time with such precision? What on earth is going on today? Everyone made extreme jumps, so why did they all jump to Hephaestus so accurately? The entire hangar instantly descended into frenzy. The Black Templars veterans drew their bolters and entered combat readiness. Foros clenched his fists and turned to look at Roya. He thought Roya would order a retreat to the surface to organize defense. Instead, what he saw were Roya's eyes instantly lighting up. That was not fear, that was a light of near greed upon seeing an unrivaled treasure. At this moment, the void of physical space was brutally torn apart. Vast warp energy raged like a purple-black storm above the orbit of Hephaestus. A terrifying giant warship over 20 kilometers long slowly squeezed out from the storm like an abyssal behemoth. The dark golden armor was covered with profane chaos runes, and towering metal spires pierced straight into the sea of stars. Gloriana-class battleship, the Vengeful Spirit. Around this giant warship, a dozen frigates and chaos cruisers scattered like a pack of wolves, completely sealing off the retreat route of the Black Templars' battle barge. Bridge of the Vengeful Spirit. Chaos Warmaster Abaddon stood before the huge viewing window. His massive Terminator power armor exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, and the talon of Horus on his right arm flickered with a fatal cold light. Abaddon narrowed his eyes, staring at the data transmitted back by the detectors on the screen. In the image, besides the smoking Black Templars' battle barge, there was unexpectedly an intact Lamenter's Thunderhawk gunship. Further below was the vibrant planet of Hephaestus. Abaddon slightly frowned. Something is wrong. Something is 10/10, or even 9/10, wrong. Warp travel could never achieve such precise synchronization. When the Black Templars forced a warp jump to flee, theoretically, they should have been swept by the warp undertows to any corner of the star sea. And his Vengeful Spirit had only performed a fuzzy jump following their remaining wake. How could it appear right behind them down to the exact fraction of a second when they just landed? It was too coincidental. Abaddon had lived for 10,000 years in this cruel universe. He knew better than anyone that there were no coincidences in the warp. Only those high and mighty dark gods plucking the threads of fate behind the scenes. Why do I feel like this has something to do with Sench? Abaddon let out a cold snort, a trace of disgust and vigilance flashing in the depths of his eyes. What tricks was that blue, hairless bastard playing behind the scenes again? Deliberately sending him here. What could possibly be down there that warranted the Lord of Change personally stepping in? War Master, our warship's machine spirit has malfunctioned, and all weapons are unusable. A Black Legion officer stepped forward to report. There is no doubt that Bluebird is behind this. Abaddon raised the talon of Horus and said in a deep voice, "Order the entire fleet to increase void shield power. Launch recon craft and scan the planet below. Everyone be careful. Our opponent this time is very wrong." Meanwhile, deep within the warp's crystal labyrinth, Sench, the Lord of Change, let out a sharp and neurotic laugh. Cautious Abaddon. Sench's numerous eyes stared at Hephaestus simultaneously. Go probe, go crush that variable that does not belong to this dimension. I only provided a tiny bit of luck. He was very much looking forward to how that mysterious power capable of reflecting his own rules would react when facing Abaddon. Real space, Black Templar's hangar. Prepare to board and defend. The heretics could launch boarding torpedoes at any moment. Owen Bell roared, directing the defense line. Just as the Black Templars treated this as a formidable enemy, Roya was staring at the huge projection of the vengeful spirit outside the hangar, licking his lips. Gloriana-class battleship. There were hardly any such things left in the entire the galaxy/Milky Way. The technology it carried consisted entirely of Dark Age technology from the peak of the Imperium of Mun. How satisfying would it be to synthesize the blueprint for this thing? Roya calculated rapidly in his mind. When an ordinary iron pickaxe smashed machinery, the number of dropped fragments was fixed. But this was a top-tier warship. What if it took 30 or 50 fragments to get the blueprint? Where was he going to smash a second vengeful spirit? MC's advanced enchanting mechanism flashed through Roya's mind. What if he mined it with a Fortune 3 pickaxe? In MC, the Fortune enchantment could exponentially increase the drop count of minerals. If he whipped out a Fortune 3 diamond pickaxe and smashed it once against the vengeful spirit, would the fragments directly flood the screen? Highly likely. But the premise was that he had to capture this ship first, have it dock in his own territory, and quietly serve as a top-tier mineral vein. Good stuff. Roya muttered to himself. Foros stood to the side, hearing this mumbling, and was slightly stunned. My lord, what good stuff are you talking about? Roya turned to look at Foros, his tone calm, yet he uttered words that made everyone present scalp-tinglingly terrified. Pass down my order. Prepare for boarding. Owen Bell whipped his head around, looking at Roya as if looking at a madman. What did you say? Owen's voice raised. Kill Abaddon. Snatch the vengeful spirit for me. Roya pointed his hand at the black giant ship on the projection. Capture it intact. Madman. Inquisitor Slacks took half a step back, his fingers tightly pinching the hem of his coat. That was the vengeful spirit. That was the main force of Abaddon's Black Legion. Facing such a lineup with a heavily damaged battle barge, even escaping was a luxury. You actually said you want to board and capture the ship. This was like an ant looking at a Tyrannosaurus Rex and saying, I want to capture this dinosaur alive to plow fields. But Roya paid no mind to their shock. In his mind, there was only farming blueprints, farming out a Gloriana-class battleship. How do you fight high-level monsters? Heap up human lives. Foros, Roya spoke at lightning speed, immediately fall back to defend Hephaestus. Connect to the ground with highest authority. Tell Khan and Titus to gather all space marines transformed into villagers, and have all of them board the elevators into orbit. Foros did not hesitate at all, his right fist heavily pounding against his chest. By your command. My lord. Roya continued to add, let the transformed warriors take the front line, do not care about any losses, no one can stop us. These forcefully bound villager warriors could resurrect even if they died. In Roya's eyes, these were simply endless consumables. Finished speaking, Roya turned around and strode onto the boarding ramp of the Thunderhawk gunship without the slightest hesitation. Let's go, we're going back to rally people. 10 minutes from now, I want the deck of the Vengeful Spirit to be entirely our people. Roya's figure disappeared behind the closing hatch door. The Thunderhawk gunship engines roared, charging straight out of the hangar and turning into a yellow streak of light as it headed toward Hephaestus. Inside the hangar, Owen Bell and Slacks stood in place, watching the Thunderhawk vanish into the darkness. Owen's hand slowly released the sword hilt, the shock in his bloodshot eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unspeakable tremor. I take back what I just said, Owen said in a dry voice, taking a deep breath of the gunpowder-scented air. Castellan. The adjutant was puzzled. Whether he is a Primarch, I do not know. After all, there is no evidence to prove it. Owen stared intently at the projection of the Vengeful Spirit, his tone tinged with extremely complex emotions. Yet facing War Master Abaddon, facing that giant warship symbolizing 10,000 years of betrayal. He did not retreat half a step, but instead chose to proactively initiate a boarding action. What utter fearlessness! Owen's hands gripped his broad power sword tightly once more. The Black Templars were a chapter originally renowned for fanaticism and defying death. Yet before that moon, Owen suddenly felt that his own fleeing in the warp over the past year appeared so cowardly. Slacks, Owen turned to look at the Inquisitor. Do you still think he is a heretic bewitched by chaos? Which heretic would see Abaddon and howl like they saw a sworn enemy, demanding to snatch his flagship? Slacks heavily nodded. The profane book in his hand remained ice-cold. The other party's reaction. This extreme loyalty deserves our highest respect. Slacks said. However, I still maintain my vigilance toward him. Slacks's brow immediately furrowed. Does loyalty right now mean the other party is definitely loyal? Owen abruptly pulled his adjutant over. Connect to the Lamenter's public channel. Owen roared, his voice echoing inside the hangar. The Lamenters have long been under strength, numbering at most 400 or 500 people. If they charge up like this, they won't even splash a single droplet. I must stop Foros. The communication was connected quickly. Foros. Stop this suicidal attack. Owen roared into the microphone, the Emperor watches over your loyalty. But if you board the Vengeful Spirit like this, you are simply marching to your deaths for nothing. From the communication channel came Foros's extremely calm voice. Thank you for your kindness, Castellan Owen. But you are wrong. We are not marching to our deaths. We are merely going to execute the Primarch Lord's will. Also, to correct you on one point. A trace of unhideable pride seeped through Foros's voice. Who told you that we Lamenters are under strength? Just at the moment Foros's voice fell. On the surface of the planet Hephaestus, hundreds and thousands of dazzling pillars of light suddenly lit up. Those were the plasma exhaust flames generated when large gravity elevators and orbital transport ships activated simultaneously. Under the numbed, shocked gaze of Owen Bell and all the Black Templars veterans, thousands of Thunderhawks tore through the atmosphere like a reverse meteor shower, densely heading toward the Vengeful Spirit in space. Although Thunderhawks weren't as specialized for boarding as Caestus assault rams, they could still be used for boarding, though the main reason was that currently only Thunderhawks were mass-produced. From the communication channel came Khan's extremely crude roar. Ultramarines Company, hear my command. Beds placed. All personnel. For Lord Roya. Board the ship. Owen stared blankly at the Auspex life signatures on the Auspex that instantly surged to nearly 20,000, his brain completely crashing. Nearly 20,000 Space Marines. Is this still a Space Marine chapter? Are you sure this isn't some legion that popped out of the Great Crusade era? Chapter 41, Boarding the Vengeful Spirit. Thanks to the spiritual plant bigwig, love eating Tianchi lotus root starch for the supreme certification, and gifts from other bigwigs. There are too many to list them all one by one. I deeply thank everyone for your support. I typed this out bit by bit on my phone while traveling. I am heading back today, so future bonus chapters will be faster. Vengeful Spirit. Bridge. Abaddon stood before the massive holographic star map. The buzzing of the auspex coalesced into an extremely grating noise. Thousands of Thunderhawk gunships, this metallic torrent completely lacked tactical positioning, entirely abandoning basic evasive maneuvers, smashed in the most brutal, straight-line trajectory directly against the outer armor of his battleship. Lunatics. Abaddon snorted coldly. Activate anti-air firepower. Abaddon issued the order, his voice laced with tyranny, tear these flies to pieces for me out in space. The chamber was dead silent. The adjutant stood below the command platform, his voice extremely dry. War Master, our weapons are paralyzed. Did he remember reporting this to the War Master? The muscles on Abaddon's face twitched slightly. He had been rendered so speechless by the opponent's operation that he forgot about this. Abaddon's chest heaved violently. Without anti-air firepower, this massive warship over 20 kilometers long was simply a super live target parked in orbit. I am not very clear about the length. I consulted Dobauhihi, bigwigs who know can leave a comment, and I will modify it. Close all outer airlocks. Abaddon roared, initiate boarding action emergency protocols. The adjutant immediately turned to relay the order. Since they want to fight a boarding action, I will make them bleed every single drop of blood. Abaddon considered himself the foremost man beneath the Primarch. In a world where no Primarch currently walked, no one could stop him. On the other side, inside the cabin of the Thunderhawk gunship charging at the very front. That massive black warship covered in blasphemous runes was getting closer and closer. It was suspiciously quiet. Not a single anti-air shell was fired. Strange. Roya glanced out the window. Why isn't the Vengeful Spirit firing? Just watching us board. Foros gripped his power sword with both hands, his expression extremely solemn. My lord. This is definitely a trap. Foros analyzed the battle situation. The firepower of the Vengeful Spirit is enough to shatter a full-strength escort fleet. It's definitely abnormal for them not to resist. Roya nodded. Connect to all company channels. Roya turned on his helmet communicator. After breaching, the Terminator veterans and the companies equipped with Mk3 iron armor power armor will take the vanguard. Raise your shields and hold against the first wave of the firepower net. That newly manufactured batch of Mk3 iron armor hadn't been distributed to everyone yet. This madly front armor-stacked antique canned meat, fighting urban warfare in narrow warship corridors, combined with Terminator power armor, made an invincible wailing wall. Prepare for impact, the pilot roared. In the rear. On the battle barge of the Black Templars. Owen Bell stood before the damaged observation gallery. He stared fixedly ahead. The Lamenter's swarm of Thunderhawk gunships, like a violent swarm of bees, plastered themselves against the hull of the Vengeful Spirit without any hindrance. There was no explosion, no firepower interception. Owen Bell was stunned. The enemy isn't resisting. Owen Bell knitted his brows tightly. He was utterly baffled. Inquisitor Slacks stepped forward. Castellan. No matter what tricks Abaddon is playing, the Lamenters have already broken in. Owen Bell drew his wide power sword. No matter how they got in. Owen Bell turned and strode toward the hangar. The heretics are right before us. The Black Templars must never sit back and watch from the rear. Boarding torpedoes, fire all. On the port side of the Vengeful Spirit, Sector 37. The muffled sound of impact traveled through the metal bulkheads across the entire ship sector. The assault boarding ramps of dozens of Thunderhawks snapped open simultaneously. Melta-bombs were plastered against the heavy adamantium armor. Dazzling white light flashed. The armor plates were melted straight through into large holes. The cabin pressure leaked violently. Charge! Karn roared. Astartes' battle brothers filed in. Rushing headlong toward them were thousands of Chaos mutants and armed slaves. These corrupted mortals roared, brandishing crude chain axes and autoguns, converging into a black tide. Bolters roared. The 10 Terminator veterans charging at the very front pulled their triggers. Twin-linked bolters swept across the corridor. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. These chaos-corroded mortal bodies were instantly torn apart under the bolters. Viscera and severed limbs coated the bulkheads. Even bolstered by chaos powers, they simply could not block this level of frontal crushing. The Terminator veterans advanced steadily. Closely following behind them were 100 battle brothers wearing Mk3 iron armor armor. They completely blocked off the passage. The heavy breastplates and exaggerated shoulder pads formed an airtight steel rampart. The weapons of the Chaos mutants struck the Mk3 armor without causing a shred of damage. Roya stepped into the warship corridor. The surroundings were suffused with a thick stench of blood and machine oil. Casually, he threw out a large quantity of red wool wooden beds. Bind your spawn points. Roya commanded, if you die, crawl up from here without exception and keep pushing for me. The soldiers of the Vanguard Company skillfully reached out to touch the beds, and a burst of system green light flashed above their heads. Binding complete. These converted villager warriors let out fanatical battle cries, abandoning all defensive stances, and crashed straight into the enemy's chain axes. Being able to resurrect after death meant they could execute the most brutal tactics, trading injuries for kills. Bridge surveillance room. Abaddon watched the combat situation footage coming from different areas on the screen. His gaze locked onto a set of surveillance cameras in Sector 7. A group of Space Marines wearing Mk3 iron armor were advancing. Abaddon's pupils shrank violently. This Chaos War Master was stunned. Mk3 iron armor. 10,000 years of time flashed through his mind. He shook his head violently. His emotions were crushed by pure murderous intent. A pile of scrap metal that should have been remelted long ago. Abaddon sneered coldly, holding a few sets of funeral artifacts from dead men. You think you can stop me? Have that kid who hacked down 3 loyalist champions lead the blood newbies to slaughter those running dogs of the false emperor in Sector 7. In Abaddon's eyes, a champion who killed 3 loyalists wasn't yet worthy of him remembering their name. Only those millennia-old veterans or powerful individuals were worthy of him remembering their names. Afterwards, that Gabriel who had hacked down 3 loyalist champions led 200 new Chaos warriors, who had joined the Black Legion for nearly 100 years to Sector 7. 42 Chapter 421 for 1. Sorry, we can load a save file. Chapter 42, Trading 1 for 1. Sorry, we can load saves. Vengeful Spirit, District 7. The bulkheads were covered in dark red bloodstains and graffiti of the Chaos 8-pointed star. The lighting flickered erratically, and the air was filled with the stench of sulfur and burning entrails. Titus carried a bolt pistol and a monomolecular combat knife, stepping over the corpses of 2 Chaos Space Marines. He was followed by 5 newly inducted Ultramarines, who had not yet been converted into villagers. Walking to the corner of the corridor, Titus reached back into his hidden inventory, pulled out a red wooden bed, and dropped it directly onto the metal deck covered in engine oil. Titus reached out to touch the bed, and a green light from the system flashed. This corridor was extremely narrow, with thick plasma pipes on both sides occupying the space, allowing only a single Space Marine in power armor to pass through. Titus put away the bed and had just stepped into the middle of the corridor. In the shadows ahead, the sound of heavy boots rang out. Gabriel walked out of the darkness. The black power armor on his body was covered in spikes, and 3 shattered skulls of Loyalist Space Marines hung from his left shoulder guard. Behind him were 10 Chaos Space Marines, who had experienced centuries of war. They met on a narrow path. Gabriel curled the corners of his mouth, baring his fangs, drew the monomolecular dagger at his waist, and shouted, "Death to the false emperor." For the emperor. For Lord Roya. Titus did not waste a single word, he put strength into his legs and charged at the traitor before him. The two figures collided instantly. One of the Chaos Space Marines behind Gabriel stepped sideways to fill the gap, sweeping his monomolecular dagger across Titus's waist and abdomen. Titus neither dodged nor avoided it, relying on the terrifying strength granted by the villager template. His left arm directly blocked the monomolecular dagger. The dagger cut through his armor and tore his flesh. Without even blinking, Titus's right-hand combat knife, carrying the unreasonable monstrous strength of the system, forcefully pierced the ceramite chest armor of that Chaos Space Marine, and shredded his two hearts. The Chaos veteran fell to the ground. Gabriel's gaze was icy, showing no ripples whatsoever due to his companion's death. With extreme precision, he seized Titus's defensive flaw and raised his bolter with one hand. Bang! Point-blank shooting. The bolt exploded on Titus's chest. Titus's health points instantly dropped to 0, turning into a trace of faint light that dissipated into the air. Gabriel still felt a trace of confusion looking at the vanished Titus, but there was no extra time to think about this strange matter now. There were still the lackeys of the false emperor left to deal with. He rotated the muzzle of his gun, aiming at the 5 ultramarines at the back of the corridor. Leave none alive. The Chaos Space Marines opened fire. Dense bolts poured down. The 5 ultramarines had nowhere to avoid. With one hand they fired their guns, and with the other they ate bread. A bizarre scene appeared. The flesh torn apart by the bolts frantically proliferated and healed within 2 seconds, and the shattered bones automatically reconnected. As if the blood covering the floor did not exist, they ate bread while counterattacking with bolters. Gabriel froze. Exactly who defected to chaos? Before he could react, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the other side of the corridor. Gabriel looked up. Titus rushed out completely unscathed, without even a single drop of blood on his body. You? Gabriel's facial skin twitched. He was very certain that that shot just now should have taken this kid out. He had no time to think it through. The instinct honed from years of bloodshed made him pull the trigger again. The bolt spat out tongues of fire. Those few ultramarines dropped to the ground at that moment, letting Titus engage the enemy. Titus stepped past them, simultaneously flipping his left hand, and a wooden shield synthesized from a few planks and iron ingots appeared out of thin air in his hand, propped directly in front of him. Bang! 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 Bolts slammed into the wooden shield, sending sparks flying in all directions. The kinetic energy of the bolts was like a clay ox entering the sea. Titus's footsteps did not waver even a bit. A trace of shock flashed deep in Gabriel's eyes. What is the deal with this broken wooden board? Is this a newly developed shield from the false emperor and his people? Seeing that Titus was already closing in, Gabriel decisively threw away his bolter, and reversed his hand to draw the power dagger at his waist. Die! Gabriel lowered his body and lunged forward, his dagger thrusting straight at Titus's throat. Titus did not use his dagger to parry, but instead extremely savagely swung that square wooden shield, as if hefting a multi-ton iron ingot, smashing it down fiercely against the left side of Gabriel's body. Crack! Accompanied by a teeth-setting sound of bone fracturing, Gabriel's left arm was forcefully smashed by this colossal strength that completely defied physical common sense into a bizarre angle, and his power armor caved in by a large chunk. Excruciating pain struck. Gabriel clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with ferocity. He knew he was done for. In this narrow space, either you die or I perish. Gabriel's body lurched heavily forward, the dagger in his right hand like a venomous snake darting its tongue, stabbing fiercely into the center of Titus's brow. At the same time, Titus's dagger also slashed across Gabriel's neck. Blood gushed forth. Feeling his life draining away, and looking at Titus whom he had injured, Gabriel pulled a savage grin at the corner of his mouth. Trading for a company champion tier new blood. Not a bad trade. His vision gradually blurred. However, just the moment before he was about to completely close his eyes, Titus's corpse made a pop sound and dissipated into a puff of white smoke. The next second, Titus's bald head appeared again at the other end of the corridor, at full health, and with an icy gaze. And those 5 ultramarines gnawing on bread were also at full health by now, using their bolt pistols to completely wipe out the remaining Chaos Space Marines. Gabriel stared dead at Titus walking over once more, his pupils trembling wildly. What on earth kind of monster is this? Filled with confusion and fear, he completely breathed his last. Similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously across various decks of the Vengeful Spirit. The Lamenters and Ultramarines formed a ruthless meat grinder that crushed all conventional logic. The absurdly heavy Mk3 iron armor pushed forward at the very front. Encountering suppression from firepower nets, they unhesitatingly stopped in place to munch on bread, their physical injuries forcibly healing within seconds. Encountering formidable enemies that could not be resolved quickly, the Astartes simply gave up defense and directly adopted a violent, mutual destruction battle style. Trading injuries for kills, trading lives for lives. Trading one for one. No, this was merely a one-sided slaughter. A few seconds later, the dead Astartes would crawl out at full health from the cabins in the rear, where red beds were set up, rejoining the charge formation. Some injured Astartes only needed to eat some strange bread and rest for a moment to recover from their injuries and return to combat. The Chaos Space Marines of the Black Legion, mortal auxiliaries, and mutants had their psychological defense lines completely shattered by this suicidal charge. No matter how many times they killed the enemy, that group of lunatics chanting, "For Lord Roya," would always surge back up like a tide. And those Chaos Space Marines who had experienced the Great Crusade despaired to find that their proud slaughter techniques were merely a futile joke in the face of the opponent's infinite resurrection rules. In barely half an hour, 6 compartmentalized sections of the Vengeful Spirit had completely changed hands. Chapter 43, Chaos Warmaster. I'm going to beat up a Warmaster. They were completely cut down by that kind of strange purple enchanted weapon, and could no longer return to the void. Bridge. Abaddon stood before the huge holographic tactical table, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. The hall was dead silent, leaving only the urgent alarm sounds of the Auspex. Those dead men crawled up again. Abaddon stared fixedly at the tactical playback. In the surveillance footage, those lackeys of the false emperor were clearly hit by plasma guns, first disappearing out of thin air, and the next second appearing out of thin air, intact on the rear battle line continuing their charge. Casualties? Abaddon asked coldly, his voice suppressing extreme fury. Warmaster. Several compartments have been completely occupied by the enemy, and many compartments are asking for help. Quite a few brothers died in battle. The adjutant's voice trembled. Abaddon shoved the adjutant aside. His massive body burst out with a suffocating sense of oppression, and the talon of Horus on his right hand sparked with blinding electric arcs. The false emperor's spawn don't know what kind of malicious heretical technology they got their hands on. Abaddon strode toward the bridge exit, every step leaving deep dents on the metal deck. Gather the honor guard. Follow me. He couldn't wait a single moment longer. I want to see if they can still crawl back up after being hacked into minced meat and burned to ashes. District 7, Cross-Intersection Compartment. Roya walked on the metal deck littered with corpses, with Foros and Calculis closely guarding both sides. There was no fierce hand-to-hand combat, no stalemate position warfare. The army advancing endlessly ahead had already cleared all obstacles for him. Suddenly, the airlock door on the right was violently blasted open. Amidst the smoke and dust, a group of scarred space marines in black armor rushed in. Leading them was Owen Bell, wielding a wide power sword. Foros. Owen Bell caught sight of the other party at a glance, and then his gaze locked tightly onto Roya in the middle. Before Owen could open his mouth to question, the wide metal gate right ahead slowly rose accompanied by a harsh alarm sound. Amidst heavy footsteps, the nearly 4-meter-tall, demigod-like Chaos Warmaster Abaddon walked out. Warp electric arcs danced across his massive Terminator power armor, and the talon of Horus refracted a despair-inducing cold light under the dim lighting. Behind him, dozens of elite Chaos Terminators poured in like a torrent of steel, blocking all passages. A bunch of rats. Running onto my ship, having a good time playing. Abaddon's voice came out through the loudspeaker, shaking the dust on the ceiling to wrestle down. Extreme murderous intent locked onto everyone present. 3 factions of people crashed into each other without warning in this huge intersection compartment. Owen Bell gripped his hilt tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and the Black Templars veterans behind him instantly raised their weapons. This was the number 1 mortal enemy on the bounty list for 10,000 years. Foros stepped forward, his massive body shielding Roya behind him, and Chief Librarian Calculize's eyes flickered with blue psychic light, preparing to fight for his life. Facing the most terrifying traitor in 10,000 years, everyone's breathing stagnated. However, Roya poked his head out from Foros's side, directly ignoring the overwhelming and terrifying murderous intent. His eyes lit up instantly. He looked at Abaddon's Terminator power armor exuding endless coercion, shifted his gaze downward, and finally stared fixedly at the talon of Horus that had slain countless heroes. This thing is not bad, eh? Roya's eyes revealed undisguised excitement and greed. Abaddon didn't waste any words. He raised his right arm. The twin-linked bolter mounted under the talon of Horus fired instantly. Bang 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 bang. Bolters of exaggerated caliber poured out, and the muzzle flash illuminated the entire compartment. Foros was at the very front. He didn't even have time to raise his weapon. The bolter shells smashed into him with extreme precision. Foros's HP was cleared to 0 on the spot. His massive body didn't fall down, but with a pop right in front of everyone's eyes, it turned into a puff of white smoke and completely dissipated into the air. Owen Bell's eyes widened. The power sword in his hand hung suspended in midair. Dead? The chapter master of the Lamenter's chapter was one shot just like that. Without even leaving a corpse behind, he was directly reduced to ashes. An extreme sense of absurdity surged from the bottom of Owen Bell's heart. Foros evaporated in a single encounter. Abaddon wasn't smug, he knew these guys had problems. At the metal gate in the rear, a bright green light flashed. The War Master's marksmanship is nothing much. A steady and powerful voice pierced through the battlefield noise. Abaddon's facial muscles twitched. Owen Bell turned his head sharply. Foros, completely unscathed, hauled his power sword and strode out from the rear compartment. There wasn't a single scratch on his power armor, and not a single drop of blood could be found. Owen Bell's pupils shook violently. He had seen with his own eyes Foros turn into white smoke, not even leaving ashes behind. What kind of situation was this? Playing tricks. Abaddon roared angrily. He no longer used the bolter, his massive body charging forward. The metal deck collapsed in large areas under his feet. He locked directly onto Roya standing right in the center. This person didn't have any psychic power on him, yet he was tightly guarded at the core by that group of space marines. His identity wasn't simple, killing him might yield unexpected gains. The talon of Horus, carrying the power to tear space apart, went straight for Roya's head. Calculize's eyes gushed with blue light. Roya shoved the librarian aside, flipped his right hand, and that pixel-style blocky iron sword appeared out of thin air. Roya advanced instead of retreating. He raised his arm and very casually held the iron sword horizontally above his head. Clang! A huge metal screech exploded inside the intersection compartment. Owen Bell stared fixedly at the center of the clash, preparing for Roya to be split in half. That was the talon of Horus. The ultimate lethal weapon that had slain the Primarch Sanguinius. A broken iron sword dared to block it head-on. The shockwave dissipated. Roya stood in place. Abaddon's eyes widened. An incomprehensible recoil force transmitted back through the talon of Horus to his right arm. His power armor emitted a harsh hydraulic overload sound. What is going on? This person, with just one hand, blocked his full-strength strike. Looking at the crudely shaped iron piece with even ridiculous blocky textures, extreme confusion flashed through Abaddon's mind. What terrified Abaddon the most was the opponent's strength. "Chaos Warmaster, your strength is so small." Roya shook his wrist. He looked straight into Abaddon's eyes, with no fear, only excitement. Abaddon felt immensely insulted. He roared, drew the demon sword Drachnien with his left hand, and black flames surged. He was going to burn this ignorant and fearless guy along with his soul into ashes. 40 for Chapter 44 Abaddon, disliked by Khorne. Chapter 44, Abaddon disliked by Khorne. Thanks to user 215 for 6564 for the major certification, Lon Guofeng who loves roasted seaweed cakes for the massive updates and cheers, and other supporters for their gifts. There are too many to list individually, so I'm kneeling in gratitude for everyone's support. Roya switched a block wooden shield out of his inventory, at light speed with his left hand. Abaddon's magic sword slashed down. Roya raised his shield to block. Bang! Wood chips splattered but the shield did not break. Roya swung his iron sword with his right hand, and hacked directly at Abaddon's chest armor. Roya's movements were extremely direct. There were no moves, no feints, and not even a starting stance. It was purely raising the sword, bringing it down, and hacking. Clang! 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 The sound of blacksmithing echoed inside the cabin. Roya pressed forward with the wooden shield, completely ignoring Abaddon's other attack routes, and hacked onto Abaddon's Terminator's armor slash by slash. Every sword strike carried that unreasonable freakish strength, jarring Abaddon into retreating repeatedly. Owen Bell stood on the flank, watching Roya's movements, his face twitching non-stop. This sword-swinging motion was simply worse than street thugs in the lower hives. There was completely no swordsmanship to speak of, his footwork was unsteady, and he relied entirely on that outrageous freakish strength, and a broken wooden board to forcefully hold his ground. "My lord's swordsmanship has improved today." Faros evaluated with a deadpan, serious face while firing on the side. "The rhythm is very steady. Not only that, my lord's hacking angle has become trickier." Calculize fired shots with his psychic staff, expressing deep agreement. Owen Bell suddenly turned his head to look at these two people, inwardly ranting like crazy. "You call this swordsmanship? This is clearly flailing wildly like a turtle punching. Were these lamenters brainwashed by some dark sorcery? Why are their filters so thick?" If Faros, Calculize, and the others heard his rant, they would only want to say, "You didn't see the scene when my lord first used a sword." Abaddon also discovered this point at this moment. The opponent's combat skills were shockingly terrible, relying entirely on massive strength and fast speed. "You're just a beast relying on brute force." Abaddon roared, the black flames of the magic sword Drachnien surged, avoiding Roya's iron sword, and viciously hacked at Roya's block wooden shield from a tricky angle. Snap! The system's durability was exhausted. The wooden shield directly shattered under Abaddon's magic sword, turning into countless wood fragments and dissipating. Abaddon laughed wildly, "Your weapon is broken. Let's see what you use to block. Go to hell." The magic sword whipped up a mournful howling wind, aiming straight for Roya's neck. Roya's mouth split into a grin. Swish! A brand new block wooden shield appeared out of thin air in his left hand. Clang! The magic sword smashed into the wooden shield once again. Roya was completely unharmed. "Your grandpa here doesn't have much else, but I've got plenty of shields." Roya laughed heartily, swinging his iron sword in a full circle with his right hand, smashing it right onto Abaddon's faceplate. Abaddon was directly blasted flying, vomiting blood uncontrollably. If it weren't for the blessings of the Chaos Gods powering him, this single strike alone could have taken his life. Damn it! Abaddon struggled to crawl back up. Meanwhile in the warp, the battle here caught the attention of another god. Khorne. He noticed at this moment that Abaddon had been defeated. In order to watch more battles, he increased his blessing upon Abaddon right then. Feeling Khorne's blessing, Abaddon wiped the corner of his mouth and charged at Roya once again. Just as Abaddon and Roya were engaged in battle, the dozens of Black Legion veteran legionnaires he brought had already collided head-on with the Lamenters and the Ultramarines who rushed over at top speed. Abaddon thought his elite guard could instantly tear this group of mob trash to pieces. But he was wrong. A Chaos veteran split open a Lamenter recruit's chest with a chain axe. The recruit did not retreat, even throwing away the bolter in his hands, tightly hugging the Chaos veteran's arm. Another Lamenter nearby directly shoved his gun barrel into the gap of the Chaos veteran's helmet. Boom! The two perished together, turning into white smoke. 5 seconds later, those two dead Lamenters ran back from the rear cabin, holding new bolters, shouting for Lord Roya, and pounced forward once again. The veteran Legionnaire's proud combat experience failed. The opponent didn't defend at all. As long as they could trade blows, even if it meant catching blades with their throats, these lunatics wouldn't hesitate at all. Whenever these Chaos veteran Legionnaires hacked one to death, 3 more would immediately pounce up. The one who got hacked to death would run back with full health a moment later to continue charging. The entire defense line turned into a complete mess. The veteran Legionnaire's footing was thoroughly shattered, and some even began to retreat in fear. Owen Bell looked at those resurrected Space Marines, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. He turned to Foros, his voice hoarse, "You guys. How on earth did you do it? Why can you resurrect?" Foros hacked down a veteran Legionnaire with one sword strike, his tone flat, "Because we have been blessed by Lord Roya, this is the might of the Emperor's children." Owen Bell only felt a tingling scalp, everything before him shaking his inner convictions. Turns out there really were Emperor's children not on record, and now this Emperor's children has returned. He suddenly felt somewhat glad that just now in the hangar, he hadn't given the order to open fire on this group of people. At this moment, Karn led 200 Ultramarines recruits to arrive at the battlefield. The Mk3 iron armor power armor on their bodies reflected an icy gloss amidst the firelight. "Stabilize the defense line." Karn issued the command and the Ultramarines quickly scattered, suppressing the veteran Legionnaires attempting a counterattack with extremely precise bolter firepower. Karn strode over to the side of Owen Bell and the Black Templars squad. He pulled out a dozen block-shaped breads from the hidden storage compartment of his tactical belt, tossing them directly to Owen Bell and his adjutant. "Cousin." Karn spoke at an extremely fast pace, "This is Lord Roya's grace. If you're injured or lacking stamina, take a bite. This can instantly reorganize your flesh and blood." Owen Bell caught that block bread. They were all tagged with Nurgle's Blessing, or Tsienchen Heresy. "Thanks." Owen Bell distributed the bread to everyone, then drew his power sword. "Black Templars, charge with me, for the Emperor, for the Premarch." He led his troops to cut directly into the left flank battlefield, tangling and slaughtering together with those veteran Legionnaires bogged down in bitter combat. At the center of the battlefield, the battle between Roya and Abaddon entered a white-hot state. Even if Khorne temporarily added a blessing to Abaddon, he was still no match for Roya. Many of Abaddon's internal organs were severely damaged. Abaddon's movements slowed down. His breathing was heavy, and his rage had completely transformed into deep apprehension. If it weren't for his rich combat experience, the opponent's lack of fighting experience, plus the blessings of the Chaos Gods, he would have long been chopped into pieces. "Die." Roya seized the gap when Abaddon swung out his magic sword, and extremely barbarically smashed his iron sword onto Abaddon's chest armor. Bang! Abaddon's massive body flew backward, crashing heavily into the metal bulkhead behind. The bulkhead dented, Abaddon spewed a mouthful of blood, the talon of Horus hanging limply at his side. Roya's eyes lit up as he strode forward, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to completely execute this Chaos Warmaster. The very moment Roya raised his iron sword, the space behind Roya suddenly distorted violently. A chaos demonic blade flashing with an eerie purple light slashed down out of thin air. Before Roya's system alert could trigger, that demonic blade extremely precisely sliced open the gap in the Terminator's armor on his back, piercing straight through his heart. At the same time, that person raised his left hand, a specially modified double-barreled bolter pistol pressing right against the back of Roya's head. Boom! The bolter round detonated. 2 fatal attacks erupted simultaneously. The red heart health bar on Roya's retina instantly cleared to 0. He couldn't even spit out an extra word before his tall body directly transformed into a puff of white smoke, dissipating without a trace in the center of the battlefield. Owen Bell swung his sword to sever an enemy's arm, catching Roya's disappearance in his peripheral vision, his heartbeat stopping abruptly. That man died. Abaddon leaned against the metal wall, panting heavily. He raised his head, looking at the man holding the demonic blade. The newcomer was none other than Abaddon's most trusted advisor and former top sorcerer of the Thousand Sons Legion, Cain. Brother Cain. Many thanks. While expressing gratitude, Abaddon vomited blood frantically, his internal organs were damaged, and he felt his vitality draining away. Khorne was extremely disappointed in Abaddon at this moment, having spent a huge price to give him a blessing, only for him to still get beaten like a dog. He even wanted to take back his blessing. And at this time, Sench brought Slaanesh and Nurgle along. We cannot let Abaddon die just like this. His mission is not yet complete. Sench spoke at this moment, seeing in the future that the other party piloted the Blackstone Fortress to crash into Cadia, resulting in the birth of the Great Rift. They would also be able to interfere with the real world much more easily. The other 3 parties nodded, and all four simultaneously increased their blessings on Abaddon. At this moment, Abaddon felt his entire body filled with power as he stood back up. Chapter 45, Wrecking My Bed. Cain did not put away his weapon. He let his twin-linked bolter pistol hang at his side, turning his face toward the spot where Roya had vanished. His facial muscles were tense, and his voice carried a trace of thinly veiled solemnity. War Master. This man is not simple. Cain spoke at a very fast pace. The moment I sliced through his body, I did not feel the departure of a soul. He is not dead. In the metal corridor behind them, a faint light flickered. In front of the red bed originally placed in the secure cabin, Roya's figure appeared out of thin air. He glanced at his empty arm, knowing that the set of Terminator power armor just now had been blown apart by Cain. Roya did not hesitate at all, directly opening the system inventory and tapping his fingers rapidly. A brand new Indomitus pattern Terminator armor instantly appeared on his body. A new blocky iron sword was gripped in his hand. From resurrection to donning the armor, the entire process took mere moments. With heavy strides, Roya walked out of the passageway once more, his gaze locked firmly onto Cain. Inside the intersection chamber, Owen Bell looked at Roya, who was neatly suited up again and striding over, thinking to himself, is this the power of a Primarch? Resurrection is just a matter of an instant. Cain heard the heavy footsteps. He took half a step back, standing shoulder to shoulder with Abaddon. The message sent to Terra by the Blood Angel's successor chapter is true. Abaddon tightened his grip on the Talon of Horus, which had regained its power. This fellow is just a lost Primarch. He should have awakened not long ago, and has not yet grown up. Abaddon had not expected the false emperor to hide so deeply, actually manufacturing a Primarch and keeping it hidden. Cain. Abaddon said in a deep voice, prepare to join forces. If we cannot completely obliterate him today, once we give him time to grow, I am afraid no one will be able to stop him in the future. Abaddon only hoped that now he had received the blessing of the Chaos Gods, he could lock horns with this unknown, not yet grown Primarch. Roya strode toward the center of the battlefield, pulling a bright red wooden bed out of his inventory with his left hand, and threw it with a loud bang directly onto the blood-stained metal deck. Roya reached out and patted it. A dim green glow lit up at the head of the bed. Spawn point reset complete. That way, there is no need to run back and forth. After this is over, I must practice with Foros and the others. My swordsmanship and things like that are still too weak. Roya thought to himself. Come again. Roya roared angrily, holding the blocky iron sword upside down in his right hand, exerting force with his legs, and the massive Indomitus pattern Terminator armor crashed directly toward Abaddon like a heavy tank. Extreme dread flashed in the depths of Abaddon's eyes. He gripped the demon sword Drachnian with both hands, hacking down head-on with the berserk power of the Chaos God's blessing. Black flames boiled. Roya had no swordsmanship techniques. He simply swung his arm in an extremely barbaric fashion, executing a vicious upward slash from below. Clang! The sound of metal collision pierced the eardrums. An extremely terrifying shockwave swept across the entire area. Abaddon's massive body suddenly stiffened. He felt as though what he had struck was not a sword, but an entire high-speed flying meteorite. Even though his body was filled with the blessing of the Chaos Gods, Abaddon was still jolted back 3 steps by this unreasonable monstrous strength. The metal deck beneath his feet shattered one after another. His hands holding the sword went numb. How can there be such strength? Abaddon's expression was ferocious. Avoiding the frontal collision, he used extremely tricky footwork to cut into the blind spot of Roya's right field of vision. Carrying a purple psychic edge, the witchblade viciously stabbed right into the armor gap at Roya's ribs. The blade entered flesh. The health bar above Roya's head instantly dropped a notch. Yet Roya did not dodge at all. With a flip of his left hand, a square block of bread appeared out of thin air, which he directly shoved into his mouth and chewed vigorously. System adjudication took effect. His health bar instantly refilled. The sliced wound healed as good as new in less than half a second, without even a single drop of blood flowing out. Cain immediately retreated after landing his strike, only to find that Roya's actions had no sluggishness at all. A backhanded sword strike forced him into a clumsy roll. Damage nullified. Stormy seas churned in the depths of Cain's heart. His witchblade could annihilate souls, but this person was eating rations as if nothing had happened. Cain. Abaddon swung his demon sword to block Roya's pursuit, roaring out an order at the same time, "Go smash that bed he left behind." That is the core of his heretical sorcery. This fellow resurrected by the bed just now, and he also touched this bed when he charged over. All of this must be related to the bed. As long as the anchor point is destroyed, this Primarch won't be able to resurrect, or resurrecting will become much more troublesome. Understood. Cain did not hesitate at all. He turned into a phantom, dashing straight toward the lonely red bed a dozen meters away. There were no guards at all. Cain rushed in front of the bed, raised the twin-linked bolter pistol in his left hand, and pressed the muzzle directly against the wooden bed frame. Owen Bell grew anxious, worrying that this contraption could truly affect the Primarch. However, at this moment, Foros, not far away, shook his head at him and said, "That contraption is already of no use now." Although puzzled by this, Owen Bell still chose to trust Foros. End the false Emperor's sorcery. Bang bang. 2 large-caliber bolter rounds instantly exited their barrels, exploding thunderously upon the wooden bed. The smoke cleared. Cain's breathing abruptly stopped. That seemingly crude and fragile red wooden bed sat quietly in place. Let alone being blown to pieces, not even a trace of scorch marks or a single wood chip had fallen from it. Impossible. Cain's brows tightly knitted together. He pulled out his witchblade with a reverse grip. This peerless weapon, sealing a greater demon, was enough to slice through heavy armor like butter. Break for me. Cain gripped the blade with both hands, channeling psychic energy, and hacked down viciously at the wool in the middle of the red bed. Clang! An extremely crisp, thunderous sound like striking solid adamantium burst out. An absolutely irresistible rebounding force rolled back up along the sword hilt. Cain only felt a sharp pain in the web of his thumb, and with a crisp crack, the bones in both his hands fractured simultaneously, blood instantly soaking through his gloves. The witchblade almost flew out of his hand. Cain stared dead at the wooden bed in front of him, standing there completely dumbfounded. That bed didn't even have a single loose thread broken. What on earth is this ghost of a thing? Wrecking my bed? Roya's peripheral vision caught Cain's movement. He swallowed the bread in his mouth and burst into laughter. You don't even have a wooden pickaxe, nor are you a villager, yet you want to destroy system blocks. Keep dreaming. Roya's voice carried heavy mockery. In this dimension blessed by Minecraft rules, besides himself and the villagers granted permissions by him, no Warhammer creature could destroy a placed block. 46 Chapter 46 Abaddon abandons ship and flees, the great demon descends. Chapter 46, Abaddon abandons ship and flees, greater demon descends. Abaddon could not understand what Roya was saying. He only saw that Kane's attack couldn't even manage to chop through a single bed. What are you zoning out for? Abaddon roared. His face was about to be beaten into a pig's head by Roya, yet Kane couldn't even dismantle a bed. Roya did not give Abaddon a chance to breathe. He grasped the iron sword with both hands and slashed down head-on once again. Clang! 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 3 consecutive slashes. Without any technique, pure brute force overpowering everything. Abaddon raised his magic sword and desperately parried. With every collision, the bones within his body let out a wail. The energy blessed by the Chaos Gods had no effect whatsoever under Roya's absolute freakish strength. Abaddon felt like all of his internal organs had been displaced. Is the strength of a Primarch really strong to this extent? Abaddon gritted his teeth hard, black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This person hadn't even used any psychic powers. Relying solely on a tattered iron sword and freakish strength, he had forcibly suppressed him, the ever-victorious Chaos Warmaster. If this Primarch were allowed to grow completely, who could possibly match him? Hearing Abaddon's roar, Kane endured the excruciating pain of his torn hand, turned around, and re-entered the battlefield. Warmaster, I will restrict his positioning. Enduring the pain, Kane swung his demon blade, thrusting directly at the back of Roya's neck. But he was wrong. Roya did not need positioning at all. With his back to Kane, Roya took out cobblestones with his left hand and directly placed 3 blocks under his feet. His entire body bizarrely rose by 3 meters. Kane's demon blade stabbed into empty air. At the very moment Kane's previous strength was spent, Roya abruptly twisted his waist. Leaping down from high above and utilizing gravitational potential energy, the square iron sword in his hand turned into a cold silver radiance, extremely precisely sweeping across Kane's chest. Bang! A muffled sound exploded. The heavy power armor on Kane shattered instantly like paper. The iron sword's absolute physical damage calculation brutally pierced through the psychic shield. Pfft! Kane was hit head-on as if by a high-speed train, flying backward upside down. In midair, he violently spewed a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, slamming fiercely into the metal bulkhead and denting it into a deep pit. Sliding down to the ground, all the bones in his body shattered, and his vitality rapidly faded. A single move. Leaning against the dilapidated bulkhead, Kane's vision was already blurring. He clearly perceived that he was definitely no match for this man. Neither was Abaddon. Warmaster! Run! Using his very last breath, Kane shouted hysterically toward Abaddon, we cannot stop him. Only ascended Primarchs. Only they can deal with this monster. Go! Hearing this, Abaddon's massive body gave a sudden violent jolt. Go! Abandon the vengeful spirit. This supreme colossal starship that had accompanied him for 10,000 years. But if he didn't leave, he would definitely die here today. Those infinitely resurrecting space marines had already routed his 10,000-year veterans into utter chaos, and the freak before him was outrageously strong. Abaddon clenched the talon of Horus. The intention to retreat rapidly spread within his heart. Want to leave? Too late. Owen Bell wielded his power sword, leading the Black Templars to encircle from the flank. At this critical moment of imminent peril, Kane, leaning against the bulkhead, suddenly let out an extremely bizarre and wild laugh. Instead of looking at Abaddon anymore, he reached his hand into his shattered breastplate and viciously crushed his remaining 2 hearts. With my flesh and blood as a conduit with. Kane used his life force to detonate an extremely massive warp energy. The temperature of the entire intersection chamber suddenly rose, and the air filled with a nauseatingly thick stench of blood. The veil of reality was forcefully torn apart. A huge blood-red fissure appeared out of thin air. Heavy hoofbeats echoed from the depths of the fissure, accompanied by a soul-shaking terrifying battle roar. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. A corn greater demon standing over 10 meters tall stepped out of the fissure, followed by quite a few demons behind it. Its body was knotted with muscles, covered in brass armor, dragging a huge double-bladed axe burning with blood fire behind it upside down. The tattered bat wings behind its back snapped open, stirring up a bloody gale. The blood god's premier greater demon, Kabanda. The moment the greater demon appeared, Foros, Calculize, and all the Lamenter's warriors present trembled violently at the same time. The eyes beneath their helmets instantly filled with bloodshot veins. An extreme anger and grief originating from the deepest parts of their gene seed and spanning 10,000 years erupted like a volcano. That was the bone-deep hatred left behind by their gene father, Sanguinius. It. Foros let out a beast-like low growl from his throat, Kabanda. Roya gripped the iron sword, raising his head to look at this behemoth. Of course he recognized this famous greater demon, whose spine had been snapped by Sanguinius. This aura indeed possessed extreme oppressive force. Kabanda's appearance completely blocked Roya's pursuit route. Taking advantage of this gap, Abaddon did not hesitate at all. Only a trace of unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes. A longtime friend had died. He clearly knew what had happened. Khorne had withdrawn the blessing. That deity, who advocated bloodlust and head-on slaughter, was extremely disappointed in him. Damn it! Abaddon cursed inwardly, yet his footsteps dared not pause in the slightest. Roya stood before Kabanda, his peripheral vision catching the fleeing Warmaster. Hey! Roya shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice drowning out the greater demon's battle roar, ever victorious Abaddon. Are you going to tuck your tail and run like a dog? Don't you even want your ship? Roya attempted to provoke him. Today, he simply wanted to keep Abaddon here together to drop loot. However, that Warmaster commanding the massive Black Legion did not even turn his head. He extremely decisively rushed into the passageway and disappeared behind the bulkhead door. Having lived for 10,000 years, Abaddon certainly didn't rely on acting on impulse, but rather running faster than anyone else when it was time to run. Just like back then during the siege of Terra, after burying all of his father's elite forces, he ran back all by himself. He runs really fast. Roya curled his lip and withdrew his gaze. Let him run if he wants, anyway, this vengeful spirit was securely won today. A massive win. He raised his head, his gaze gradually turning icy cold, locked firmly onto Kabanda before him. Meanwhile, the warp. Khorne sat upon the throne, emitting a deafening roar, showing extreme contempt for Abaddon's cowardice and flight. Slaanesh and Nurgle remained silent. They gazed at the man holding the iron sword in the material realm, their eyes revealing deep confusion and vigilance. Only the Lord of Changed Sench floated above the labyrinth, its numerous eyes spinning rapidly. Sench let out a sharp laugh. Everything is all according to my plan. Chapter 47, Locking Up the Greater Demon Like a Pig. Thanks to the Big Shot Luo Mengchuan for the Gift King, a burst update flower shower from the Big Shot Yellow Watermelon, and gifts from other Big Shots. There are too many to list one by one. Thank you all for your support. Several frigates rendezvoused with the emergency escape pod. Abaddon strode out of the airlock and stepped onto the bridge of the Chaos frigate. He turned around, staring fixedly at the void screen. On it, the gargantuan vengeful spirit was quietly moored, and the lights in various sectors were replaced one by the identification signals representing the Imperium of Mun. 10,000 years. He had lost this super battleship left behind by his gene father. Warmaster, the adjutant asked tentatively. Abaddon slammed his fist onto the console, causing the metal surface to directly deform and cave in. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. "Fall back," Abaddon said with an icy voice, "leave this damn star system." The Chaos Fleet fired up their engines, headed toward the Mandeville point of this star system, and then clumsily plunged into the warp. "Real space, the vengeful spirits cross-junction chamber." Kabanda roared. The 10-meter-tall gargantuan body exuded a suffocating stench of blood. The brass battle-axe slammed heavily against the metal floor. Roya grasped an iron sword, weighing it slightly in his hand. Just as he was about to take a step, a sudden gust of wind whipped up beside him. "Die!" Foros roared. The Lamenter's chapter master's eyes were blood-red. He didn't raise his bolter, instead directly swinging his power sword and recklessly charging toward Kabanda. "For Sanguinius! For Lord Roya!" Chief Librarian Calculize followed closely behind, the tip of his staff erupting with an unprecedented, blinding light. The entire Lamenters were completely mad. More than 200 Space Marines directly abandoned their formations and tactics, rushing forward like madmen to throw themselves at the Khorne Greater Demon. This was a bone-deep hatred deeply rooted in the very bottom of their gene seed. 10,000 years ago, the Archangel Sanguinius had snapped this Greater Demon's spine. Kabanda swung its brass battle-axe, cleaving the three leading Lamenters into white smoke with a single strike. But no one cared. A green flicker appeared on the red bed in the rear, and the resurrected warriors didn't even pause before launching another charge. Titus led the Ultramarines and stood beside Roya, watching this tragic, almost frenzied scene. "My lord," Titus frowned, "should we intervene? The cousins are taking too many casualties fighting like this." "No need," Roya shook his head. He knew very well the psychological state of these Blood Angels' descendants at this moment. Stopping them from taking revenge was even more agonizing than killing them. "Did you bring cobblestone?" Roya turned his head and asked. "I brought it." Titus immediately brought up his system inventory, "the ones we mined underground before, I've kept them in my backpack." Roya immediately gave the order. "Call the men of the Ultramarines Company over. Except for the front row using shields, everyone else follow me to that warp rift." Roya pulled out the stone block. "Let's work. Surround that rift and build a box. 10 meters long and wide, 15 meters high. Leave a half-meter high gap all around the bottom for me." Roya spoke at a very fast pace. The Ultramarines had no doubts and executed the order immediately. The blocks directly ignored the violent energy of the warp rift. Stone walls rose from the ground. Kabanda kicked Foros flying with a single blow. It acutely sensed the anomaly of space being sealed by some absolute rule. It turned its gruesome head and saw the Ultramarines building a wall around the rift where it had emerged. Its retreat was cut off. Kabanda burst into a heaven-shaking roar, abandoning the annoying, infinitely resurrecting flies under its feet, and flapped its tattered leathery wings, crashing directly into the unroofed obsidian building. Since it was already here, it had to rampage properly. "Want to run?" Roya sneered. He held the blocky iron sword upside down in his right hand, raised a wooden shield with his left hand, exerted force with his legs, and his massive Terminator power armor charged directly into Kabanda. Kabanda swung its massive brass axe. Roya raised his shield. Clang! The massive axe struck the wooden shield. Roya wasn't even pushed back. A trace of dread surfaced in Kabanda's eyes. This fellow was strong. Roya swung his iron sword with his right hand, slamming it onto Kabanda's knee without any fancy moves. Bang! Kabanda's 10-meter-tall body suddenly sank, its right knee shattered directly, and its massive body uncontrollably fell forward to its knees. "Get in there." Roya put away his iron sword, exerted strength with both arms, grabbed the edge of the brass armor on Kabanda's chest, and took advantage of the Greater Demon's kneeling momentum to shove it violently backward in an extremely overbearing manner. Kabanda let out an incredulous roar. It had actually lost in a pure contest of strength. Its gargantuan body flew backward, precisely crashing into the cobblestone cage the Ultramarines had just surrounded. "Seal the top!" Roya shouted loudly. The last few pieces of cobblestone fell into place. Kabanda was completely sealed inside an absolutely indestructible cobblestone block cage. The only thing left behind was a row of half-meter-high gaps at the very bottom of the structure. Kabanda was furious to the extreme. It stood up, waving its massive axe and frantically hacking at the stone walls. Clang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere. Not even a single scratch was left on the cobblestone. Roya clapped his hands and looked at Foros and the others who had just run back from the respawn point. "Your enemy is locked inside. Beat it up however you want, no need to die." Roya pointed at the gap at the bottom of the structure. Foros froze. Calculi's froze as well. All the Lamentor's warriors stared blankly at the huge cobblestone cage. The greater demon's roar echoed inside the cage, but it couldn't get out at all. Only a pair of huge hooves kept stomping at that half-meter-high gap. Titus very skillfully pulled out an iron sword and walked up to the gap. He crouched down and slashed twice with swishes at the pair of huge red hooves inside the gap. "Roar!" Kabanda cried out in pain. It lowered its head to look out through the gap, but because its model was too big, it couldn't see the people outside the gap at all. "This is called trimming toenails," Roya explained to Foros. "It can't hit you, but you can hit it. Go ahead." Foros's breathing grew rapid. He gripped his power sword tightly and walked up to the gap. He half-crouched down and ruthlessly thrust a sword into that pair of hooves. The greater demon roared again. The Lamentors completely understood the essence of this gameplay. More than 200 Space Marines immediately formed a neat queue. One person walked up, crouched down, stabbed the hooves twice with a sword, or opened fire into the gap with a bolter. After finishing a set, they immediately stepped aside, and the next person followed up. The 10,000-year blood feud was turned into an extremely mechanical and stress-relieving assembly line operation. Inside the cage, Kabanda was so aggrieved it was about to go mad. It was the premier greater demon under Khorne. Its descent was meant to bring mountains of corpses and seas of blood, to slay powerful enemies in epic duels. But now, it was locked in a black box where it couldn't see the outside. The group of ants outside took turns crouching on the ground and stabbing its feet. It couldn't hit them with its massive axe, nor could it stomp them with its feet. Whenever it approached the gap, countless weapons would focus fire on its hooves. It would rather have Sanguinius snap its spine once more than suffer this kind of humiliation. Roya stood to the side. This mode was just too suitable for dealing with such greater demons. The crisis was mostly resolved. The battle in the junction chamber had basically subsided. Those scattered Chaos Space Marines were completely cleared out by the infinitely resurrecting Ultramarines Company. A burst of heavy footsteps came. Black Templars Castellan Owen Bell, leading the surviving Black Templars veterans, strode up before Roya. Without hesitation, without questioning, Owen Bell put away his wide power sword and decisively dropped heavily to one knee. All the Black Templars veterans behind him dropped to one knee simultaneously. The sound of metal clashing was uniform inside the empty chamber. Owen Bell lowered his head, his voice extremely resonant and firm. "Forgive our previous disrespect, Lord Primarch." Roya raised an eyebrow. He looked at Owen Bell. This guy's look at him in the hangar earlier clearly wanted to hack him down as a heretic. Owen Bell maintained the posture of kneeling on one knee. He watched Roya punch away a greater demon with one blow, and watched those Space Marines resurrect infinitely. This kind of power that ignored the physical laws of the universe and even transcended the chaos laws of the warp, besides that great Emperor, who could do it? Only Emperor's children could do it. This was definitely a trump card hidden away by the Emperor. A hidden Primarch never recorded in the archives, one who controlled the rules of creation and life. Roya opened his mouth, wanting to say he really wasn't a Primarch. But the words stopped at the tip of his tongue, and were swallowed back. It couldn't be explained clearly at a time like this. He had led people to snatch Abaddon's vengeful spirit, and locked up a corn-grater demon like a pig. Saying he was an ordinary person, who would believe it? All of you, rise, Roya said in a calm tone, accepting this identity extremely naturally. I have seen the loyalty of the Black Templars. Owen Bell suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with fanaticism. He was convinced he had gained the Primarch's recognition. Roya didn't give Owen a chance to continue pledging loyalty. Looking at this group of Black Templars who had delivered themselves to his doorstep, what was spinning in his mind was another matter. Rise and speak, Roya waved his hand, looking at Owen Bell with an extremely sincere tone. I have a small request. My lord, please give your command. Owen Bell responded loudly, the Black Templars will die for you. No need to die, Roya said affably, can you clear out your battle barge and lend it to me for a moment? Owen Bell froze. Lend a battle barge? How do you lend a thing like a warship? Not far away, Foros and Calculize, who had just finished a round of trimming toenails and retreated, stiffened abruptly at these words. Foros's mouth corners twitched crazily and uncontrollably twice. Calculize silently turned his head away and closed his eyes. They were too familiar with this line. Their chapter's Mother of Tears had also been borrowed away like this. Lend it to you to use for a moment. To the Lamenters, these 5 words were synonymous with, I'm going to smash your entire family into pieces. My lord. Owen Bell stood up, full of confusion. What you mean by borrowing is? Do we need to assist in troop transport? No. Just borrowing in the physical sense. Roya patted Owen's thick shoulder guard, withdraw the personnel and supplies from the ship later. Although Owen Bell was completely baffled, under his fanatical loyalty, he didn't hesitate at all. Understood. We will clear out the warship immediately. Owen agreed extremely straightforwardly. Roya nodded with extreme satisfaction. The fragments of 2 battle barges would be enough to synthesize a blueprint. Titus, Roya turned his head. Present. Arrange personnel to take over all key nodes of the vengeful spirit. Clean out the remaining chaos scum. Roya glanced at the cage that was still emitting screams. After the Lamenters vent their anger, don't kill this greater demon just yet. Roya planned to use the demon's residue for enchanting, and then completely slay this premier greater demon under Khorne. Yes, Lord Roya. Just as Titus took a step forward, a dense sound of mechanical boots stepping on the ground came from the rear airlock. Ordo Malleus High Inquisitor Jerome Thrax, leading a squad of heavily armed Inquisition stormtroopers, walked in briskly. Thrax didn't look at the greater demon locked inside the stone box, nor did he look at the corpses of the traitors covering the floor. He walked straight up to Roya. Thump. Thrax slammed heavily onto one knee on the metal deck. The stormtroopers behind him dropped to their knees in unison. Lord Primarch. Slax lowered his head, his voice extremely respectful, completely restraining the arrogance and suspicion he had previously shown on the Black Templar's warship. Please forgive my previous foolishness and rudeness. Mortal horizons are far too narrow, failing to recognize your sacred essence in the first instance. Slax was very pragmatic. This man had beaten the Chaos Warmaster to a pulp and even snatched back the vengeful spirit. Regardless of whether the opponent was a registered Primarch, this supreme might that transcended everything was the absolute manifestation of the Emperor's will. The Inquisition only cared about results. And the current Roya was the only truth. Roya looked down condescendingly at the Inquisitor, asking casually, I didn't take those trivial matters to heart. What is your name? Jerome Thrax, my lord. At your service. Slax responded loudly. Roya's movements paused for half a second. He turned his head and subconsciously glanced at Titus standing slightly ahead to the side. Slax. This name was far too familiar. Memories of the plot regarding Space Marine from his past life instantly flashed through Roya's mind. In the original timeline, it was this Inquisitor named Slax who, under the pretext of suspected Chaos corruption, forcibly took away Titus, who had risked his life to save the Forge world, and directly locked him in confinement for 100 years. And tortured him in every possible way during the interrogations. Titus noticed Roya's gaze and also turned to look at Slacks kneeling on the ground. His brows were tightly knit together. He didn't know why, but the moment he heard that name and saw that face, his two hearts felt a wave of inexplicable agitation. A sense of disgust deeply rooted in the depths of his intuition welled up spontaneously. "My lord?" Titus asked aloud, thinking Roya had some instructions. Roya withdrew his gaze, looked at the top of Slacks's head, and a cold arc formed at the corner of his mouth. "Get up." Roya's tone was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. "The Inquisition does not need to intervene here. Take your men and return to your warship to await orders." Slacks stood up, immediately lowered his head in consent, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Roya turned to Titus and directly issued an order, "Titus, go, and remember to be safe." "As you command, my lord." Titus gripped his monomolecular combat knife tightly, turned around, and strode toward the corridor. Hundreds of ultramarines followed closely behind, like a pack of fierce beasts that had broken free from their chains, rushing into the depths of the vengeful spirit. Fortress Master Owen Bell walked to Roya's side and performed a standard Aquila salute. "Lord Primarch," Owen Bell reported, "I have already issued instructions. The Black Templars battle barge is undergoing a complete evacuation, and all personnel, relics, and ordnance supplies will be transferred to the surface of Hephaestus. Within a few days at most, the warship can be completely emptied." "Very well." Roya nodded. Owen's work efficiency made him very satisfied. "Go attend to it. Notify me once it is emptied." Having arranged everything, Roya knew that he was temporarily not needed on the vengeful spirit. Thus, he boarded a Thunderhawk gunship and returned to the surface. Hephaestus, under Hive's central plaza. Engines roared in the sky. Thunderhawk gunships and heavy transport aircraft shuttled down one after another from outside the atmosphere, their exhaust plumes carving dense trajectories across the gloomy vault of heaven. Supplies from the Black Templars were being continuously unloaded onto the periphery of the plaza. Roya did not pay attention to those supplies. He walked straight toward a huge elongated building on the east side of the plaza. This was the Librarian Trading Hall that he had custom-built. Pushing open the heavy metal doors, the scene inside could only be described as magical. Over 100 Astra Militarum recruits wearing underarmor stood neatly behind various lecterns. Floating above their heads were green icons representing villager professions. Roya walked to the first row. The veteran in charge of trading immediately came forward to greet him. "My lord." The veteran saluted on one knee. "Have any good items been rolled during this time?" Roya asked while opening the trade record board handed over by the veteran. In this trading hall, Roya pushed the villager trading mechanism of the Minecraft system to its absolute limit. Without the enchanted books he wanted, he directly had these veterans chop down the lecterns and place them again. Every time a lectern was replaced, the librarian's trade list would be forcibly refreshed once. For ordinary people, swinging an axe to chop wood was physical labor, but for a villager, they could perform this action many times a second. The entire hall was filled with the crisp sound of wood colliding as lecterns were smashed and put back down. Roya flipped through the transaction records. There were 32 copies of Sharpness V, 40 copies of Power V, and over 100 copies of Unbreaking 3. Even Smite V and Bane of Arthropods V had dozens of copies stockpiled. But the enchanted book he wanted the most was not in any of the columns. No Fortune 3. Roya knitted his brows tightly. "Reporting to my lord," the veteran said at an extremely fast pace, "we have refreshed it many times. Fortune I appeared once, but Fortune 3 has never been rolled out." Roya frowned. The only Gloriana-class battleship he could access in the short term was the Vengeful Spirit. If he just went and mined it like that, he worried that the fragments obtained in the end would not be enough. But if there was a diamond pickaxe enchanted with Fortune 3, everything would be different. A blueprint fragment that would normally drop might critically hit into 3 or 4 pieces. This was exponential profit. Transfer 50 recruits over, Roya decided decisively, consume experience points, and convert them all into librarians. Send more manpower and keep rolling for me. Even if we smash every lectern in this hall today, you must blast Fortune 3 out for me. As you command. The veteran immediately turned around to make arrangements. More Astra Militarum recruits poured into the hall. The sounds of lecterns being placed and smashed connected into a dense drumbeat. Countless papers and emeralds flowed rapidly within the system interface. Just as Roya was closely watching this group of book-rolling machines, an extremely heavy and hurried sound of mechanical footsteps came from outside the hall. Muggos Hades practically tumbled as he rushed into the hall. The several servomechanical arms on his body waved wildly due to extreme excitement, and his electronic eyes flashed with extremely glaring red light. Lord Roya. Praise the machine god. Praise you. Before Muggos Hades even arrived, his synthetic voice exploded throughout the hall first. Roya turned around and looked at this tech priest, who had fallen into a state of fanaticism. What happened? Roya asked. The Black Templars' supplies. At the bottom of the armory they unloaded, there are several extremely precious relics. Muggos Hades rushed in front of Roya, his mechanical arms trembling uncontrollably with excitement, right on the plaza. You must go take a look. Roya's interest was piqued by Muggos Hades's unworldly appearance. He strode forward and followed Muggos Hades out of the hall. In the center of the plaza, a squad of tech priests was kneeling and worshipping around several huge stasis pods. The air was filled with a rich scent of sacred incense. Fortress Master Owen Bell stood to the side, his expression somewhat regretful. Roya stepped forward. The metal baffles of the stasis pods had lowered, revealing their true appearance inside. Those were 5 sets of extremely massive, overwhelmingly heavy power armor. They were a circle larger than ordinary Terminator power armor, and their appearance looked like a mobile steel fortress. The surface of the armor was covered with black and yellow warning stripes and the cross insignia of the Black Templars. Roya recognized these things at a glance. Centurion armor. The 2 sets on the left were Devastator Centurion armor. Their arms were equipped with terrifying twin heavy laser cannons, and their chests mounted hurricane bolter launchers. They were completely humanoid mobile firepower pouring platforms. The 3 sets on the right were Assault Centurion armor. Their arms mounted thick siege drills, with melt-a-guns hidden at the centers of the drills, and their chests similarly mounted hurricane bolter launchers. These were siege weapons born specifically to tear apart heavy bunkers and warship armor plates. Lord Primarch. Seeing Roya, Owen Bell sighed, pointed at these mechs, and said, "These are the wreckage we rescued from some destroyed Forge worlds during our chapter's crusades in the past. 2 sets of Devastator, 3 sets of Assault types." Muggos Hades added from the side with heart-wrenching grief, "My lord, this is Centurion armor. It is the peak creation that perfectly combines space marines and armored vehicles. But their machine spirits have completely died." Muggos Hades's mechanical arm stroked the cracks on the breastplate of a Devastator Centurion set, his voice exuding despair. "The internal core servo systems are burned out over a large area, and the multiple neural interface matrices are broken. What a pity. Even if we gathered all the tech priests of Hephaestus, we couldn't repair them." The manufacturing material cost of Centurions was extremely high, and the repair difficulty was also tremendous. Currently, only large Forge worlds like Mars, Risa, and Graia could produce them, and some small Forge worlds couldn't even repair them. Muggos Hades knelt on the ground, looking up at Roya. "My lord, you can create miracles. Can you repair them?" Owen Bell also looked at Roya. If this thing could be repaired and put on his veterans, the Black Templars' frontal assault capability would undergo a qualitative leap. Roya stood in front of the 5 damaged Centurion armors. He looked at the charred bullet holes on the armor, the broken hydraulic pipes, and the completely extinguished electronic eyes. "Repair. The corners of Roya's mouth gradually curved up, and undisguised excitement erupted in the depths of his eyes. Why would he want to repair these piles of scrap metal? In his eyes, these were by no means scrapped mecha debris. These were all fragments, these were all blueprints. Can't be repaired, right? Roya turned his head to look at Muggos Hades. Yes, my lord, Muggos Hades said dejectedly, the damage is too thorough, they already belong to dead objects. However, thinking of the lord's ability, his eyes suddenly lit up. It doesn't matter if they can't be used. Roya let out a loud laugh. Owen Bell looked at Roya curiously. Could the Primarch have a way? Only to see Roya abruptly flip his right hand, and that familiar, mosaic-textured blocky iron pickaxe appeared out of thin air in his hand. Muggos Hades's electronic eyes widened abruptly. He was too familiar with this action. Previously smashing dreadnoughts and smashing Terminator power armor, this lord used this exact opening move every time. Roya raised the iron pickaxe, aimed at the helmet of the foremost assault Centurion armor, and smashed down with a pickaxe without the slightest hesitation. Clang! A crisp blacksmithing sound burst out across the plaza. A purely black network of cracks instantly spread wildly toward the entire Centurion armor with the impact point of the iron pickaxe as the center. After a few blows, the armor shattered, dropping 2 blueprints. Chapter 48, Owen, Recruits can control Centurions. Afterwards, Roya used the iron pickaxe in his hand to directly smash down at the second damaged Devastator Centurion armor. Clang! The sound of hammering echoed through the entire Underhive square. A network of black cracks rapidly spread outward from the impact point of the iron pickaxe, instantly covering the massive armor. Owen Bell stood to the side, his right power fist clenched tightly. He watched helplessly as the precious armament passed down for many years by the Black Templars turned into a ground full of white smoke under that crudely shaped iron pickaxe. Miniature blueprint fragments fell to the ground. Roya did not pause. He strode towards the remaining 3 sets of armor. Raise, swing the pickaxe, smash down. The sound of hammering burst out continuously. The 5 Centurion wrecks, capable of tearing through enemy defense lines on the battlefield, all turned into fragments within seconds. Owen Bell breathed heavily. His heart ached to the extreme, but the miracles he had witnessed recently forcibly suppressed his instinctive impulse. He constantly admonished himself in his heart that the Primarch doing this must have higher strategic considerations. Roya collected all the fragments on the ground into his inventory. The system prompt tone rang crisp and clear in his mind. 2 complete manufacturing blueprints finished crafting in the backpack. With a thought, he clicked on the blueprints, and the attribute interface immediately appeared on his retina. Assault Centurion Armor Manufacturing Blueprint. Crafting Materials, Obsidian *4, Iron Block *7, Iron Ingot *4, Redstone Block *5, Piston *4, Furnace *1. Devastator Centurion Armor Manufacturing Blueprint. Crafting Materials, Obsidian 4, Iron Block 6, Iron Ingot 2, Redstone Block 5, Dispenser 4, Observer 1, TNT 1, Furnace 1. Roya glanced at the material reserves in the upper right corner of the backpack. Although some were missing. But with the, "My lord, I am here." Watch the recipe sequence carefully. I will only demonstrate it once. Roya opened the workbench interface. His movements were extremely fast. With his mind directing the materials, he precisely filled them into the 3x3 grid. The recipe will be posted in the comments section later. 3 seconds. Placement complete. Click. The system synthesis sound rang out. Roya exited the interface and waved his right hand. The heavy sound of metal crashing against the ground exploded in front of Owen Bell. A massive cloud of dust rose up. A brand new Assault Centurion armor, completely without a trace of scratches or charring, stood firmly in the center of the square. The siege drills mounted on both arms flickered with a chilling cold light, and the Hurricane bolter launcher on its chest was filled with lethal ammunition. Owen Bell's mouth widened, unable to make a single sound. Roya turned around again to face the workbench. Materials replaced. Pistons replaced with dispensers, adding observer positioning modules, and placing TNT blocks that extremely fit the characteristics of firepower outpouring. Another 3 seconds. Click. The second heavy object landing sound followed closely behind. Devastator Centurion armor formed. The barrels of the twin-linked miniature laser cannons emitted the machine oil smell unique to brand-new weapons. 2 brand-new war machines thus appeared in the reality dimension without any warning. Praise the machine god. A group of tech priests around Hades dropped to both knees in unison, kowtowing fanatically toward the armor. Owen Bell's eyelids twitched wildly and uncontrollably. He could not understand what kind of manufacturing technique this was. Without a massive forge assembly line, without years of prayers and mechanical consecration, just a wooden table, and a bunch of square materials directly conjured up the Empire's highest-grade armaments. This was a Centurion that only those large forge worlds could produce, yet now it was manufactured in just a few seconds. Cape Town 3 stood by Owen Bell's side, its mechanical jaw emitting a slight sound of gear friction, that was the unique laughter of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Castellan Owen. Cape Town 3's synthesized voice revealed undisguised fanaticism and pride. Do you now understand the Lord's great power? This is the truth personally decreed by the Omnicia. Owen Bell nodded heavily. In the gaze he cast toward Roya, not a shred of doubt could be found anymore. He was convinced that as long as this Primarch was present, sweeping across the entire sea of stars would no longer be just a slogan. Roya ignored the priest's fanatical kowtows. He needed to verify the actual combat performance of this batch of MC creations. He opened the communication channel. Samuel, arrange for 2 newly converted recruits to come over. In less than 5 minutes, the heavy sound of power boots stepping on the ground came over. Samuel led 2 recruits running quickly into the square. These 2 recruits had just completed all organ implantation surgeries, wearing brand new Mk7 Aquila pattern power armor. Their faces were extremely young, and their eyes revealed awe and curiosity toward everything. Roya pointed at the 2 Centurion armors, board and test. The 2 recruits did not hesitate at all, immediately stepping forward to prepare for testing. Seeing this scene, Owen Bell's expression changed drastically. He strode forward, blocking between the recruits and the Centurions. Lord Primarch. This absolutely will not do. Owen Bell spoke at an extremely fast pace, his voice carrying intense anxiety. Centurion armor is not something recruits can touch. Its neural sensory feedback is extremely violent, and the machine spirit is abnormally berserk. Forced connection will only fry their brains. Owen was very clear about the terror of this heavy equipment. In the Black Templars, only veteran soldiers who had experienced countless life and death struggles and possessed an ironclad will to the extreme were qualified to attempt connection with the Centurion's machine spirit. Connecting with a Centurion's machine spirit was no joke. The level of danger was no less than connecting to a Night Titan. Roya looked at the nervous Owen and let out a light chuckle. Castellan Owen, put your heart back in your stomach. Roya waved his hand. The things I make do not have messy tempers like machine spirits. The principles of a Centurion were extremely complex in the Warhammer universe, but under the absolute laws of the MC system, it was simply a set of wearable equipment with numerical stats and durability. The system did not recognize machine spirits, it only recognized equipment judgments. Owen Bell still wanted to persuade him, but Roya had already issued an inviolable order to the recruits. Get in. The 2 recruits bypassed Owen and walked to the rear of the Centurion armor. Accompanied by the heavy decompression sound of the airlock, the back of the armor unfolded. Wearing their power armor, they stepped directly into it. Hydraulics closed, interfaces docked. Owen Bell stared fixedly at the electronic eyes of the 2 suits of armor, ready at any moment to cut off the power and rescue the recruits' brains. 3 seconds passed. No screams, no spasms of out-of-control armor. The electronic eyes of the assault Centurion lit up with a steady glow. The recruit on the right piloting the Devastator directly stepped out with his right leg. The huge metal sole heavily crushed the stone slabs on the ground, moving with complete freedom. 49 Chapter 49 Oh no, my battle barge. Chapter 49 Oh no, my battle barge. My lord, the neural connection is perfect. No lag, no mental tingling whatsoever. The recruit's voice came through the armor's loudspeaker, exceptionally steady. Roya pointed at a pile of abandoned steel wreckage at the edge of the square. Fire. The destruction centurion raised its arms. The barrels of the twin-linked heavy bolters opened fire instantly. The bolters tore through the air, directly hitting the steel wreckage hundreds of meters away. A deafening explosion rang out, and the hard adamantium scrap was instantly vaporized into a pool of boiling slag. The assault centurion beside it activated the hurricane bolter launcher on its chest. Dense bolters poured out, blowing the remaining wreckage into dust all over the sky. Roya was very satisfied. The single target burst and defense of this thing indeed surpassed conventional Terminator's armor, making it most suitable as a spearhead for assaults. Owen Bell stood frozen in place. His common sense was crushed to pieces at this moment. No need to communicate with the machine spirit. No need for the will of a centenarian veteran to suppress backlash. He instantly realized the strategic significance behind this. If just any random recruit could transform into a humanoid tank by putting on this set of armor, it meant that this top-tier heavy armament no longer needed to serve as a rare strategic trump card, but could instead be massively fielded in formation. Lord Primarch. Owen's voice was trembling. You are about to instigate an armored storm sweeping across the galaxy. Roya ignored Owen's sentiment and turned to look at Hades beside him. Hades, clear out 10 large workshops. Send all tech priests who can read recipes inside. Work in 24-hour shifts. Roya said in a cold tone, issuing a strict order. I want the assembly lines for these 2 types of Centurion armor to start immediately. Understood. Task guaranteed to be completed. Hades turned around immediately, leading the tech priests rushing frantically toward the factory area. In the following 2 days, the industrial area of the Underhive completely transformed into an untiring war machine. A steady stream of Centurion armor walked off the workbench, arming the bodies of those Space Marine recruits. As for Roya himself, he locked himself in that extremely noisy trading hall. Inside the hall, the sounds of wooden blocks striking echoed one after another. Roya looked at the rows of Astra Militarum recruits with green icons above their heads, his fingers clicking frantically on the system interface. Smash it. Place it again. Roya pointed at the lectern in front of him and ordered. The veteran chopped the lectern to pieces with an axe, placing down the workbench once again. The librarian's trade list was forcibly refreshed. Roya leaned in to take a look. Bane of Arthropods 4, requires 30 emeralds. Trash, keep smashing. Roya gritted his teeth. He didn't know how many times this reset was. He consumed a large amount of experience points accumulated on the battlefield, transforming 500 librarians in one breath. The entire hall underwent inhumane resetting operations around the clock, just to roll out a top-tier enchantment book he needed the most, Fortune 3. With this enchantment, when smashing Abaddon's ship, the Vengeful Spirit, the dropped warship fragment blueprints could multiply exponentially. But Roya's luck was poor to the extreme. My lord, a mending came out over here. A recruit raised his hand and shouted. Exchange it and store it in the warehouse. What I want is fortune. Roya walked back to the center of the hall, wiping the sweat from his face. He didn't understand. When playing games in his past life, building an automatic book grinder could definitely farm the full set of enchantments in half an hour. Now 500 people were grinding simultaneously for 2 days, yet not even a shadow of Fortune 3 had been seen. Roya looked up at the dim metal dome overhead. He suspected this was definitely not a matter of probability. That featherless weird bird is definitely meddling. Roya cursed angrily in his heart. In reality, Roya guessed wrong. Sench was merely staring fixedly at this place from the warp, but he did nothing. The shadow of the psychic tentacles being shattered by system rules last time was still there, so he was simply watching this powerful Primarch struggle in the quagmire of unlucky fate, feeling extremely delighted by it. In other words, Roya was simply just unlucky at this moment. You guys continue, I'll go check out other places. Roya waved his hand irritably, letting these Astra Militarum continue, while he planned to go see how progress was going elsewhere. Just at this moment, the heavy door was pushed open. Owen Bell walked quickly into the hall. Lord Primarch. Owen came to Roya's side. The battle barge of the Black Templars has been completely cleared according to your request. There are no living organisms on board, and all weapons, ammunition, relic reserves, and even life support system provisions have been moved to the ground. Efficiency is not bad. Roya suppressed the irritation in his heart, his gaze becoming sharp. Although fortune couldn't be rolled out right now, the battle barge could be conjured out first. After all, this thing only required 2 fragments to synthesize the blueprint. Owen, you come with me on a trip. Roya turned around and walked out of the hall. Half an hour later. A Thunderhawk gunship soared from the surface of the Hephaestus hive, its tail flame tearing through the atmosphere and plunging into the cold, dark low Earth orbit. The side door of the Thunderhawk cabin slowly opened. Roya stood at the edge, facing the cosmic vacuum head-on. In front of him, a massive battle barge belonging to the Black Templars was parked quietly. The cross insignia of the Black Templars looked extremely solemn under the starlight. Its massive mass even formed a weak gravitational field around it. Owen Bell stood half a step behind Roya. Looking at his chapter's flagship, his heart was still filled with reluctance and doubt. To this day, he still didn't understand how Lord Primarch intended to borrow this steel behemoth. Could it be that he wanted to build a temporary fortress here? Roya did not speak. He raised his right hand, a thought moving in his mind. That blocky iron pickaxe that had shattered countless weapons and armor appeared in his hand once again. Its mosaic texture emitted an imperceptible glow in the dark space. Holding a short iron pickaxe less than half a meter long in his hand, he faced an interstellar battleship the size of a mountain. Owen Bell followed Roya's movement, his gaze locked firmly onto that iron pickaxe. An extremely absurd thought sprang from his mind. Lord Primarch couldn't possibly want to use this little pickaxe to whack this ship, right? Oh no, my battle barge. At this time, Foros and the others had also specially taken a Thunderhawk gunship to watch the show not far away. Now the cousins could also share the bad luck along with them. Then Roya made his move. A few seconds later, this massive battle barge vanished, leaving behind only a battle barge fragment. Owen Bell's mouth twitched slightly. Although he felt a tinge of heartbreak, he could still accept it. After all, their Black Templars were quite wealthy. However, thinking of the Centurion incident just now, his eyes lit up. Perhaps in the future, the battle barge could also be easily built just like the Centurion. Chapter 50, The Great Demon's Fear, True Death. Thanks to Big Shot Lioli Tanju for the Supreme God verification, the finisher Big Shot for the 6 inspiration capsules, and gifts from other Big Shots. There are too many to thank one by one, this little brother bows in deep gratitude. Who? A Thunderhawk gunship painted with blood and teardrop patterns roared in from the rear, hovering with extreme precision beside the Thunderhawk carrying Roya. The boarding ramp lowered, and Lamenter's Chapter Master Foros and Chief Librarian Calculis strode over. Their gazes swept across the empty expanse of space where the battle barge had originally been parked, and both of their mouths twitched uncontrollably. They understood Owen Bell's feelings at this moment all too well. Foros walked to Roya's side, dropping to one knee with a voice struggling to conceal excitement and urgency. Lord Roya, can we produce a battle barge now? Hearing these words, Owen Bell also abruptly turned his head, his breathing even stalling. The high-ranking officers of the Lamenters, and even the Space Marines in the Thunderhawk cockpit, all held their breath in concentration, staring fixedly at Roya. Roya stowed the blueprint fragments into his hidden inventory. Looking at the crafting material requirement displayed as 2/2, in the top right corner, he nodded with extreme casualness. It is ready. The materials are sufficient, and the new ship can be pulled out at any time. Praise be to the Lord. Foros raised his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot from excessive excitement. With a battle barge, the Lamenters would have the capital to return to the Sea of Stars and crush all heretics. All right, we'll talk about shipbuilding later. Roya waved his hand, his gaze falling on Foros as he asked casually, that great demon, have you guys finished venting your anger? Mentioning Kabanda, who was locked inside the cobblestone box, the expressions on the faces of Foros, Calculize, and even a few Lamenters veterans who had just gathered nearby instantly changed. That deeply engraved hatred had somehow turned into an extremely twisted curve of the lips, carrying a hint of eerie pleasure at this moment. Foros stood up and reported in a resonant voice, reporting to the Lord. All 13,000 battle brothers of the Lamenters have completed their rotation. Everyone stabbed it 8 times. Roya was stunned. He subconsciously calculated an account in his mind. 13,000 people, each person stabbed 8 times. That premier great demon Undercorn had been stabbed in the feet, over 100,000 times alive by this group of space marines over the past 2 days. Even though Roya considered himself a modern player who had experienced great storms and waves, he couldn't help but silently mourn for Kabanda for half a second in his heart. 100,000 pedicures, even if a single sword stroke only shaved off a single point of health skin, this psychological torture was enough to drive a great demon mad. Well fought. Roya dryly coughed, pulling his emotions back in. We can finish off that great demon now. Let's go back to the ship. The Thunderhawk gunship turned its direction, heading straight for that immensely massive Gloriana-class battleship, Vengeful Spirit. 15 minutes later. Inside a chamber of the Vengeful Spirit. This place had been completely cleared out, and hundreds of Lamenters armed with bolters stood guard all around. Roya strode to the center of the chamber and casually summoned the materials from his inventory. 4 obsidian blocks, 2 diamonds, 1 book. Owen Bell and Foros closely followed behind. They saw Roya's fingers point into midair, and immediately afterward, a strange square pedestal constructed of pure black rock, inlaid with brilliant diamonds at its 4 corners, smashed onto the metal floor without warning. Bang! Above the pedestal, an open ancient book was floating in midair, slowly rotating. Calculize widened his eyes abruptly. As the chief librarian, he was extremely sensitive to warp energies. Yet to his horror, he discovered at this moment that there was not the slightest trace of warp psychic fluctuations around that floating book. Its very existence was as natural, absolute, and irreversible as the most fundamental physical laws of the universe. Roya ignored their shock. With another wave of his hand, dozens of square wooden bookshelves stuffed with books appeared out of thin air, precisely surrounding the enchanting table in the center. The moment the bookshelves hit the ground, a bizarre scene occurred. Countless mysterious characters emitting a deep purple glow, like wandering chains, flew out from the surrounding bookshelves, continuously converging into the floating book above the enchanting table. This is some kind of lost truth rune. Calculize, the chief librarian, involuntarily reached forward, attempting to capture those purple characters. Unfortunately, these characters passed right through his hands like the wind. Roya pulled out an extremely ordinary square iron sword, and then took out an item dropped from slaying a demon previously in the lower hive from his inventory, demon residue. He placed both above the enchanting table simultaneously, his mind cutting into the system interface. In the enchanting options, he directly locked onto the Fire Aspect 2 enchanted book farmed through the librarian. Craft. Roya chanted silently in his heart. Clang. An extremely crisp sword hum that seemed to pierce through the soul exploded within the chamber. Dazzling firelight suddenly surged up from the enchanting table. Roya gripped the hilt and lifted it up. The originally unremarkable square iron sword was now covered on the surface of its blade by a layer of extremely eerie dark purple shimmering light. And at the edges of the blade, roaring flames were blazing furiously upwards. Roya frowned. According to MC's rules, fire aspect only causes the target to catch fire when striking a living creature, the weapon itself should not be on fire. Demon residue combined with fire aspect produced a chemical reaction. Roya stared at the sword in his hand, quickly making a judgment in his heart. The demon-breaking, true damage attribute attached to the demon residue merged with the system's fire rules, causing this weapon to undergo a certain degree of mutation. He did not feel any heat, but Foros, Owen Bell, and others standing within 10 meters around him suddenly stepped back half a step. They stared fixedly at the burning sword. In their perception, that was no ordinary fire. That flame contained an absolute rule capable of burning completely through the soul, and obliterating all warp essence. Owen Bell's Adam's apple rolled violently. Looking at Roya, who held a sword of flames and wore Terminator armor, an ancient statue within the Terra Imperial Palace suddenly surfaced in his mind. The Emperor's sword. Owen Bell's voice was trembling. Legend had it that the sword once wielded by that great existence seated upon the golden throne similarly burned with holy flames at all times, capable of completely incinerating demons. Foros's legs softened, and he dropped heavily onto one knee with absolute decisiveness. He said nothing, but that fanatical gaze to the extreme explained everything. Roya looked at the large swath of space marines kneeling in unison around him, casually flicking away the sparks on the blade. "Let's go," Roya said in an ice-cold tone, "go chop down that great demon." Vengeful spirit, cross-junction chamber. Muffled impacts and angry roars echoed like thunder within this vast area. Bang! 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 A cobblestone block structure reaching up to 15 meters high stood tall in the center. The massive body of the great demon Kabanda was tightly trapped inside. It was wielding a brass great axe, frantically hacking and slashing at the stone wall in front of it. Sparks flew in all directions, deafeningly loud. But under the absolute rule of indestructible by the MC system, this attack, which was sufficient to split open a heavy tank, couldn't even scrape off a single piece of stone dust. At the very bottom of the block structure, outside that row of gaps only half a meter high, hundreds and thousands of Lamenter's warriors wearing bright yellow power armor were standing in an extremely orderly long queue. A veteran strode forward, half-crouched down, holding a bolter, shoved the barrel directly into the gap, and expressionlessly pulled the trigger, at that pair of huge red hooves frantically stomping inside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bolter rounds detonated. A painful low roar came from Kabanda inside. The veteran immediately stood up to make space. The recruit lined up behind stepped forward with extreme familiarity, drew a chain's word, fiercely stabbed it through the gap into the flesh of the hooves, and then quickly withdrew and retreated. The movement was smooth as flowing water, extremely stress-relieving. Ants. Despicable stunt-eyes. Kabanda's voice came from above the cobblestone block. Due to extreme humiliation, the voice had already taken on a hysterical cracking tone. "Let me out. A frontal showdown. The blood god's fury will tear you all into pieces." No one paid attention to its clamoring. The Lamenters simply queued quietly, stabbing the feet quietly. Suddenly, a commotion came from the rear of the queue. "Make way. Lord Primarch has arrived." The originally dense phalanx of space marines instantly retreated to both sides like Moses parting the sea, leaving behind a wide passage. All space marines immediately pressed their weapons tightly against their chests, performing the most standard salute. Accompanied by the heavy sound of metal stomping on the ground, Roya carried the flaming enchanted iron sword, striding through the crowd and arriving in front of the cobblestone cage. Kabanda sensed the movement outside. It lowered its hideous, gigantic head, and through the half-meter-high gap, it saw Roya standing there, as well as the flaming square weapon. "It is you. That coward who uses witchcraft." Kabanda's vertical pupils suddenly constricted. It recognized the human, who had shoved it into a box with a single move. "If you have the guts, smash these damn stones. The champion of Khorne will crush your head." Roya stopped in his tracks. He looked at the pair of hooves in the gap that had been beaten to a bloody pulp, too lazy to waste even half a word of nonsense. Roya bent his knees and dropped his hips. The servomotors of the Terminator armor erupted with a harsh roar. Gripping the enchanted iron sword tightly in his right hand, aiming directly at Kabanda's right hoof, he thrust the sword straight in without any fancy tricks. Pfft! The blade brutally pierced through that layer of tough demonic keratin. Kabanda was about to continue mocking, but the sound abruptly stuck in its throat. The moment the blade pierced into flesh and blood, a terrifying power that completely transcended physical cognition, and even superseded the chaos laws of the warp, surged directly through the wound and slammed into its body. Whoosh! The flames on the iron sword seemed to come alive. They did not ignite Kabanda's fur, but instead directly invaded its soul essence. That was a kind of true damage that even Korn's blessing could not stop. Aho! A scream of the utmost wretchedness, completely unlike anything a demon could emit, instantly tore through the air of the junction chamber. Kabanda's massive body suddenly fell backward, crashing heavily against the cobblestone wall. It lowered its head in terror, discovering that there was no wound on its right leg, but within its soul vision, that small piece of warp essence had been completely burned into nothingness by this bizarre flame. Demons do not die. When defeated in real space, they only return to the warp to recoagulate. This is common sense for all demons. But now Kabanda clearly felt that missing part of its soul could never be recovered. It had been thoroughly and completely erased from the underlying logic of the entire universe. This cognition, which violated the meaning of its existence, made this Korn greater demon, who had lived for countless years, feel the emotion called fear for the first time. What did you do to me? What fire is that? Is this the power of the cursed? No, this is not. Kabanda struggled wildly within the cage, its huge hands clinging desperately to the wall, trying to stay away from that gap. The fire that kills you. Roya's expression remained blank. He stood outside the gap, like a ruthless lumberjack, raising his hand, swinging his sword, and stabbing in once more. Pfft! The second sword fell, shaving off a huge chunk directly from Kabanda's health bar. The greater demon's screams grew hoarse. It began to frantically slam its shoulders against the cobblestone wall, trying to smash through this damned cage and escape. But the block structure did not even shake a bit. Standing aside, Foros and Owen Bell stared fixedly at the cage. They could not see the burning at the soul level, but they could clearly feel that the violent pressure belonging to the Korn greater demon emanating from that gap was frantically weakening at a cliff-like speed. This arrogant greater demon was marching toward death in the truest sense. For the pre-march. For the Emperor. Calculize suddenly raised his staff high and roared at the top of his lungs. For the pre-march. For the Emperor. The fanatical battle cries of tens of thousands of space marines instantly blew the roof of the chamber off. Looking at Roya's back, that burning sword was humanity's only truth to sever the curse of the warp. No. I will not die here. Kabanda rolled frantically inside the cobblestone cage, its huge brass great axe shaken loose by itself and crashing into the corner. The true damage brought by the enchanted iron sword tore at its origin alive with every onset. Intense fear completely crushed its sanity. It no longer tried to crash into the wall, but instead suddenly fell to its knees on the ground, lifted its head, and let out the most desperate wail toward the depths of the void warp. Blood God, protect me. Great Blood God, please grant your servant power. Please take me back to your throne. It wanted to beg for mercy, wanting to weep bitterly like a mortal. But deep in its bones, the last bit of dignity belonging to the Korn greater demon allowed it to only use, praying to the gods for blessing, to mask its cowardice of wanting to escape. Meanwhile, deep within the warp, upon that brass throne piled high with countless skulls sat the ultimate embodiment of violence throughout the galaxy, the blood god Korn. His huge eyes, burning with furious flames, peered through the fissure in the veil of reality, staring fixedly at the cobblestone box inside the vengeful spirit. Minecraft rules, unbreakable blocks, absolute defense. Korn's movements froze. His massive body leaned forward abruptly, staring fixedly at the human holding the burning iron sword outside the gap. He now finally understood how Tsench had felt back then. Roya. A whisper that sounded as if countless weapons were clashing and frictioning squeezed out from Khorne's fang-filled giant mouth. His expression was gloomy to the extreme. In this unknown rule-based game of chess, he, a god, was actually truly powerless. Real space, junction chamber. Roya had no idea at all that a god in the warp was gnashing its teeth at him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His movements right now were extremely mechanical. Bend down, swing sword. Pft. Bend down, swing sword. Pft. The anti-demon damage bestowed by the system ignored any of Kabanda's struggles. After a dozen or so stabs, Kabanda's massive body no longer struggled. It collapsed onto the ground, twitching all over, its voice as faint as a dying stray dog. Blood god. Why? Its voice carried ultimate despair and incomprehension. Roya looked at the health bar belonging to Kabanda in his subjective vision. It had already hit rock bottom. Without any hesitation, he gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, aiming right at the lower jaw position of the colossal head inside the gap. Drop some loot for me, you bastard. Roya cursed under his breath, using all his strength to fiercely slash upward with the sword. Pft, boom. The burning iron sword pierced through Kabanda's body without any obstruction. The moment the blade was pulled out, the last glimmer of light in Kabanda's huge eyes completely extinguished. Immediately after, its tall, massive flesh body, amid a muffled explosive sound, directly transformed into white smoke filling the sky, dissipating without a trace. There was no backlash from warp rifts, no psychic storm of a demon's retirement. It was as quiet as if nothing had happened at all. The next second. Ding-a-ling-ling. A system prompt tone so crisp it refreshed one's mind exploded wildly in Roya's mind. Thousands of experience orbs, flashing with extremely dazzling yellowish-green light, scattered from midair like a rainstorm, directly surging into Roya's body. His experience level went from 140, rocketing all the way up to 1,114 before barely stopping. Roya took a deep breath. The experience value brought by a greater demon seemed a little too low. However, he didn't bother with the experience, his gaze locked dead onto the floor of the cobblestone cage. At the center where the white smoke had dissipated, two miniature square models were quietly suspended. When Roya saw one of the things resembling a teardrop among them, he immediately cursed out loud. Holy shit! Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.